Hashtag C41443 monsters. The sudden movement of turning their heads was still a little slow. They only saw a figure soaring into the sky. From the sky behind them, a strong man with divine light shining all over his body waved his hands and launched a completely different attack on the body of the big monster. Turned out to be. Whether by Hua or Chini was startled, they were all blindfolded and couldn't believe their eyes. Yer, who was standing among several people, was stunned, standing like a stone with her mouth open, her pupils trembling constantly. In the reflection of her pupils, the godlike figure in midair was the thief-like pervert who she believed would be waiting to take advantage after they were all injured. This pervert who is greedy for life and afraid of death will rush forward on his own initiative. No matter what Yer thinks, or what the people present think, at this moment Chu Yan is in midair, raising his hand and punching down. This kind of condescension can amplify the power of the fist to the extreme, and at the same time, it is of great benefit to deal with this kind of behemoth that occupies an absolute physical advantage. This time, there was no way of Daowen's entanglement attack, but in Chu Yan's fist, there was a terrifying and subtle coercion. When these fists slammed at the three big monsters, it was unknown whether it was because of the power of the fists or some other reason, but the faces of the three big monsters were full of fear, and their bodies kept trembling. At this moment, Chu Yan has truly become a god in their eyes, and every gesture is enough to completely destroy them. This is a kind of natural coercion, the coercion that exists in their powerful blood, and they are not allowed to resist at all. Ho ho ho! At this moment, the power of the bloodline of the three-headed monster was suddenly sealed, and the monster light from the three pairs of demon eyes disappeared, replaced by a terrifying strange light, which caused the three-headed monster to burst out again, releasing another. It doesn't belong to the breath of the Yaozu at all. Boom! But this kind of power is completely vulnerable in front of Chu Yan's fist. The three big demons exploded at the same time, and their voices were uniform. Second kill. Surprised? This time, no matter whether it was by Hua or Qini, they were all stunned, and the entire sea of consciousness was collapsing. A monster is a monster. Without the power of blood, it is worse than the weakest practitioner of the same level. Chu Yan shook his head and learned more about the Yaozu. As for the instant kill just now, it may be unimaginable for others or practitioners of the same level, but it is not difficult for Chu Yan, especially these three big monsters are not pure monsters at all, more like a puppet-like existence. Therefore, for Chu Yan, who possesses the martial spirit of the five gods, it seems that he can count the number of monsters below the same level that can threaten him. This kind of rule is not only applied before God's domain continent, but also applicable in the heavens. The bloodlines of the human race may be extremely complicated, but the monster race that values the purest bloodlines the most is probably the same in all walks of life and all domains. Therefore, any non-pure blood monster, like this kind of controlling puppet monster, is an act of sending to death in front of Chu Yan, and that kind of pure blood monster, if the bloodline is relatively low among the monster clan, it's the same as sending to death. Knowing this, Chu Yan seemed a little excited. This is a good thing for him. At least with such a guarantee, he will be more active when facing the great monsters of the heavens. However, Chu Yan has absolute confidence in his Wushans and Wuhun, and it is precisely because of this that he did not urge Daowen when he made the move before. Although Daowen should be the most useful means of attack in this ruins. Chu Yan now has 31 Dao texts, and adding the divine word Dao texts makes him 32. If these 32 Dao texts were added to the attack just now, it should be even more dazzling. Maybe there is no need for a punch at all, just a wave of the hand, or a light tap of a finger, and the three big monsters will be reduced to powder. What kind of scene and strength is this? It really feels like the gods are fighting mortals. Just when Chu Yan was reflecting and summarizing, the entire stone palace hall was dead silent, and there was no sound of breathing. Everyone's eyes were either fixed on Chu Yan, or on the pile of flesh and blood on the 3 grounds. This is fake. It's impossible at all. He is an aboriginal. How could an aboriginal? Ye's soul completely stopped functioning, and only one consciousness remained in her mind that echoed in her sea of consciousness continuously, like an invisible maze. She couldn't get out at all, she was trapped in it. An aborigine whom he looked down upon completely killed the mighty Xie La Jiao himself with just one move. As for the elder brother Bai Hua whom he admired the most, and Qi Jing who could fight Bai Hua, when he faced the 3 big monsters just now, he had already lost the ability to resist and was just waiting to die. How many Taoist texts are there on him? This person has comprehended at least 20 Taoist essays. Unlike Yi, Bai Hua and Qi Jing's expressions of astonishment and the way they looked at Chu Yan completely changed. Although they were extremely shocked, they had already guessed that Chu Yan had a number of Daowen that they could not match, and in this relic, Daowen was strength. This kind of transformation is not easy. Before entering the ruins, everyone compares the realm and cultivation base, but after arriving here, the original realm and cultivation base are meaningless. Only Daowen is the real combat power. This requires adaptation, and in the process of adaptation, there will be a process of shock like Bai Hua and Qi Jing. True genius. Lord Tailingtsong looked at Chu Yan, but it was shining. Compared with geniuses like Bai Hua and Qi Jing, he had experienced more life and death, and of course he paid more attention to life and death, so he didn't care about Chu Yan. Why did Yan suddenly become a genius? He just needs to know that this person can help him with his life. Haha, Su Xiaoyu is really hiding something. He is so powerful. He killed 3 big monsters with one move. For such a compliment, Chu Yan just smiled lightly and said, "Senior, I didn't hide it on purpose, but I didn't expect that there are a few Daowen, just enough to deal with these 3 big monsters." As soon as this remark came out, the eyes of everyone in the audience lit up, and their faces showed the original expressions. It's like before in the entrance hall, groups of corpse chi and virtual souls appeared, and everyone's Taoism can cause damage to them. This is a battle of numbers. Now here, the enemy only has 3 big monsters. Naturally, it is not a battle of quantity, but a battle of quality, so it is impossible that all the Tao texts will work. The test is whether the big monsters who came here have comprehended those few Daowen who can deal with these 3 great monsters. The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. #C4145 Clumsy. Chu Yan's status and value to Tailingtsong have undergone earth-shaking changes. On the one hand, it is because he is a real genius, a genius that surpasses Bai Hua and Qi Jing. Bombing and killing the 3 big monsters may be a blessing from Daowen, but the premise of blessing also requires one's own strength. Therefore, one is from the virtual aspect, and the other is from the practical aspect. In this case, Chu Yan has already confirmed his status as a strong man with Tailingtsong. Little friend is too modest. From my point of view, you have controlled at least 20 Daowen. This is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. This is a truth. At least among all the cultivators who entered the ruins, Chu Yan probably has the most knowledge at present, and no one knows whether the ruins have been opened before. But one thing is certain, that is, if the ruins continue to be open to allow practitioners to enter, it means that no one has ever obtained its inheritance. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving me. I will never forget my great kindness. Qi reacted in surprise, looked at Chu Yan, with a few different colors in his eyes, and bowed his hands in salute. Hearing this, Bai Hua, who was standing by the side, also reacted, and hurriedly said with a smile, "Su Daoyu is really a genius, his eyesight is clumsy, and he can still see cold." He had a very similar attitude to Yi before, and even scolded Chu Yan. At this time, his attitude has changed 180 degrees, and the smile on his face is as if he and Chu Yan are brothers. There are many strong men in the heavens, countless rules, and infinite avenues, but no matter what, he is still in the world of martial arts, so many human accidents are the same. Lord Tailing looked at Yi, who was beside him with an angry face, and immediately sighed and shook his head, saying, Yi, why don't you thank Brother Su? If it wasn't for him, we would all have fallen here just now. There is really no way. He looked at the anger on Yi's face. Of course he knew that there was something rising in her heart, young people's impetuosity and arrogance. Even if he was wrong, he would be more angry than the other party. But Lord Tailing, as her grandfather, always hoped that one day she would understand and become a real adult. Otherwise, in such a world of martial arts, if one day she fell, who else would come? Take care of her. Yi clenched her fists tightly, trembling slightly, gritting her teeth, fighting in her heart. Senior. You are too kind, it's all as it should be. Of course Chu Yan also saw Yi's expression, but he is not Lord Tailing, and he has nothing to do with Yi. What she does has nothing to do with him, so Chu Yan just said politely to Lord Tailing, and then turned around. Looking at the others, he opened his mouth and said, Fellow Taoists, you don't have to be so polite. Since you are traveling in a team, it means that your teammates should help each other. Seeing Chu Yan like this, Lord Tailing looked at Yi and shook his head. His precious granddaughter missed another opportunity. How many opportunities in her life can she face herself? It's a pity that Chu Yan is not anyone related to her, so naturally he won't take care of her, give her a chance to face herself and admit her mistakes. This world is fair. Martial third generations like Yi are born better than others, but they will be deficient in other aspects. If they can't change, they will be like other cultivators and eventually become ordinary people in this martial arts world. Maybe those born ordinary warriors will fall due to problems in resources, strength, means, and other strengths, while the third generation of martial arts like Yi will fall because of arrogance, short-sightedness, ego, and other reasons. In the end, the world of martial arts still fair. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he walked directly to the long knife of the 7th rank of the God rank, and with a wave of his hand, more than 20 Daowen flashed at the same time, and hit the long knife in front of him, breaking all the layers of seals on it. Call out. Almost at the moment when the seal was broken, the powerful sword intent released by the long knife burst out instantly, like a shocking light, completely illuminating the entire stone palace hall. A feeling of icy cold rose in everyone's heart at the same time, and there was a feeling that they would be killed on the spot by this long knife at any time. Just a long knife made them completely lose the will to resist. This kind of spirit weapon of the 7th rank of the God rank is really terrifying. Sure enough. Although Chu Yan doesn't use knives and doesn't spend much time in the heavens, he doesn't care too much about these treasures, but he is naturally happy to have such a treasure in his hand. Not far away, Bai Hua and Qi Ni were shocked to see Chu Yan holding the spiritual knife, and their eyes flickered. However, they were already afraid of Chu Yan, they didn't dare to move, and they didn't dare to say anything. Killing 3 blue demons with one move, not to mention his talent of more than 20 Daowen, this strength alone is not easy. They speculate that Chu Yan is likely to have reached the realm of Fangdi at present. In this relic, if he pushes Daowen with all his strength, he may be an invincible existence. Chu Yan looked at the spring water and felt the existence of a powerful spiritual source in it. And that cheat book should be the skills left by the strong here, or something like that. While Chu Yan was observing these treasures, suddenly the divine word Taoist in the sea of consciousness shook violently, releasing a dazzling light, illuminating the entire stone palace. In an instant, the altar, which had been silent for a long time, flashed again under the light of the knife, and a large black light rose into the sky. Spirit patterns that did not exist on the altar appeared one after another out of thin air, flashing with strange light. There is a problem with this altar. Chu Yan and everyone looked at the altar, and at the same time, their hearts tightened. The previous outbursts of the three big monsters were all handled by the altar. When the battle was over and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the altar moved again. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a shining red light pierced out of the large black light released by the altar like a sharp sword, directly rushing into Chu Yan's brow. "What's the situation?" Chu Yan was really taken aback. The key is that the red light was too fast to react at all. The next moment, Chu Yan watched the divine character Daowen in the sea of consciousness, rushed towards the red light, and swallowed it in one gulp. "Su. Fellow Daoist Su. Are you okay?" Seeing this scene, the others were also extremely nervous, and they all asked. And Tailing Songzhu rushed directly between Chu Yan and the altar, holding a spiritual soldier on guard, with a nervous expression on his face. However, a red light burst out from the altar again, directly smashing the spirit weapon in Lord Tailingsong's hands, making Tailingsong's face black. Not good. The speed was too fast, and the power was extremely strong. It smashed his spiritual weapon in just one blow. As Songzhu, the spiritual weapon in Tailing Songzhu's hands was not a common thing. I didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand the red light. This time, big beads of sweat rolled down Tailing Songzhu's forehead, which made him even more terrified than facing the three big monsters before, and his mind raced, thinking about the countermeasures. #C4146 as usual. At this time, Bai Hua and Qinijing, who were not far away, moved at the same time, like two bolts of lightning darting towards Chu Yan. "You." Master Tailingsong was very surprised by the sudden action of the two of them, and asked in a startled voice. "Fellow Daoist Tailing, fellow Daoist Su was attacked by the altar, and he will definitely not survive. Join hands with me to block Qinijing, get the God rank 7th rank long sword, and let's leave here together." Bai Hua thought that he had a good relationship with Tailingsong Lord, so he quickly said that Tailingsong Lord is in the most ideal position now, no matter whether he is Qinijing's opponent or not, as long as he can block the breath for a while, he can grab the long knife. So Bai Hua spoke without any hesitation, attacking Qinijing with his left hand and Chu Yan with his right hand. No matter what choice Tailingsong made, it would not change his decision. "You're dreaming." Qinijing wasn't surprised by Bai Hua's plan, he just replied two very normal words. The battle broke out in an instant. After Bai Hua and Qinijing entered the ruins, a second battle broke out, with the same goal and quite the same purpose. Tailing Songzhu's usual calm expression became extremely angry at this moment. He glared at the two people in the battle, and shouted in a deep voice. "You two are going too far. Fellow Daoist, Su saved both of your lives just now. Now it's fine if you don't help him, but you still want to kill him." When he said this, Lord Tailingsong was still Lord Tailingsong, no different from before, but he had discovered a fact. In fact, morality has been reduced to a pile of rubbish in the eyes of these two geniuses who attach great importance to reputation, and in the heavens, fame is as important to geniuses as it is to the heavens list. No cultivator would express good opinion of Bai Hua and Qinijing's current behavior. Therefore, if this matter is exposed in the heavens, it will cause a great negative blow to Bai Hua and Qinijing. From then on, there will be no cultivators willing to work with them. After such a speculation, Tailing Songzhu knew that when the two of them first started fighting, they had already decided not to leave anyone alive. Except for each other, everyone present could not walk out of this ruin alive. The world of martial arts is like this, sometimes it is exactly the same as the world of ordinary people. In the face of interests, everything is shit. It is precisely because Tailing Songzhu understands this. So he didn't need to compliment Bai Hua and Qinijing any more at this time, he had already completed the transformation from collaborator to life and death enemy. Moreover, he still has a whole card. As long as Chu Yan can recover, he imagines that with Chu Yan's strength, they can definitely keep him alive. Now the two are fighting, the winner depends on their respective hole cards, who will be stronger, and then the battle with me, this period of time is my bet. Either Chu Yan recovered during this time, or after this period of time, he may have fallen at that time, but there is no doubt that Year can survive. Haha, Lord Dingdanfang, we are working together. Think about it. With the relationship between Year and me, we can continue to cooperate. Don't think too much, join hands with me to deal with Qinijing, we both have benefit. Bai Hua is obviously more shrewd than Qinijing, with calculation and layout abilities that make Dingdanfang frowned. As long as I take all the treasures here, I will pass on the Tianyin Palace's suppressing skills to anyone who helps me. It will be a happy thing for everyone to learn from the same sect. No matter what choice Dingdanfang makes, Bai Hua, who is good at planning, will not bet on him alone, so when he uttered these words, the eyes of the other cultivators lit up, and their breathing became heavier. Whether it is the status of Tianyin Palace or the treasure of the palace, for these small cultivators like them, there is a fatal temptation. At this time, Year stood there with a look of joy on his face, and kept signaling Dingdanfang with his eyes to let him act quickly. Ha ha ha, it seems that today is the day when my Tiling will fall, Bai Hua, and you, come and try if you have the guts to see if my Tiling will give in. This level of calculation is still too childish for Lord Dingdanfang. It is impossible for him to believe Bai Hua's nonsense, but it's hard to say whether other people will. The next moment, Dingdanfang burst out his whole body, and directly blasted a powerful force, rushing towards the two geniuses who were fighting. Bai Hua wanted to use other idiots to deal with him in order to gain time for him to defeat Qinijing, but Lord Dingdanfang saw through this, so he directly joined the battle between the two geniuses. With his intervention, the battle between the two geniuses will become more complicated, and they will be hesitant to even play their trump cards. Only in this way can he buy more time. Sure enough, when Lord Dingdanfang rushed into the battle, Bai Hua's entire face turned dark, and he turned his head to look at where Chu Yan was standing, frowning even tighter. Not daring to hesitate any longer, he spoke directly to Qinijing. Let's join hands and kill the old man first, and we will share the 7-level longsword equally. Hearing this, Qinijing nodded without any surprise, with a smile on his face. After all, he and Bai Hua were the only ones present who could really join forces, because their farts and buttocks were as black, and the other people present, regardless of whether they were qualified or not, couldn't really give any benefits. Good. A shady agreement was reached, and the two jumped out of the battle circle at the same time, looking at Dingdanfang. Tiling, after all, we have cooperated before, so I won't kill you today. Bai Hua shouted coldly, raised his hand and punched out. Almost at the same time, Qinijing also attacked with one move. The two attacks pinched Dingdanfang. Lord Dingdanfang certainly knew that the two of them were not so friendly. It was just that Bai Hua was full of yin, and he was just used to using words to bring hope to the opponent and shake the enemy's will to fight to the death. If those cultivators who have no combat experience hear this, I am afraid they will believe it to some extent. If they don't have the will to fight to the death, they will already lose when they do it. But Dingdanfang has seen too much in the heavens, such a small measure has no effect on him. He knows very well that if he fights two geniuses at the same time with his strength, he will have no chance other than a desperate fight. You will not succeed. When fellow Daoist Su wakes up, that is when the two of you fell. He has 20 Daowen. It only takes one move to kill you in this ruin. Lord Dingdanfang was also intimidating the two of them. After all, the scene where Chu Yan killed 3 big monsters with one move would definitely leave a deep impression on the two people's sea of consciousness. Humph. He will never wake up. They have seen the power of the altar, so when the altar attacked Chu Yan, they imagined that even if they couldn't kill Chu Yan, they could still seriously injure him. A few moves are enough to kill Dingdanfang together, and everything is over in such a short time. Hashtag C4147 want to escape. But at this moment, an extremely weak voice suddenly sounded. Really? At the same time that this voice emerged in the ears of the two, an incomparably terrifying aura shot up into the sky, as if an unrivaled god king was suppressing the heavens. You are not dead. Regardless of whether it was Bai Hua or Qi Jing, at this moment, they felt their souls fly away, and their eyeballs were about to fly out. This aborigine who killed 3 big demons was fine after being attacked by the altar. You must know that this altar and the 3 big monsters are obviously in the same group. The 3 big monsters were killed by Chu Yan, won't the altar take revenge? No matter how surprised and astonished Bai Hua and Qi Jing were, when they saw Chu Yan open his eyes, there was only one word left in the sea of consciousness. Escape. Without any hesitation, the two of them broke out their whole cards at the same time, and with a loud roar, they turned into 2 beams of light and rushed towards the depths of the stone palace ahead. Fleeing on the road that cannot come and go, there is no danger or restriction there, and Chu Yan can easily catch up with them and kill them on a flat road, only to escape to the depths of the stone palace, a place that has not been visited, which may trigger some dangers, leading out terrifying existences like Corpse Chi Void Soul or the 3 great monsters, blocking Chu Yan. They have a chance to survive. Can you escape? Chu Yan smiled, and the method of asking questions in his body was fully functioning, connected with the power of the deity, and turned into a terrifying big hand, grabbing towards the two of them. The giant hand that contains the power of the source, in such a small relic, is equivalent to the power of the entire world. Under such a threat, Bai Hua and Qi Jing only felt that the whole world was enveloping them. Broken. A jade talisman of the 4th rank of the god rank rushed forward on both of them. Although the styles were different, they both exploded with terrifying power, which was obviously their life-saving trump card. Inverse. Chu Yan shouted softly, and at the same time he pointed out, Bai Hua and Qi Ni's shocked forward figures unexpectedly retreated hundreds of feet at the same time. What? Qi Jing and Bai Hua's eyes simultaneously had an incomparably great fear. Even when they were beaten to death, they would never have imagined that this person actually controlled the power of time and space, which could reverse the flow of time and space. Ripped. Believe it or not, the fact has already happened. The two threw out a lot of jade talismans, no matter what grade, almost all the treasures and whole cards in their bodies were thrown out. Break out of the opponent's control range. Snort. Chu Yan didn't stop, and the blade of will appeared in his hand. When he raised his hand, 2 sword chi slashed out, like a light that destroyed the world. Under this sword, 2 terrifying sword wounds burst on the two of them, instantly cutting all their wills to pieces. Ah, fellow Taoist Su, I was wrong, I shouldn't. Bai Hua and Qi Ni were startled, their wills collapsed, they knelt down and begged for mercy, their eyes were full of fear and despair. Don't kill me, I belong to Tianyin Palace, if you kill me, Tianyin Palace will. Before the two of them could finish speaking, Jian Guang descended again. When the 2 sword lights fell, there was no ripple in the body protection power of the two of them, and they were chopped into pieces like 2 pieces of tofu. With one strike, 2 peerless geniuses fell. The ground is full of minced meat, even if they have the ability to recast, there is no vitality at all. There was a silence in the whole hall again, and everyone looked at this place in a daze, completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the 2 geniuses tried all their cards and only supported 2 moves. How terrifying is this Suyu's combat power? Okay. The 2 bastards are dead. Master Tai Ling Song heaved a sigh of relief, glared at the 2 piles of minced meat, turned his head to look at Chu Yan at the same time, and asked with concern. Fellow Taoist Su, are you okay? Chu Yan nodded and said, this altar doesn't mean to hurt me. This sentence immediately surprised Lord Tai Ling Song and the cultivators present. The red light emitted from the altar just now was completely attracted by the divine characters and Taoism in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, without leaving any traces. This made the divine characters and Taoism even more terrifying, as if it had been raised by a level. It's just that this upgrade took a few breaths of time. And this scene fell on by Hua and Qin Yi, including the eyes of other people present, as if Chu Yan had been killed by the red light on the spot. Thank you, Senior, for coming forward and helping me. The cheats here and this glimpse of Xuanhuan are my thanks, and I accept them. Chu Yan waved his hand, and the two jealous treasures flew towards Tailing-song Lord. This is not acceptable. Tailing-songzhu was taken aback, and quickly shook his head to refuse. In his opinion, there are 3 treasures here. Although the long knife is the best, the other 2 are not much different. It is unreasonable to take 2 of the 3 treasures. Just treat us as friends. Chu Yan smiled lightly. The term friend is not common in the heavens. However, on the road of long-term practice, you will always meet some people who have the same eyes, so you will occasionally have friends. The premise is that you have the ability to make friends. And the Tailing-songzhu in front of him is very suitable for Chu Yan's appetite, and he doesn't have much time, so it doesn't hurt to make friends. It's all right. Thank you, Su, brother. Tailing-song Lord knew that Chu Yan had spoken, and if he still refused, then he really couldn't even be a friend. After hesitating for a while, Tailing-songzhu put away the 2 treasures, his face flushed with surprise. This time it can be said that his trip to the ruins this time was completely worth it, and it even exceeded his expectations. This altar is a bit strange. Chu Yan looked at the altar in front of him, his eyes flickering. This altar is extremely old, and its origin is unknown, without any form of writing or records. If you want to open it directly, you must be very careful. Try it. Chu Yan urged all the divine characters and Taoist texts, coiled them all around his body, and while protecting them firmly, he raised his hand and grabbed towards the altar. Master Tailing-song withdrew from Baizhong according to Chu Yan's request, and looked here curiously while being on guard. With a bang, except for a burst of air, the altar cover was opened, but nothing was seen, as if it was empty inside. Huh. Empty. Chu Yan was a little surprised, his eyes swept across the entire altar, and he found something immediately. I saw an ancient book in the empty corner, and there was nothing else, it was blank. The golden body of the god is not here. Tailing-songzhu and the others also looked surprised, but suddenly they felt the void in the entire hall sink suddenly, as if they were pressed hard by an invisible big hand. Chu Yan looked up at the void, frowned slightly, then took out the ancient book, and penetrated into it with divine sense. #C4148 Fate Person. Following Chu Yan's consciousness, there was an immediate reaction in the ancient book, and a very light and soft energy gushed out from it, following Chu Yan's consciousness into his sea of consciousness, and then the voice rang out. Those who are predestined to get the quotation, please listen to me in detail. I was originally Hui of the great sage Tianzong, but unfortunately my talent is not good. I was already in the supreme realm when my blood was awakened, and I passed the important ultimate road. Fortune tricks people, and God's will is unpredictable. In order to open up a new path, I traveled all over the sky, looking for various secret skills of gods, and merging them with the great sage's celestial skills, in order to revive the brilliance of the great sage's celestial skills. It's a pity that my intentions have been spied on, and people keep coming to plot against me. In the end, they let me fall into the sky and cut off all thoughts. Before I fell, I left this relic. I hope that my great sage's heavenly skills will not be covered with dust. For this reason, I leave this book. Please take this book and go to the great sacred hall. If all goes well, fellow Taoist can inherit the great sage's heavenly skill. I only have one last wish. I hope that when I meet Feng Jiuxiao in the future, I can take care of her. Immediately, the sound stopped, and only the ancient book remained in Chu Yan's hand, and fell into silence. This book is different from all the books I have seen before, or the book is just its appearance, without any words inside. It is an independent small world. And the great temple that the voice owner mentioned exists in this small world. Unexpectedly, this senior turned out to be the successor of the great sage Qianzong. Chu Yan was amazed in his heart, and was a little overjoyed. I thought it was just an ordinary relic of gods, but I didn't expect it to be the relics of the inheritance of the great sage Qianzong, and the legendary 9 gods belong to this great sage Qianzong. If he can get this great sacred heavenly skill, maybe he can hit the realm of perfection, and even the ultimate road mentioned by the owner of the voice. Thank you, senior. Although he knew that the other party could no longer hear him, Chu Yan still bowed down in courtesy. Senior Tai Ling, have you heard of the great temple? Chu Yan looked at Lord Tai Lingsong, and asked tentatively. This question immediately made Lord Tai Lingsong's eyes brighten. The Great Temple. That is the inheritance hall of the Great Sacred Heavenly Sect. It is said that it only exists in the Great Sacred Void Heaven realm. It is a completely independent small space world. No one knows that he is there at all, only the successive suzerains of the Great Sacred Sect know, but the suzerain of the Great Sage Qianzong has long since ceased to exist. Maybe this great temple will never appear again. What a pity. Lord Tai Ling shook his head, his face full of regret. In the Palace of Inheritance, there should be the inheritance of the great sage Qianzong? Chu Yan asked. It should be. But I heard that the inheritance of the great sage Qianzong is the final assessment of the previous suzerains, and it is extremely difficult to pass. The previous suzerains of the great sage Qianzong were all selected by auditions. That is to say, any elite disciple can participate in the assessment of the Great Saint Hall, and as long as they pass, they can succeed as suzerain. So the assessment is not easy. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded slightly, and didn't take it seriously. For him, he hoped that the assessment would be more difficult, which would further illustrate the extraordinary nature of the great sage. Are there many independent small worlds of the great sage Qianzong? Chu Yan thought that the great sage Qianzong was so powerful back then, and there were so many strong people in the sect. Could it be that no one knew the existence of this small world, or that there was a lot of space in the small world? Brother Su, remember that when you came here, you were only halfway up the peak of the Great Sacred Valley. In fact, the entire Great Sacred Realm is composed of countless small worlds, so it's not a matter of how many. It's all of them, so whoever wants to take the space where the Great Saint Hall is located from the Great Saint Realm, it's as difficult as climbing to the sky. The disciples of the Great Sage Qianzong, no matter from the outer sect to the inner sect, or from the inner sect to the core disciples, all need to rely on their own strength to kill each small space one by one. The more small worlds they pass through, the more identities and resources, but I have heard that even the successive suzerains of the Great Saint Sect, none of them can break through all the small world spaces. So up to now, how many small world spaces the Great Saint Qianzong has is simply unknown. Chu Yan nodded involuntarily. The Tiling Songzhu is old, and he knows the news of the heavens in more detail. Moreover, the Great Saint Qianzong is stronger than Chu Yan imagined. Space to establish a sect, no loss is out of the sect of the 9 gods. Moreover, this kind of sect's assessment and promotion method is fair and just, with clear goals, and it is easy for the disciples in the sect to continue to strengthen themselves. If they work hard one by one, it is easy to produce some strong ones. Senior, do you know how to enter these small worlds? Is it enough to just break the boundary wall of the Great Saint Realm? Chu Yan asked. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Lord Tai Lingsong was startled, and quickly shook his head and said, "Don't do it. When the great sage Qianzong first established the sect, it has gone through ages. According to records, no one has ever broken through its mountain gate. According to my estimation, if the boundary wall can be broken and entered, then the great sage Tianzong will have there are many records of clan battles, but in fact there is none. And those who want to break through the mountain gate, I am afraid that they are all floating in the chaotic time and space now. The great sage Tianzong was good back then. Some news came out that the passages of any small world are connected by battle bridges. As long as you cross the battle bridge, you can reach the next small space world. This is not a secret. It's public information. Brother Su. When talking about this place, Tailing Songzhu looked at Chu Yan, his eyes sparkled, with a hint of worry. Did you get any news about the Great Temple? Do you want to go there? When Chu Yan and Lord Tailing Song were talking, everyone who was still alive here, including Yi Er, stood obediently by the side, not daring to make any noise. Chu Yan's strength had completely shocked them before. If the previous three great monsters relied on Dawen, then killing the two geniuses definitely had his own strength in it. Moreover, there are countless geniuses in the heavens, and they have never seen it from the beginning to the end when they think about it. Chu Yan really made a move, so naturally, they don't know how strong he is. Now that Chu Yan has shown his strength, that is a taboo they dare not touch at all. Maybe Chu Yan's identity is far less complicated than they imagined, and it will not be as simple as a native. Thinking of complicated things in a simple way is not necessarily great wisdom. Good. Chu Yan looked at Lord Tailing Song for a long time, without concealing it, he nodded and admitted directly. Brother Su said, although I don't know where the Great Saint Hall is, and I haven't seen it, but I know that the Great Saint Tianzong invited the world's elites to enter it, but those with weaker talents and strength basically died in it. #C4149 map. Regarding Chu Yan's thoughts, Tailing Songzhu was unexpectedly anxious at first, but soon realized that a genius like Chu Yan should not go on the same road with them at all, so maybe a place like the Great Saint Hall is the only way to go. Suitable for a genius like Chu Yan. Actually, the place where we came in is itself divided into two entrances, and there is another entrance in the middle of the Great Sacred Valley. That entrance is more dangerous, so a group of geniuses like Undead Boy all entered from there. Maybe there may lead to the interior of the Great Sage Tianzong. I heard that Yin Jiuetian may be with Undead Young Master. When Lord Tailing Song said this, he looked at Chu Yan with a worried expression. Thank you, Senior, I understand, I will be more careful. Chu Yan nodded and bowed his hands. No wonder this time when entering the Great Sacred Valley, only Bai Hua and Qin Yijing's level of genius did not match the reputation of the Great Sacred Valley. It turned out that there were two entrances. That is to say, this matter is basically known, so all the cultivators who entered the Great Sacred Valley were automatically divided into two waves. The weak ones entered the entrance with themselves, and the other strong and geniuses all left. Another entrance. As a result, Chu Yan suddenly realized, and nodded, feeling very reasonable. Brother Su, I have a jade talisman here, which contains some incomplete maps of the Great Sage Tianzong, and some small world entrance locations. It may be useful to you, but it is useless to me anyway. Master Tailing Song found out that Chu Yan had decided to go, so he took out a jade talisman and handed it to Chu Yan. Chu Yan took the jade talisman to express his gratitude, and after inquiring about other things with Master Tailing Song, he said goodbye and left. While flying all the way, Chu Yan told Huntian Bangling and the others the latest situation. This is a little troublesome, I won't go, I just found the light of fate, and it turned out to be a senior of the Tao of Heaven's secret, I'm still learning. Feng Bugao was a little proud. Logically speaking, among the few people, he is the only one who has found a suitable light of chance, the first one. I also found an inheritance, which is not bad. Huge Songzhu replied, also with surprise in his tone. Boy Su, you are lucky. You actually found the news about the Great Saint Hall. Now those geniuses from various sects are frantically looking for the entrance to the small world, ha ha ha. Han Tianbang said with a smile. Bastard. You are talking more and more nonsense, go, or not. Hurry up. Chu Yan said with a speechless face. Good boy, you've got a lot of guts, you dare to talk to me like that, you've arrived in the heavens, you don't like me, the hero of God's domain continent, don't you? Well, you have the guts, wait until you return to God's domain continent, and see how I clean up. Forget it, let's go, the news of the Great Temple is too rare, and I happened to get a token of the Great Temple just now. Token? From the Great Temple. Chu Yan was stunned. Hey, you think you're the only one who is lucky? This deity just doesn't make a move, and if he makes a move, he will be worse than you. Humph. Remember to be more respectful in the future. Han Tianbang finally found an opportunity to teach Chu Yan a good lesson. Okay, I'll bear it. Chu Yan gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that there would be tokens in this great hall, so he might need to cooperate with the Han Tianbang. Haha, not bad, the kid has a bright future, let's talk about it later when we meet. After the two agreed on the location to meet, Chu Yan turned into a streamer and rushed out of the original entrance. Hurry up, it's so lively here. Chu Yan flew over the Great Sacred Valley, and suddenly found that where the mountains are located, battles are erupting everywhere, all kinds of power are like tides, and there are countless treasures of heaven and earth that appear thereafter. Obviously, the place he entered from the outside of the Great Sacred Valley was not the real remains of the Great Sacred Valley, let alone reach the interior of the Great Sacred Heavenly Sect. And the people here should know the situation, so from the beginning, they didn't choose to enter from the outside, they all waited to enter from the inside of the Great Sacred Valley. That's why Chu Yan discovered that the previous Bai Hua and Qi Nijing were not strong enough. Powerful. But looking at the situation here now, the strength of Bai Hua and Qi Nijing is probably the bottom one. As time went by, he got closer and closer to the place where the two agreed. There is an ancient city in front of me, and the city has continuous rays of light rising into the sky, turning into clouds floating in the sky, connecting the entire sky and the city as one. There are many cultivators going in and out of the ancient city, and there are strong men fighting in the ancient city, blasting clusters of energy. This city is the city of ancient inheritance. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept over, and suddenly found that the situation in this city was extremely difficult. The power contained in the ancient city was extremely amazing. It seemed that as long as it erupted, this entire world would cease to exist. This is a powerful force that makes any cultivator's heart flutter. No wonder these people are here to fight desperately. However, Chu Yan just hesitated for a while, then shook his head and gave up. Good is good, but the most valuable thing for Chu Yan now is time, and he has already set a goal. Let's go to the Great Temple first. After dispelling the idea of entering the city, Chu Yan continued to fly forward. Soon, Chu Yan flew over the city and arrived at the other side of the city. He just saw the gate of the city at a glance, with a dark and wretched face poking his head. So it's here. You can meet everything here. This breath, this feeling, is so familiar, how did he keep cheating me in the first place? Chu Yan landed in front of the city gate in a flash. With smiling eyes, he looked straight at this handsome young man and the wooden sword on his back. Who? The handsome young man seemed to be taken aback, and turned to stare at Chu Yan. Huh? Don't remember me? Chu Yan wanted to laugh, especially wanting to laugh, so the smile on his face became more intense. Remember not long ago, we were brothers. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the handsome young man was stunned, as if he had no idea what Chu Yan was talking about. I don't know you, are you making a mistake? Chu Yan this time, all the smiles on his face disappeared, replaced by a kind of coldness, and said. Okay. Since you don't know each other, then don't know each other. Goodbye. After saying a word, Chu Yan raised his hand and pulled out the god-level 7th rank long knife that he had just obtained, danced twice, then turned around and walked away with it in his hand. The moment the long knife appeared, the whole eyes of the handsome young man on the opposite side were glowing, and he almost teleported in front of Chu Yan, and said with a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, who did I say? It turned out to be Big Brother Su. You went there. You don't know. I've been looking for you everywhere. I'm afraid that something will happen to you. I'm so anxious. It's all right now, finally seen. #C4150 It's a real pit." Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was full of twitches, with black lines on his forehead. Can you be more shameless? To the young master of myriad sources, these words were like scratching an itch. There was no difference between hearing and not hearing. "Ha ha ha, I know it. My brother Su is a dragon and a phoenix among people. To you, such a small situation is definitely pediatrics. Even I can leave easily. Of course, my brother has no problem. So, I just think about it, as long as you don't let Big Brother worry, don't drag Big Brother down, you don't have to worry about Big Brother's ability at all, right?" When he said this, the eyes of the young lord of myriad sources looked straight at the long knife in Chu Yan's hand, and his eyes almost ate up the long knife. "What kind of knife is this?" Seeing the expression of the young master of myriad sources, Chu Yan immediately smiled. "You want? Nonsense, do you even need to ask?" Although he was contemptuous in his heart, the face of the young lord of myriad sources still reacted quickly, with an incomparably bright smile blooming, and he nodded quickly. "Dream." Chu Yan smiled, very coldly, as if making an interesting joke, but it was a bit cold. "Even if you throw it to a beggar on the side of the road, it's impossible to give it to you. Don't you have any awareness? You cheated so many geniuses, but let me take the blame and ran away alone. I want a treasured sword with 7 mouths of God rank." When Chu Yan said this, he no longer had any emotional fluctuations, and just continued the cold joke just now. In addition, the only thing he is curious about is what kind of disposition is the young lord of myriad sources in front of him. Maybe he can find out a thing or two with a precious sword. Could it be said that the master who rules the land of 10,000 origins is really this scumbag in front of him? "Brother, you are wrong to say that. It's all a misunderstanding. I explained it just now, but obviously you don't believe it. But it's okay. In order to show my innocence, I have prepared a big fortune, professionally prepared for you." Not as Chu Yan expected, the young lord of myriad sources did not quibble, did not pretend to be pitiful, and did not continue to pretend to be full of snot and tears. Instead, he changed his face and started a look of negotiation and transaction. "As long as you give me that knife, I will give you this great fortune." When the young master of Xuanhuan said this, he seemed very confident, because from the very beginning, when Chu Yan came to him, he knew what Chu Yan needed. "What good fortune?" Chu Yan's gaze towards the young master of myriad sources changed slightly, becoming a little serious. It's still a bit of a joke to see the cheater like this. If he really keeps pretending, then Chu Yan may really doubt whether he is the master of the young Xuanhuan. In the world of warriors, the strong are respected, and the superiors in the world of warriors always consider and execute transactions. Regardless of whether it is the owner of the land of 10,000 origins or the suzerain of any force, in their sea of knowledge, the eternal first rule always benefits and trades. Cultivators can become stronger through interests and transactions, and power can also last forever through interests and transactions, and will always be strong. Are you looking for the great temple? Seeing Chu Yan here, the young lord of myriad sources certainly knows the purpose of Chu Yan, and most of the other geniuses who are full of hope and destined to be disappointed at the same time, when entering the great sacred valley, what they want most is naturally everything about the fallen great Saint Tianzong. Legends say that in the Great Sacred Hall there is the Great Sage Heavenly Art, the supreme inheritance of the Great Sage Qianzong, the inheritance of the 9 gods, and even the greatest secret of the Great Sage Qianzong. Hearing these words, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Hearing this from other places, maybe Chu Yan would not believe it at all, but it is almost certain when it is said from the mouth of the young lord of myriad sources. And then, Chu Yan looked indifferent. From the beginning of contact, after experiencing some things, to the young lord of myriad sources in front of him now, Chu Yan already knows that he must always beware of this scam. I got a jade talisman a long time ago, and the information in it told me that there is a place in this ancient city with a map of the Great Sage Qianzong. Of course, the map may not be of a high level. However, as long as we get this map, we can follow the clues and find clues to the high-level map. At that time, the location and entrance of the Great Temple will be at our fingertips. Having said that, the young lord of Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were shining, full of temptation. With your talent, after entering the Great Sacred Palace, you can get all the supreme heavenly skills and the inheritance of the Great Sage in it. It is easy to break through the Yuan-Tian realm, and you may even directly hit the ultimate. Tell me, is it a great fortune? Chu Yan was trembling all over, his face was purple, and the muscles and expressions on his face looked very strange. Because Chu Yan couldn't take it anymore, suppressing the smile in his heart, he just watched the performance of the young lord of Xuanhuan. Ha ha ha. Finally, looking at the eyes of the young lord of myriad sources, Chu Yan couldn't bear it anymore, and finally burst out laughing. Huh? What are you laughing at? The young master of Xuanhuan, who was still looking like a stick, was stunned at that time, looked at Chu Yan with a face full of astonishment, and asked. I didn't lie to you, it's all true. It can't be true anymore. The young lord of myriad sources has no idea what Chu Yan is doing in front of him. Is he still suspecting that he is cheating him? No. I don't doubt that you are lying, but some things are very unfortunate. For example, I just came out of a ruin of the great sacred sect. The deity in the ruin seems to be an important figure of the great sacred heavenly sect. It may be a descendant or something, and it happens that he has the detailed location of the great temple in his hand. As soon as this sentence came out, the entire mouth of the young lord of myriad origins instantly opened so huge that it seemed to be able to swallow a cow. You have a map with detailed locations. Shit. It's not fair. The young lord of myriad sources collapsed on the spot, his whole face was instantly filled with bitterness, and he shook his head desperately. I spent a lot of effort, and finally got a low-level residual map. You have already got an accurate and detailed location map. Why? This is not fair. Chu Yan looked at the young lord of myriad sources with a face full of despair, and suddenly laughed heartlessly, and vomited most of the sulking in his heart. You want this precious sword now? Then get some other valuable things. Of course, you should understand that the value I said corresponds to Yuan-Tian realm. As soon as this sentence fell to the ground, the young lord of Xuanhuan wiped his face, and all the negative emotions and expressions on his face disappeared, replaced by the most brilliant and sincere smile, nodded and said. #C4151 Great Temple. That's it. That's it. Don't you believe me, brother? We don't have any friendship, right? It's my bounden duty to let my brother become a Yuan-Tian realm. Talking about treasures hurts my feelings so much. I still don't understand Big Brother. How could Big Brother make me work for nothing, right? Seeing the appearance of the young lord of myriad sources, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth twitched twice. If he guessed correctly, this swindler might start to swindle again. Brother, think about it. In this great holy world, what good fortune can compare to the great holy hall? Now that you have a map, how can you waste it? Let's go together, and I will take you to find the supreme inheritance, directly assault on the Yuan Tian realm, and then take away all the treasures of the great sacred Tianzong. Think about it, how much that is, ha ha ha. It was obvious that it was wonderful for Chu Yan to hear, but the young master of Huanyuan couldn't help himself, and began to laugh wildly. It really is a pit. Chu Yan was speechless. You want to change this precious sword just like that? In this matter, it seems that you are almost the same without you. No, it seems that I have suffered a lot. I want to share my map with you, and I will share the big one with you. For the benefits of the temple, I will give you a 7th-rank God-level sword at the end. This account, how do you calculate it? Chu Yan sneered, looking at the expression on the boy Huanyuan. He froze instantly. This can't be counted like this, actually. The young lord of myriad sources is a little anxious. Now it is not a question of whether the sword is a treasure or not. The question is whether Chu Yan will take him to the Great Saint Hall. Originally, the Great Sacred Valley has been opened so many times, and no one has ever entered the Great Sacred Hall, so the Great Sacred Valley only appears every few hundred years. That is to say, that is the reason why there is no map. Every time the Great Sacred Valley is opened, and practitioners enter it, they will not get the benefits of the Great Sacred Temple at all. If the inheritance of the Great Sacred Heavenly Sect has not found a successor, it will naturally open again. But now, the person in front of him actually found a relic of a descendant of the Great Saint Sect and got a detailed location map. In this way, it is very likely that everything in the Great Sacred Temple will be taken down by this one. From then on, it is not certain whether the Great Sacred Valley will still exist. If this is a missed point, the great sage Tianzong has nothing to do with his young lord of myriad sources. Thinking of this, the young master of myriad sources was going crazy in an instant, but before he could speak again, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. This light was extremely fast, without any hostility, but extremely familiar. It appeared in front of Chu Yan in the blink of an eye, turning into a smiling face. Boy, are you really getting more and more arrogant? How dare you leave me by the side and come here to chat? Huntian Bangling looked at Chu Yan, glanced at the young master of Huanyuan, and suddenly shrank his pupils. Huntian Bangling was dressed in a gold robe with silver trim, and his aura was obviously different from when he parted before, and he looked at the young lord of Huanyuan with a distinctly strange look. He discovered an extremely powerful force in the young lord of myriad sources, but this force was in a dormant state. But Huntian Bangling used a lot of consciousness and aura to cover it, but still couldn't see through that power, which surprised Huntian Bangling. This kind of gaze made the young master of myriad sources very uncomfortable, and even a little nervous, but it was clear that the newcomer in front of him had a lower level of cultivation than him. What is the origin of this person? Knowing that he knew Chu Yan, the nervous young lord of Huanyuan hurriedly asked, through voice transmission. Hearing this question, Chu Yan suddenly became interested, looked at the young lord of myriad sources and smiled. What did you find? The young master of Huanyuan shook his head and said, It's hard to say, it's good to say, it's good not to say. This sentence immediately surprised Chu Yan, but then asked, If you don't find anything, you don't have it. Don't pretend. Why do you like pretending so much? As soon as this remark came out, the young lord of myriad sources blushed, and looked at Chu Yan with flickering eyes and said, Let's put it this way, if my guess is right, this person will shock the entire heavens in the near future. Suddenly, Chu Yan was shocked. Let the whole heavens shake. Although Chu Yan knows that the Huntian Bangling is extraordinary, the realm of the heavens is much larger than the continent of God's domain. Even if the Hunting Bangling is strong, it has such potential. After all, Chu Yan is not easy to judge. How many of the countless worlds and domains in the heavens have produced spirit bodies like the Huntian Bangling? If it's not too little or too much, then the Huntian Bangling should be about the same as their spirit bodies. Did you find something? Chu Yan asked solemnly. Chu Yan would not pay attention to what other people said, but the young master of Xuanhuan was different. He saw his origin when he met him for the first time. Don't worry about it, it's not something you can't handle, and you don't need to understand it, and with my current strength, I can only look at the general idea, and I can't tell the specifics. This time the young master of Xuanhuan seemed to be more serious, and his words clearly had the aura of a superior. I think, if I get to the great temple, maybe I can prove what I said. The sliver of goodwill that was established just now disappeared in an instant. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth twitched twice, and he cast a contemptuous glance at the young master of Xuanhuan. After all, I still want to take advantage of myself and follow to the great temple. Next, Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to him, and had a good exchange with Huntian Bangling, and told Huntian Bangling everything about his encounter with the young master of Xuanhuan. Fellow Taoist, let's be serious. It's not impossible for Suyu and I to take you to the great temple. The key is what you use. What's good for us? Don't fool me like you fooled this kid, it's useless. And, you'd better hurry up, we don't have much time and patience. Huntian Bangling looked at the young master of Xuanhuan, and spoke simply and directly. Good. Hearing the words of Huntian Bangling, the young master of Xuanhuan nodded heavily, and then began to think deeply. Seeing him like this, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling looked at each other, both of them were speechless, and they thought about it now. That means he was really fooling Chu Yan before. First, I basically know all the treasures in the great temple, but you don't, including their origins, am I right? Secondly, there are many inheritances of the great Saint Hall, some of which are false and some are real, and even if they are false, you may not be able to find them directly. If I take you to find them, there is at least a 50% chance of finding the real one. Third, I am smarter. If I encounter danger, maybe I have a way to deal with it. After all, I am more familiar with the heavens than you. #C4152poo. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling were taken aback at the same time. It's not unreasonable. Okay. It's okay to take you with you, but you have to make an oath of Tianwei, and you can't do it like last time. Chu Yan said. Haha, no problem. The young lord of myriad sources looked overjoyed, and began to make the oath of Tianwei on the spot, but when the thunder exploded above the sky, he slightly shrank his neck. Chu Yan glanced at him, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes, but according to the Huntian Bangling, Chu Yan can basically be sure that this cheater is the future Lord of Myriad Sources. The Lord of Myriad Sources, even if he is only a teenager now, he will not be sent there, so just take it with you. Brother, that knife. It was discussed just now. The thick skin of the young master of Xuanhuan directly made Chu Yan speechless. Wait until you reach the Yuan-Tian realm. Naturally, Chu Yan wouldn't give him the treasured sword right now, even if he was useless, it would be fine if he kept it and smashed it, and he didn't settle his previous account with him, so now he has the nerve to come to him for the sword. This, you have to trust me, I will definitely do what I say. Pooh. At the end of the conversation, the young lord of myriad sources was full of resentment. Looking at Chu Yan's background, tears would come down. However, he really remembered that as long as Chu Yan breaks through the Yuan-Tian realm, he will give himself a treasured sword. It's hard for others to say, Chu Yan's abnormality is not a problem at all. It's been a long time since I saw him, and the young lord of Xuanhuan has already discovered that his aura has changed a lot. Therefore, if you really want to find the location of the Great Saint Hall, it should not be difficult to break through the Yuan-Tian realm. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling maintain spiritual communication. On the one hand, they are telling Huntian Bangling that this guy's words cannot be trusted. The soldiers must be put away first, and he cannot be given any chance. Then, Chu Yan led the way, all the way to the entrance of the inheritance place of the former great sage Tianzong. Arriving at the entrance, Chu Yan found that this place was completely different from the previous entrance outside the valley. The mysterious atmosphere here was much stronger, more than 10 times stronger than outside the valley. And there is a powerful ancient will in the void. Although it is not as popular as the preaching of the 9 gods, it is obviously more ancient and restrained. In the sea of spiritual clouds above the sky, there is an extremely huge star map, releasing countless the splendor of the stars, as if the great sacred heavenly sect is connected to the sea of stars in the universe. This way. After rushing into the entrance, the young master of myriad sources took the map and began to lead the way. The 3 of them flew in one direction according to the arrangement of the young master of Xuanhuan in front, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling in the back. The great sacred valley has long since lost its previous peace, and there are soaring flames of war everywhere. The entire valley, including the surrounding mountains, has no one place intact, and countless broken peaks and land are left behind by the raging forces of various forces. The original picturesque country is now dilapidated like a net, which makes people feel sad. What kind of relationship exists between man and heaven and earth? When people are not strong enough, they completely depend on the heaven, earth and nature to survive, but when they get the heaven, earth and nature and become strong, they start to destroy all of these. The continuous flight made Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling look at the battlefield below. All of them were tense, and at some point, a sense of crisis with a strong muscle suddenly entered their bodies at the same time. Quick, fly to the woods in front and hide. At this moment, the young lord of myriad sources suddenly fell down and shouted sharply at the same time. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling didn't dare to neglect, feeling the sense of danger rising in their hearts, followed closely behind the young master of Xuanhuan, and fell to the forest below. The woods are not big, but they are extremely dense. Looking down from the sky, you can't see the dark woods as you pass by, but your spiritual sense is okay, so the 3 of them completely hide their breath, and even their breath and heart are temporarily closed. Cut off. As a result, there was silence all around, and the 3 of them seemed to have turned into bluestone trees, staring at the situation outside the forest. Boom boom boom. The continuous sound of void shattering exploded, and after 10 breaths, there was a rumbling sound, as if a powerful beast tide rushed past in the sky. When the sound came, it became far and near, then became smaller and louder, and it took a full hour before it finally returned to calm. The 3 of them looked at each other, unable to hide their astonishment. Just now, what was that? Huntian Bangling asked. The reputation of the great sage Qianzong is far and wide, even stronger than its legendary name. Therefore, there is a powerful guardian force within the great sage Qianzong, which is the heroic spirit. The young lord of myriad sources looked at the broken void and chaos in the sky outside the forest and explained. Heroic spirit. Hearing this answer, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. He is no stranger to this word. The eternal god army in Kunlun Mountain is an army of heroic spirits. Yes. You may be surprised that the great sacred heavenly sect has fallen, and such a powerful guardian power should be destroyed along with the fall. However, there are some forces that cannot be destroyed at all, and even use a special formal and eternal. Just like these heroic spirits, they were the elders of the great sage Qianzong at the time, law enforcement, and some powerful elite disciples. After the fall, they turned into a force of will and became the most powerful force in protecting the sect. Call them heroic spirits. Isn't this a forbidden method? Huntian Bangling frowned suddenly. Whether it is in the god's domain continent or in the heaven realm, it is absolutely not allowed to manipulate the heroic spirits of cultivators after their fall. Although some people did this, no one dared to blatantly do it on such a large scale. Once people found out, the powerful sect forces would join hands to annihilate it. It is impossible for such a secret skill to exist in the world, because no matter what cultivator it is not willing for this world to become like that, otherwise after death, the soul of the descendants will be manipulated by others, and they will never be able to transcend their lives. No. It's not taboo. The young master of Xuanhuan suddenly turned his head to look at Hunty and Bangling, his eyes were piercing. They are all voluntary. This. Whether it was Chu Yan or Hunky Bangling, when they heard this, they were stunned on the spot. Voluntary. Some cultivators are willing to give up reincarnation for the sake of a sect, and when they reach the Zhangzhu realm, they are fully capable of leaving the opportunity for rebirth like the fourth Zhangzhu, and revive their body and soul after a period of time. No matter who it is. As long as they are found by them, they will die within the scope of the great sacred heavenly sect. If we didn't hide just now, it would be the same. The young lord of myriad sources continued, there can only be one kind of living person here. If they don't kill them, they are the heirs of the great sage Tianzong. You can even use the methods of the great sage Tianzong to make them completely obey the successor himself. #C4153 Heroic Spirit. When Chu Yan heard this, he shook his head and sighed. It is impossible to imagine what kind of will these seniors of the great sage Tianzong have in their hearts. Could it be that they already regard the great sage Tianzong as a higher existence than life and individuals? For a force, dedicate everything, eternal life. Bai Ning. Eternal Divine Army. At this time, Chu Yan fell into an extremely contradictory mental state. On the one hand, as himself, he couldn't understand it at all, and it was impossible to do it like them. The ancient God Army, the eternal God Army led by Bai Ning at that time seemed to be exactly the same as the heroic army of the great sage Tianzong. There seems to be a certain reason and belief in it, and there seems to be something else, which made Chu Yan a little stunned for a while. No matter what, maybe with the current self, it should be incomprehensible. When we arrive at this place, we have already entered the center of the great sacred heavenly sect. The crisis here is much smaller than the battles we have been through just now, and those cultivators are not simple. In ordinary crises, I have also seen that they can all handle it and fight freely. But here, it is different, just like the heroic spirit who protected the sect just now, it is almost destructive. The young master of Xuanhuan was still watching around, and at the same time he opened his mouth to talk to Chu Yan and Hunty and Bangling. So, you have to be careful, do as I say, don't mess around, or everyone will die together. After saying this, the young lord of myriad origins rushed out of the woods, and after observing from the sky, he continued to move forward. Chu Yan and Hunty and Bangling also rushed to the woods, followed behind the young master of Xuanhuan, and flew forward. This time, they have really seen the power and terror of the great sage Tianzong, and they will no longer despise the great sacred Tianzong, even if it has fallen for an unknown period of time. In the sky in front of the three of them, there is not only the shattered void of heaven and earth after the army of guardian spirits rushed past just now, but also the endless tide of killing power, sweeping and raging. According to the young lord of myriad sources, these army of guardian spirits destroyed everything, not only people, even the sky, earth, and void were all shattered after they rushed through, leaving only endless killing intent and destruction. These killing intent and destruction storms formed are extremely powerful. No wonder that Zhangzhu realm. Very only to get here. When flying before, there were cultivators fighting everywhere, but now, the whole world is quiet, and only the three of them are still active within the range of sight in all directions. If I hadn't listened to the young lord of myriad sources, and hit it almost an hour in advance, maybe. Chu Yan and Hunty and Bangling glanced at each other, and at the same time saw the shock in each other's hearts. When they looked at the young lord of Xuanhuan in front of them, they felt that a precious sword was worthwhile. Although a cheater is a cheater, his strength and identity are still very strong. Therefore, the more such scams are the more terrifying, and even Chu Yan was cheated by him before. This is one of the few times since Chu Yan can remember. The last time it seems to be a ghost. Chu Yan glanced left and right. At this time, beside him, one is the original spirit and master of the Divine Realm continent, and the other is the future master of the land of 10,000 origins. These two are in the same situation, no matter in terms of strength or identity, are extremely powerful, so I will be cheated by them. This is a question worth thinking about and facing squarely. It's here, it's there. Just when Chu Yan was about to think about how to guard against these two scammers, the excited voice of the young lord of Xuanhuan sounded. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling were startled, and looked up at the same time, only to see the scene in front of them, which made them both startled at the same time. It was an incomparably huge dome of sky. The entire dome of sky was shrouded in multi-sunlight, and it was completely isolated from other heaven and earth voids, making it look different, or even more sacred. On the top of the rosy sky, there is no sky, but an endless sea of stars. Countless stars are arranged in various forms, forming various special patterns, and existing. With just one glance, Chu Yan can tell that this is not an illusory existence like the starry sky formation, but a real starry sky. Between the rosy sky and the sea of stars, there is a vast group of palaces standing horizontally. The ancient atmosphere is extremely rich and ethereal, as if it is a fairyland where the gods live. The three of them stood in front of this palace, as if three ants were looking up at the mountains. From there. Huntian Bangling's eyes were full of golden lights, and with an extremely excited expression, he asked a crucial question. There. It's the receiving hall of the great sage Tianzong. As long as you get close, you will be involved in the hall. The young lord of myriad sources said that the person had already flown forward, and the target was a square hall at the outermost edge of the palace complex. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling followed closely behind without hesitation. Wangshan ran to death even if it was a palace. As the three of Chu Yan continued to approach, the palace that looked normal from a distance became bigger and farther away in the sight of the three. Buzz buzz. All of a sudden, three ripples rose up, causing the three people's eyes to blur at the same time, and then disappeared on their way forward. It didn't take long for the three of them to appear in a completely different place. This is. The first time they landed, the three of them looked up, and in the world they saw, starlight visible to the naked eye was everywhere, just like the lights in other palaces, completely illuminating this place. However, although these starlights brought light, they also stunned the three of them. Each starlight was extremely dazzling, not at all the feminine starlight when looking up at the sky, at least tens of thousands of times stronger. What made the three of them even more astonished was that in the place where the stars converged, one statue after another sat cross-legged on the ground, falling into absolute silence. Great Saint Star Array. The young lord of myriad sources spoke with tremors and excitement in his tone. The first master under the starry sky back then, in order to repay the cultivation of the great sage Tianzong, the heavenly star god Venerable established the great saint heavenly star array with his own strength. It is said that the heavenly star god Venerable smashed 99 stars in this formation. Cast from the core of stars, as one of the treasures of the great sage Tianzong. Any disciple of the great heavenly sect, as long as they stand under this great sacred heavenly star formation, according to the strength of their talents, they will definitely gain something. The words of the young lord of Xuanhuan made Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the young lord of Xuanhuan, as if they were looking at a monster. What a joke! Smash. Smash 99 stars. Get the star core. The stars above the sky are those existences that cultivators can smash. Hashtag C4154 newbie. In this place, some disciples of the great sage Tianzong can directly, The young lord of 10,000 sources had a smug look on his face, and he just wanted to continue showing off his profound knowledge, but when he turned around, he found that the Huntian Bangling had found a place where the stars were not weak, and he sat cross-legged next, entered the state of cultivation. This is too fast. What's more, from Huntian Bangling's body, a sacred aura of starlight that didn't belong to him emerged, forming a tiny sky above his head. This is okay too. The young master of Xuanhuan can be sure that this sacred star power does not belong to the Huntian Bangling at all. At least he has been in contact with the Huntian Bangling for so long, and he has not found such aura on him. There has never been a star in his body. Therefore, these holy stars will only come from one place, the Great Saint Star Array. The young master of myriad sources twitched his eyes suddenly. He didn't finish his sentence, or he said it before, telling them not to mess around. But when he turned his head to look at Chu Yan, he found that Chu Yan was completely ignoring the young lord of Xuanhuan at this time. His eyes were slightly closed, and the seals of his hands were turning, releasing a series of extremely strange spirit runes. This rookie, Hun Tian, if he really has the legendary physique, there will be catastrophe in the heavens in the future. When the young master of Xuanhuan turned his gaze to Chu Yan, a trace of doubt appeared in the sea of consciousness, and his brows were slightly frowned. Could it be that you pervert have the same physique as him? Is this physique a Chinese cabbage now? If such a situation happened to me, even if it was a 1 in a million chance, it would be much lower than the chance of getting the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. Seeing the two seriously cultivating, the young master of myriad sources let out a long sigh, exhaled the turbid air in his chest, shook his head, and looked around. In order to distinguish from these two perverts, or the deep sigh just now of the young lord of myriad sources, anyway, the young lord of myriad sources did not practice like them, but looked up at the stars above the sky, the light in the eyes. After watching for 100 breaths of time, the young lord of myriad sources withdrew his gaze, shook his head lightly and said, "Sure enough, it still can't reach it." The young master of myriad sources did not perform ordinary pupil techniques. It is an extremely heaven-defying pupil technique, in order to peek into the secrets of the great sacred star formation, but in the end, it has no effect. Turning his head to look at Huntian Bangling and Chu Yan, the young lord of Xuanhuan immediately itched his teeth with hatred. Why can they gain something here, but I can't even take a peek? You guys, what did you find? The sound made Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling wake up from the cultivation state at the same time, but they did not blame the young lord of Xuanhuan, but were full of surprise. In just this period of time, they all felt as if they had been completely purified by this piece of sacred starlight, and a great transformation had taken place from the soul to the body. If they continue to comprehend here, they even have a feeling that they may be able to comprehend some kind of exercises or cheats directly here, which is completely a kind of miracle created out of nothing. It is also because of this that it can be seen that the horror of the star formation, without an excellent environment and domain, it is impossible for practitioners to reach such a terrifying level of comprehension. Practitioners who practice the water-based method like to practice near the water, those who practice the earth-based method like to hide deep underground, and those who practice the way of killing need to fight non-stop. And the big array of star fields here probably contains countless avenues and rules, so it can be suitable for any cultivator. This kind of handwriting immediately made Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling feel creepy and terrifying. However, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling also knew that it would take a long time to achieve such a level and comprehend the exercises and cheats directly under the sacred starlight, which is a bit unrealistic. After all, the great sage Tianzong may have been a safe place back then, where the geniuses and cultivators of the sect could fully comprehend it, but now that the great sage Tianzong has fallen, it is very dangerous to fully comprehend it here. Not to mention the relics of the great sacred heavenly sect, which suddenly closed at some point, and directly escaped into the chaos of time and space, then it was closed, and the time when it reappeared was irregular and completely random. For tens of thousands of years, it will be troublesome. Then let's go there now. Huntian Bangling looked at the young master of Xuanhuan. I promised to bring him here before, but I said that he was responsible for leading the way to find treasures and inherit them, so both Huntian Bangling and Chu Yan looked at him. Haha, It really depends on me. The young master of myriad sources was very excited. As long as the two of them needed him, then this treasured sword would not be able to escape. Check it out. While speaking, the young master of Xuanhuan took out a gossip plate, which immediately changed the expressions of Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling. So familiar. If the compass was made of jade instead of wood, they would have pretended to be the young lord of myriad sources, Feng Bugao. Damn, what look in your eyes, you don't even know the sky compass, you two bumpkins. The young lord of Xuanhuan, who had found the opportunity, despised Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling for a moment before continuing. This day's compass is in the heavens, but it is an extremely precious treasure. One piece is less than one piece. The few sky compasses are all in the hands of the top powers of the major forces. The young master of Xuanhuan, who originally wanted to make the two of them envious, only felt embarrassed. Hurry up. Don't talk nonsense, the way of heaven's secrets is fine, Meng is good at it. First find out the inheritance of the great sacred Tianzong, and things will change if you delay. At worst, I will give you whatever you want at that time. Huntian Bangling couldn't bear this guy, so he yelled directly. Haha, okay, that's what you said. Hearing the words of Huntian Bangling, the young master of Xuanhuan was really excited, his eyes sparkled. With a wave of his hand, the true energy was poured into the wooden compass, and a blue smoke immediately rose from the wooden compass, as if the inside of the compass had been ignited that day. Then, an incomparably mysterious aura spread around like a wave. Heavenly secrets are infinite, the earth has 8 gangs, every bit of a star has me. I don't know if it's true or not, but the young master of Xuanhuan murmured words, squeezed a magic spell with both hands, and shook his head and stamped his feet there, with a somewhat magical temperament. The young lord of myriad sources actually knows the way of secrets. If Feng Bugao knew about this, he would never miss such an opportunity, and would definitely post it like an octopus. After all, there are few ways of secrets in the heavens, not to mention the ways of secrets mastered by an existence like the Lord of Myriad Sources, which is definitely a powerful technique. #C4155 3 people must have my teacher. After the deduction of the god Stick Boy, the master of Xuanhuan, the mysterious aura above the wooden sky compass rose to the apex, and several tiny cracks appeared. Okay, we should go in this direction, so that we can find the supreme inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. The 3 of them didn't say much, and flew in that direction according to the calculation of the young lord of myriad sources. Along the way in a hurry, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling kept asking the young lord of Xuanhuan what he saw along the way. On the one hand, he was understanding the situation here, and at the same time, he was still testing the young lord of Xuanhuan to see if he really knew and understood this great Saint Tianzong. Especially about the situation of the Great Saint Hall, it is the focus of Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling's understanding. This great sacred hall is also the treasure of the Great Sacred Heavenly Sect, and its status is much higher than that of the Great Sacred Heavenly Star Formation. If the Great Sacred Heavenly Star Formation is just a powerful treasure cast by a strong man from the Great Sacred Tianzong in order to repay, then this Great Sacred Temple is a place that has been constantly forged and perfected by the terrifying power of the strong men of the Great Sacred Tianzong in the past. Independent small world. There is a very special breath in the Great Saint Hall, which was called the Holy Breath by the original Great Saint Tianzong. Any cultivator who has not practiced the Great Sacred Heavenly Sect Kung Fu, staying inside for a long time, will eventually lose all his cultivation because of the holy breath swallowing the true energy in the cultivator's body. If he continues to stay inside at this time, what the holy breath devours is the vitality, which will eventually cause the cultivator to fall into it. The mystery and power of the Great Sacred Temple, as well as the terrifying murderous intent and restrictions inside it, the strong men of the Great Saint Tianzong in the past will leave a few of the strongest murderous intent and restrictions in it. It is also an extremely dangerous place for those who are strong in the environment to enter. Only the Zhangzhu realm that has reached the Fengdi realm can have a glimmer of life in the Great Saint Hall. Something's wrong. Stop. The young Lord of Myriad Sources suddenly spoke and shouted. There is a forest in front, it is not too big, it is just a forest in many sects, but the forest in front of you is in ruins, as if a shocking battle broke out in the forest, all the trees were attacked by terror and fell apart. It was supposed to be a lush green forest, but now it looked extremely dilapidated and gloomy. Such a situation was originally reasonable. After all, the great sage Tianzong has fallen, and Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling have seen too many battles along the way. Isn't there a broken scene? So. Chu Yan stood there watching for a long time, staring wide-eyed, unable to see anything weird about the forest. Something is wrong. After looking at it for a long time with flickering eyes, Huntian Bangling nodded slightly in response. The traces of the battle here are new, and some methods have been used to make them look old, but the original breath in the void has just happened not long ago, which means that someone may have arrived here before us. Chu Yan was immediately convinced by what he said. Among the heavens, if there is a more pure existence than Chu Yan's original way of cultivation, then only Huntian Bangling, because he is the incarnation of the original source, and his perception of the original source is better than that of Chu Yan just condensed. Soon the original body will be much stronger. Good. The young master of Xuanhuan took a look at Huntian Bangling, his eyes were full of approval. So, it's the geniuses of those big forces who also found the map. Chu Yan nodded, not taking it seriously, such a thing was expected. The relics of the Great Sacred Valley have not been infrequently seen in the world. As long as the Great Sacred Valley appears in the heavens, geniuses from all major forces will come to experience it. Over time, some information and clues will be mastered. The method within the Great Saint Tianzong. And according to Chu Yan's experience, once this method is found, it won't take long for it to spread and let more people know. Impossible. However, the young Lord of Myriad Sources directly shook his head in denial, looked around and continued to say, I'm afraid there are others. Hearing this, Chu Yan's expression changed immediately, and he asked, Others? How did you know? Chu Yan has already heard the meaning of this other person. It does not refer to the geniuses and powerhouses of the major forces, but refers to something else, which is somewhat interesting. Humph. Stupid. You thought the map of the great sage Tianzong was Chinese cabbage. Who is like you, a pervert who enters a relic at random? It is the relic of the successor of the great sage Tianzong. Just take the map. Do you know that the great sage, how long has the valley existed, and how many people can get the map? As soon as this remark came out, Chu Yan immediately became speechless. Is he very perverted? Do you think this map is fixed, like other relics? It is placed in one place or in multiple places, and slowly grows gray. Let me tell you, the power of the great Saint Tianzong is beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators, and it is by no means what can be represented by a great sacred heavenly star array just now, such as the location of the great sacred heavenly sect. Even if you enter from the entrance of the great sacred valley, it is different every time. What is the use of the map? No matter who it is, even if the successor of the great sage Tianzong wants to get the map, he must get it from a chance, otherwise it is impossible to know the changes of the great sage Tianzong. Otherwise, the great sage you thought you found, why did the descendants of Tianzong not return to the great sage Tianzong when they fell, but built a ruins on the outskirts of the great sacred valley? The words of the young Lord of Myriad Sources immediately made Chu Yan tremble, and his eyes flashed with strange light. Because he had experienced too many relics and secret realms, Chu Yan didn't think much about it at all, but it is completely reasonable to listen to the young Lord of Myriad Sources now. It seems that the complexity and mystery of the land of myriad origins in later generations is not unreasonable. The young master of myriad origins in front of me is obviously very abnormal. Not those geniuses, who would it be? Huntian Bangling also acquiesced to the explanation of the young lord of myriad sources, and asked. In fact, this is already within the scope of the Great Sacred Temple. There are only two types of people who can accurately find people here. One is to find the map in the Great Sacred Valley. This is what all cultivators are doing. Another possibility is the successor of the Great Sacred Heavenly Sect. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded immediately and said, I got this map from the descendants of the great sage Tianzong. So, we are the second type. The people in front are the first type. When the great sage Tianzong fell, it was naturally not what it wanted. No powerful sect force was willing to cut off its own inheritance. Therefore, it left various information and maps and scattered them to the outside world. Those who have a chance can enter the great sage Tianzong. This is a very normal thing, and almost all powerful sects are at their peak, and they will prepare for this. C4156 Who is the heir? The young lord of myriad sources didn't listen to what Chu Yan said, but spoke on his own. A sect like the great Saint Tianzong will only disclose everything about itself to the outside world, the geniuses and powerhouses of the entire heavens. Looking for successors, and this does not mean that the great Saint Tianzong's own sect, the successors within, they did not leave behind. This point, if it was you, you would do the same, even when the sect fell, you would do everything possible to leave the sect's descendants for the sect. As soon as this remark came out, Chu Yan suddenly realized. It's like when the Rakshasa soul Tianzong was in the 10 directions star field, before Chu Yan left, he did leave more than one heir. So you understand now, the two possibilities I just mentioned. The first possibility, you have not heard, the kind of heirs who are found by external opportunities, the conditions are extremely harsh. If there is one, I am afraid it is enough to make the whole an earth-shattering genius in the heavens, otherwise the great sage Tianzong would not have given away his inheritance. Therefore, there is only the second possibility, and the successor map you got, Suyu, should only be from outsiders, and now the person in front of us is very likely to be the heir of the sect. Speaking of which, the young master of Xuanhuan's face was slightly dignified, his brows were slightly frowned, and he looked at Chu Yan and Huntian Banglingdao. It depends on luck. The successors of the sect are different in each hall and branch hall, and their status are also different. If it is the kind of successor with a higher status, we will be in trouble. It's meaningless to say these things, let's hurry up and find the place of inheritance. After saying this, the three of them jumped up and accelerated towards the front, turning into 3 beams of light and rushing through the air. Flying all the way, I encountered more and more battle traces, and the young lord of Xuanhuan and Huntian Bangling could quickly discover that these battle traces were new, and even Chu Yan could slowly sense these situations. The occurrence time of these battle traces was no more than 3 hours, that is to say, almost after the emergence of the Great Sacred Valley. If you came all the way here, you can get here without wasting any time. The three of Chu Yan spent several hours in Chu Yan and entered the ruins outside the Great Sacred Valley, so they wasted 3 hours. Calculating in this way proves that the words of the young lord of myriad sources are normal. And another thing that the young lord of myriad sources said is also true, that is, they have now entered the scope of the Great Temple, so the restrictions and crises they encountered are becoming more and more terrifying. For this reason, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling have also confirmed more and more that this young lord of myriad sources may really be the lord of myriad sources in the future. According to the tacit agreement between Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling, as long as they encounter danger and restriction, the two of them will retreat quickly, and will not give any chance to the young master of Xuanhuan to cheat them. But even so, the young lord of myriad sources showed terrifying strength and used all kinds of wonderful methods to solve all these crises. As the saying goes, there are only 3 things. After the 3rd time, the young master of Xuanhuan turned his head and grinned at Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling, and directly used a wonderful body technique to disappear before the restriction in an instant. In this way, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling could only grit their teeth and make a move. Pit goods are fake goods, especially after the fake goods are gathered together. No one should try to take advantage of others. Therefore, the three will join forces to fight against the restrictions and dangers encountered later. As time passed, the three of them walked forward for about half a day, and finally found something. Here, there is an extremely dense sea of spiritual clouds. Those suspended clouds of spiritual breath may have been accumulated for too long, so they are so thick that they almost turn into liquid. It was precisely because of this that the heavy sea of spiritual clouds could no longer float above the sky, and fell directly to the ground, releasing an extremely powerful and ancient spiritual breath. This sea of spiritual clouds is the only one in the world, ha ha ha. Seeing this sea of spiritual clouds, the young master of myriad sources frantically refined and absorbed, recovering the consumption of the battle just now, and shouted extremely excitedly at the same time. Generally, the sea of spirit clouds in the sect is used to maintain and supply the cultivators in the sect. Naturally, the consumption is huge, and it is impossible to accumulate to such a degree. Therefore, it is really reasonable for the young Lord of Myriad Sources to say that it is the only one in the world. After walking for another stick of incense, the three of them could see that a ray of light was burning in the sky, as if there was a pile of extremely huge bonfires burning the sky and the earth. In the flames of that bonfire, a spiritual mountain loomed in it, like the peak of heaven and earth, standing in the sky. A large expanse of aura from the sky turned into a terrifying mist under the soaring flames, condensed into a waterfall and poured downward, and the mighty momentum of the flying stream poured into a huge palace below. When the three of Chu Yan saw this scene, they were all shocked, and they deeply felt the great momentum of the world. Qing Tian God Venerable. This place must be the inheritance place of Qing Tian God Venerable. The eyes of the young Lord of Myriad Sources were full of ecstasy, and his pupils were constantly trembling, even his body was shaking. Qing Tian God Venerable. Both Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling were taken aback, and then they realized that they were all surprised like the young master of Xuanhuan. As I told you before, among the 9 gods of the great sage Tianzong, the Qing Tian god, ranked 9th, was said to have ascended from the sky and turned into an ancient Taishan stone. After 999 years, he became a Taoist, broke out of the stone, and achieved the position of God. And each of the broken stones of the primordial profound stone is a priceless treasure, if we can get 1 or 2 pieces. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, the young master of Xuanhuan couldn't help himself, and couldn't stop laughing wildly. Standing beside him, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling seemed to hear him secretly swallowing, this guy. However, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling can also understand that the value of this ancient Taishan stone is extremely extraordinary. Let's go. Hurry up, we can't let him take it all. The young Lord of Myriad Sources reacted now, he was so anxious that he rushed forward. Not bad. That's it. This time, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling agreed with the words of the young master of Xuanhuan, and after nodding at the same time, they rushed out together and followed closely. Just approaching the palace, the three of them could feel an incomparably mighty coercion, and the source of the coercion is the palace under the spirit waterfall, which shows that the inheritance in this palace should still be there. The closer they got, the more they could feel that the palace blended with the mountain, and the spirit mountain blended with the spirit waterfall, and the spirit waterfall blended with the bonfire in the sky, and finally all merged into the sky and the earth, as if this is a part of the world, a part of the general trend. #C4157 What a coincidence. What a terrifying existence this is. It can make these dead objects and buildings become the power of heaven and earth. The closer they got, the stronger the coercion became. In the end, the spiritual consciousness of the three of them was suppressed in a very small range, and they could no longer release it at will. However, what surprised the three of them was that this coercion did not suppress the cultivator's cultivation, which was different from most of the coercive relics and secret realms, which was quite strange. When the three of them approached the palace, they saw a large figure standing in front of them, and all three of them were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. What's the situation? Is it a vegetable market? Or a banquet, with so many people? The young lord of myriad sources was about to collapse on the spot. This is the inheritance relic palace of Qingtian God Venerable in the Great Saint Hall, so many people came. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling also looked surprised, all of them looked like they had seen a ghost. But Chu Yan's divine sense swept over those people, and immediately sensed a familiar aura on them, and he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Maybe, something bad is going to happen. Just when the three of Chu Yan sensed the crowd in front of the palace, those people also sensed their existence. They all turned around and looked at them, their expressions also changed drastically, and they shouted sharply. "Who are you?" As soon as he opened his mouth, someone among the crowd who saw the three of them clearly called out. "It turned out to be you." Because of such a short time to meet face to face, Chu Yan and the young lord of Xuanhuan clearly saw that among the crowd, the undead sun, Yin Jiuetian and other geniuses glared at each other. This glare was not only filled with anger, but also with an extremely strong killing intent, accompanied by the sound of grinding teeth. No one thought that Chu Yan and the young master of Xuanhuan would meet geniuses like undead young master and Yin Jiuetian here. This is really fate. Although fate is a wonderful thing, it is a bit hard to accept. Hee, what a coincidence, I've been looking for you for a long time. Young Master Undead said this with a smile, but it made people hear as if they were in a world of ice and snow, and even their souls were frozen to the bone. Ha, it's just a coincidence. I didn't expect to be so lucky this time to meet you. The young master of myriad sources laughed louder than the undead young master, with a look of surprise and joy on his face, as if he had met a 1,000-year-old man. He was so happy, and he directly shocked Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling. Shocked? Are you so happy? Are you out of your mind? Humph. Your tricks are useless to me, die. Young Master Undead and Yin Jiuetian and other geniuses looked at the smiling young master of Xuanhuan who looked like a good friend, but he burst out with murderous intent and rushed out instantly. Boom. 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 A series of sounds exploded, and the void in front of Yin Jiuetian and young Master Undead instantly shattered, exploding a group of air storms, rushing straight to the three of Chu Yan. The monstrous killing power and momentum mixed together, as if they were about to their rage swept ahead, destroying everything. Big brothers and sisters, it's all him, and he's the one who instigated me. You have a wronged person and a debtor, so don't look for me. The young lord of 10,000 sources was indeed extremely normal. He raised his hand and pointed at Chu Yan. His finger almost poked Chu Yan's face, and he sold Chu Yan on the spot without blushing. Depend on. Although he was mentally prepared, Chu Yan couldn't help it, and sweared so hard that he got ahead of him. Boom, boom. At this moment, it seemed that the monstrous killing power of a group of geniuses triggered some kind of restriction. Above the palace in front of him, the aura of those incomparably rich spiritual waterfalls instantly increased several times. The golden air flow is like a river gathering above the sky, slowly flowing towards the front. The powerful coercion rose in an instant, and the terrifying pressure was several times higher than the original coercion. In an instant, the faces of all the geniuses changed drastically. They all stopped and looked up. The pressure is enormous. If it is an ordinary cultivator, it may become difficult even to stand, but among the geniuses present, none of them are simple, by no means comparable to ordinary geniuses like Qinijing and Bai Hua. All of them are the top geniuses in the heavens list, can withstand such pressure. Fellow Taoist immortal, leave them alone, this inheritance is about to be opened, and getting the inheritance is a big deal. A talented cultivator opened his mouth to persuade Master Undead, his eyes looked at the Qingtian inheritance palace. Behind him, his eyes sparkled. This person is wearing a cloth robe, a cloth scarf on his head, nothing long on his body, and ordinary clothes, but no matter whose spiritual consciousness covers him, he will find that there is a powerful emperor's purple energy on this person. This. Hearing the words of persuasion, young Master Undead frowned slightly and hesitated a little. He looked at the three Chu Yan in front of him, especially the mastermind Chu Yan, who made him lose all face. People, eating raw, but he looked at the Qingtian inheritance palace behind him, and suddenly hesitated and struggled. Brother Immortal, what you say is justified. When we get the inheritance, we have to deal with these two guys. It's just a matter of flipping hands. It doesn't matter whether it's sooner or later. The Ziki genius spoke again, looking in the direction of the palace, looking a little anxious. In his opinion, the three of Chu Yan are insignificant. Killing or letting them go is not important, it is just the difference between letting them live a few more days or a few days less. This attitude is like treating ants. All right. Young Master Undead glanced at the Ziki youth, thought of his identity, and what he said was right. He nodded in agreement after calming down for a while. As young Master Undead turned and walked, all the geniuses on the Zhutian list gave Chu Yan and the three of them a hard look, and turned around at the same time, preparing to enter the Qingtian palace. Su Yu, right. Follow me if you have the guts. Hee hee. When Yin Jiuetian turned around, he glanced at Chu Yan and grinned grinningly. This is the inheritance of the Qingtian God Venerable. Since you found this place, you must have come here for the inheritance. You won't enter Baoshan and return empty-handed. This is Qi Guoguo's provocative and provocative method. Whether it is useful or not, Yin Jiuetian believes that Chu Yan and the three will definitely follow in, and then they can kill two birds with one stone. The purple gas genius in front waved his hand, and a large piece of purple brilliance gushed out, covering all the geniuses on the All Heavens list, turning into a large cloud of purple gas, and flew towards the gate of the palace. As soon as the purple cloud reached the gate of the palace, the gate opened automatically, as if the palace belonged to them. Sure enough, it's the successor. It should be the one who spoke before. Chu Yan can be sure that the purple gas genius who has been persuading and urging the undead son before may be the descendant of the great sage Tianzong. When the young master of Xuanhuan and Huntian Bangling heard Chu Yan's words, they all nodded in unison, deeply convinced. #C4158 Danger. I guess at least he is the elder successor of the great sage Tianzong, and his status is not low. The young lord of myriad sources thought for a while and said. Then it's troublesome now. If we go in, they shouldn't let us go. Huntian Bangling looked at Chu Yan and the young master of Xuanhuan, and deeply condemned the behavior of these two swindlers, especially it was when I heard that they bought a lot of good things before, they didn't even give me a handle. Now such a big hidden danger has been caused, which makes Huntian Bangling feel deeply uncomfortable. Hundreds of stone mothers exchanged for spiritual soldiers, that's not enough. It just so happens that I have never had a suitable spiritual weapon, so I would like to pick one and use it first, but Chu Yan said that he didn't get any, and it was all with the young lord of myriad sources. This made Huntian Bangling express a deeper contempt for the young master of Xuanhuan, targeting Chu Yan. This is too pitiful, not even a handle was assigned, so thinking of this, for the young master of Xuanhuan who is as lifelike as a spiritual soldier, he was not assigned to himself, and the spirit of the Huntian Bang was released in an instant. If not, we'll wait here. Nearly 30 geniuses on the All Heavens ranking, this power is not a joke, it is not to join forces to deal with the three of them, even if they encounter restrictions and dangers inside, as long as they play tricks, it will be very dangerous. In this case, it is difficult to avoid open and hidden arrows. Wait. Huntian Bangling looked at the young master of Xuanhuan, and he was about to be angry. What are you waiting for? Wait until they get the inheritance, get the treasure, and come out to kill us. Are you stupid? Just now I thought that the young lord of Xuanhuan had a good impression, but he disappeared without a trace in an instant. Han Dianfang only felt that this guy was not only a scam, but also a fool. How could Suyu fall into his hands? This is the inheritance of Qing Tian Shenzhuan. You thought it was a Chinese cabbage. Anyone can get it. Only one person can get it. As soon as this remark came out, the young lord of myriad sources was unwilling. That's not true. If you are as smart as me, you will think that since it is the inheritance of Qing Tian God Venerable, it is not so easy to obtain. There must be many restrictions. There is a test. If more than 30 of them fall into the restriction, or enter the test, then, I already have a solution. Don't worry, leave it to me. The eyes of the young lord of myriad sources were bright, and he looked at the gate of the palace in front of him with great satisfaction. However, after Chu Yan and Han Dianfang behind him looked at each other, the corners of Chi-Chi's eyes twitched twice. Believe me, you big-headed ghost. Anyway, the two of them have discussed it. If there is any problem, they want to send the boy. The belongings of the Lord of Myriad Sources were all smashed into scrap iron. The three of them squatted at the gate of the palace, waiting for the next move of the young lord of Xuanhuan. Go. Brothers, follow me. With one order, the three of them turned into 3 beams of light, rushing towards the palace like lightning. As soon as I entered the palace gate, I saw a brand new small world. This is a desolate land, a vast expanse. The sea and sky are the same color, and the grass is in autumn. People in it seem to have merged with the heaven and the earth. However, when your mind really sinks into it, you can feel as if you are going to be merged and swallowed by this desolate world. The power of the sky, the emperor of the earth, and the virtues of literature and martial arts are all based on people. But the power of the world in front of him is powerful enough to swallow all minds and turn any living being into a drop in the ocean. This is not the foundation of martial arts, nor is it the power of heaven and earth. This is an extremely terrifying crisis and formation. Anyone who loses his mind will be swallowed by the power of heaven and earth in an instant and lose himself. All martial arts practice is to pursue the unity of heaven and man, but the prerequisite is to take people as the foundation and integrate heaven and earth. This is the right way. But if it was the other way around, and the heaven and the earth merged with the living beings, it would definitely be a disaster. How terrifying is the cultivation of Qing Tian God Venerable! It is possible to create such a powerful force of heaven and earth here, for all the cultivators who enter it. Caused the most terrifying killing intent. And this kind of murderous intent, when you just entered it, you will only feel a kind of incomparable happiness, as if the pursuit of martial arts for a lifetime is right in front of you. There. They're over there. As the original spirit of the mainland, Han Dianfang is almost completely immune to the power of heaven and earth, so it is not affected by it at all. Chu Yan has cultivated the original spirit. Such a trend of heaven and earth can be seen through at a glance. Therefore, as soon as the two looked around, they saw young Master Undead and others on the clouds above the sky. There is an island in the sky. The entire island is suspended above the sky and the earth, with various spiritual plants growing on it, and at the same time a faint glow emerges. There are countless restrictions on this floating island. Under the flickering of various lights, there is almost a feeling of being dazzled, and the group of undead young masters are splitting up to deal with these restrictions. All of them are sweating profusely. Heavenly King Fruit, 9 Shocking Grass, Dragon Fruit, Good Guy, Qing Tian Shenzhuan is really rich. These are the top treasures of heaven and earth. The young master of myriad sources glanced at his eyes, and they suddenly lit up, drooling. Saying this sentence immediately attracted the undead young master and others who were in the battle to turn their heads in a daze. When they saw Chu Yan and the 3 of them, they all showed strange expressions. They didn't expect that the 3 of Chu Yan really dared to come in. Okay. Sure enough, there is something. In fact, Jiuxiao had already guessed that these three guys would come in. After all, he wanted to lie to them, the geniuses on the All Heavens list, to show that these three people are masters who want money and life, so when they arrive at the gate of the inheritance of the Qingtian God Venerable, they can't help it. May not come in. However, Jiuxiao will tell them later what it means to die for money. This time I saved it. When I collect these three treasures, I will clean them up, lest these flies affect my mood. The Ziki genius took a glance from here, and sneered, just as Chu Yan and the others expected. The battle of this Ziki genius seemed to be the easiest. With his combat power, he is even stronger than the famous undead young masters on the All Heavens list, but he is not well known. I imagine that there is no better explanation than chance. Speed up. The one who spoke was the young master of Xuanhuan. With a calm smile on his face, he raised his hand and took out a small jade knife, stroked it lightly, and a monstrous aura surged out of the jade knife as if it had been activated. Shocked the audience. This is a sky nail. Young Master Undead waited for a group of geniuses to turn their heads to look at them. All of them looked surprised and their pupils shrank sharply. Sky nails. One of the most legendary treasures in the heavens, the sky nail in the entire heavens has always existed in legends, and it belongs to the legendary treasure that everyone has heard of, but no one has ever seen. The reason why it is called the sky nail is because it is said that it can pierce the world and open a gap leading to a different space, and all major forces are looking for this thing, not to use it to open any different space. After all, there is no space in that place. People dare to go, except to kill the opponent in seconds when they are not prepared. But #C4159 U0 broken. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. The more expert you are fighting, the more defensive you will be. Once the aura of such a treasure is exposed, no one can be easily fooled. Therefore, the main role of the major sect forces looking for it is to break through the assessments and trials of secret realms and ruins. Generally, the trial production of secret realms and ruins is full of checkpoints, but these checkpoints are all set by the strong, and they have the same methods and methods. The superposition of small space worlds layer by layer will form different assessments. Level. As long as you pass one level, you can enter the next level, which is well known. If there is a genius who holds the sky nail, it is equivalent to having a cheating device, which can directly ignore the current assessment and trial, directly break through the current small world, and enter the next level. You know, whether it is a secret realm or a relic, the more geniuses gather, the more precious it is, and the competition between geniuses is based on interest. If you suddenly lead a level, it may be directly doomed result. Therefore, the real function of the sky nail is here. Fellow Taoist Baipo, stop them. Undead young master's angry screams sounded, and the purple gas genius listened, his face darkened immediately, and the jade knife in his hand was buzzing and trembling. The descendant of the elder of the great sage Tianzong was named Yu Baipo, and he acted extremely resolutely. He immediately made a move when he had thought about it. With a burst of aura, he pushed out his hands fiercely. In an instant, circles of ripples appeared in his palm, and a powerful chi machine appeared beside him. This power has already exceeded the average combat power present. Ha ha ha, just because you want to stop me. The opponent's combat strength is not bad, but for the young Lord of Myriad Sources who is holding a sky nail, it is just a joke now. No matter how powerful the combat power is, you have to be able to fight first, and the young master of Xuanhuan with the sky nail in his hand has completely taken the initiative. While speaking, the nail suddenly shone like a blazing sun, and the void in front of Chu Yan and the three of them exploded, and a large amount of breath gushed out, directly pulling the three of them into it and disappearing. Asshole! Young Master Undead, Jiuxiao and others saw this scene. Their faces turned green with anger, and they roared sharply. If I had known this earlier, even if I gave up everything in front of me, I would have to attack with all my strength. killing all three of them on the spot the moment they appeared. That would be like now. What was clearly a cat-and-mouse game turned out to be the present, and the mouse in turn threatened the cat. This time, they underestimated them too much. Lion Botu should do his best, and what we are facing is the inheritance of Qing Tian Shenzhuan, and even the inheritance of the entire great sage Qianzong. Yu Baipo stared blankly at the big hole in the void that was slowly recovering, and said softly. These words are obviously not talking about others, but reflecting and reminding oneself. Before, they were reluctant to part with the three treasures in front of them, so they didn't give up immediately. Now these three people should have gone to the next level, and they are closer to the inheritance of Qing Tian God Venerable than they are. Although he is also confident that he can quickly enter the next level, but if because of this little time, he finally loses the inheritance of Qing Tian God Venerable, the consequences will eventually make him regret for life. Yu Baipo was not a well-known genius in the All Heavens list. Before he accidentally became the great sage Qianzong, he seldom even participated in battles, and he lacked actual combat experience. Therefore, coming to the great sage Qianzong this time is a very important practice for him. What do we do now? Just let them pass. Of course, Undead also knows what will happen after those three people use the sky nails, although he doesn't think there will be any serious consequences. In the eyes of Undead, those three guys are just three piles of rubbish who only know how to cheat. Maybe they cheated the nail that day. This is the core inheritance place of the great sage Qianzong, and it is wishful thinking to rely on some treasures to obtain the inheritance. It is impossible for any deity to make such a mistake. Let a cultivator without strength and talent become his successor. What the gods want is a real genius. As for geniuses, the 30 people here are all geniuses on the All Heavens ranking, and he is the best among these people in immortality, so only he is worthy of inheriting the inheritance of Qing Tian God Venerable, and no other rubbish is allowed. Friend Taoist Immortal, don't worry, it's just a little accident. We people have experienced many more accidents than this, just to add some fun. Yu Baipo smiled softly, his eyes didn't fluctuate at all, instead they were sparkling. Compared with others, as the successor of the great sage Qianzong, he has greater certainty and confidence in obtaining the inheritance, which is not understandable to those who are not descendants. Although Qing Tian Shenzhuan is only the 9th of the 9 gods of my great sage Qianzong, you have already seen his power. This is the extraordinary power of heaven and earth. This place is only a distance away, and nothing can be decided. This place either merges with the power of heaven and earth, or is swallowed by the power of heaven and earth, without exception. Sometimes, I can't bear to face the temptation. I just think about how to get it as quickly as possible, and forget that there is one more thing before getting it, and that is to arrive safely. Hearing this, young Master Undead, Yin Jiuetian and other geniuses on the All Heavens list seemed to understand something, and nodded slightly. This Yu Baipo is the descendant of the great sage Qianzong, and he is not in a hurry, which means that the fate of those people will not be good. Hurry up and take this place first. After finishing speaking, Yu Baipo's breath burst out, obviously much stronger than before, and he directly blasted towards the restriction in front of him. Although the other geniuses on the All Heavens list had some peace of mind, they were still a little anxious, and all of them exerted great power to continuously bombard the restriction in front of them. On the other side, the three of Chu Yan were involved in the chaotic time and space by the sky nail, and there was chaos everywhere, constantly eroding their bodies and souls. After a full 100 breaths, they relaxed their whole bodies and arrived at another place. In the small world. Although the previous Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling heard the undead and the others, they called the treasure brought out by the young lord of Xuanhuan the sky nail, and it was this sky nail that saved them from a dangerous battle. Although they don't know what the sky nail is, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling know that it is probably not simple. And this young lord of myriad sources used it casually, and it seemed that he didn't care about it at all compared to his precious spiritual soldiers. This young lord of myriad sources is quite strange. Looking up and looking around, there is a forest in front of you, covered in a mountain range, as if a thick layer of green quilt is covered on various undulating peaks, and above the sky is thick thunderclouds all over the sky. It seems that countless strange beasts are bred and surged in it. Look. The fruit of the blood spirit. Let me go, this is the sky eye tree. IJ. Hashtag C4160 Skynail. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. Han Tianbang glanced to the other side, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he exclaimed in shock. Following the gaze of Han Tianbang, Chu Yan turned his head to look, and saw that in the mountain forest, among all kinds of rocks and weeds, all the treasures of heaven and earth growing seemed to be shrouded in a faint sacred light, which can be seen. The grades of these heaven, material, and earth treasures are definitely not low. Ha ha ha, it's a good deal, a Skynail should be able to get it back. The young lord of myriad sources laughed loudly, as if he was really happy. After all, such treasure lands are extremely rare in the heavens, and most of the secret lands and treasure lands have been overturned by the geniuses and powerhouses of the various sections. Countless times, it is very lucky to find an ordinary tying Katibo. But the place in front of me, it is obvious that no one has been here before, or no one has been here for a long time, so many treasures of heaven and earth can be bred. How to divide? The young lord of Xuanhuan, who was still laughing wildly one breath before, turned his head to look at Chu Yan and Han Tianbang in the next breath, just like a wolf. The gap was so large and the reaction was so quick that sweat dripped from the foreheads of Chu Yan and Han Tianbang. You made a Skynail, of course you take the lead, we can do whatever we want. Han Tianbang glanced at Chu Yan, and answered. Not to mention avoiding a dangerous battle, if the young lord of myriad sources hadn't acted uncharacteristically in time, and had taken out heavy treasures at any cost, even if they got here, I'm afraid all the treasures here would have been killed by undead young master and the others. Once the light is cleared, not a single plant will be left to them. Therefore, in order to reward the great righteousness of the young lord of myriad sources, Chu Yan and Han Tianbang chose the same tacit agreement. Ha ha ha, it's really good, yes, that's the way it is, I can share the things here with you, just give me the precious sword first. The young lord of myriad sources stared at Chu Yan as soon as he turned his head, his eyes sparkling. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, looking at the young lord of myriad sources. He was full of doubts. This thing is a bit abnormal. This guy is greedy for money and ruthless, he is invincible, he can tear off a piece of hair from an iron rooster, and he will give up the treasures here. Although the treasured sword of the 7th rank of the god rank is very valuable, in terms of quantity, it can't compare with the treasures of heaven, material, and earth here, and even a few plants can't compare with it. If he really traded like the young lord of myriad sources, his losses would be huge. This is very abnormal. If Chu Yan had never met the young master of Xuanhuan before, he might be moved by his sincerity, but after having a common experience, Chu Yan will not think so easily now. What is he doing? Collecting so many spirit soldiers, I've never seen him use them. Han Tianbang was a little confused. Forget it, give it to him. No matter how you calculate a precious sword, it is impossible to be worth the treasures of heaven and earth here, so Chu Yan and Han Tianbang discussed it and nodded in agreement. This time, the young master of Xuanhuan burst into a shocking ecstasy, as if what he got was not a precious sword, but the whole world. Next, the three of them acted separately to collect these treasures of heaven and earth as quickly as possible. After all, they don't know how long it will take for Undead Sun to come here, and it is best for them to leave here before they come. Otherwise, it's hard to say whether these treasures of heaven and earth can be kept. I have never seen these treasures of heaven, material, and earth shrouded in mysterious brilliance before, so I am very careful when collecting them. Directly use the power of the rules to turn into a giant hand in the shape of a gang, and grab these treasures of heaven and earth. But as soon as the paw prints approached these treasures, the mysterious light on those treasures would explode immediately, turning into a stream of light and crashing into the gang-shaped paw prints, directly smashing the paw prints. This. Whether it is the young lord of Xuanhuan, or Huntian Bangling and Chu Yan, they are all surprised when faced with such a situation. There are about 100 natural treasures in this mountain forest. After the fight just now, all the natural treasures seem to be activated, and at the same time burst out with shocking light. These rays of light are very strange, they condense and do not disperse, but it seems that after a cloud gathers together, it turns into a wave of light and attacks Chu Yan and the others. What the hell? Both Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling's expressions changed drastically, which has never been seen before. Could it be said that these treasures of heaven and earth have become refined and have spiritual wisdom? Don't even take the initiative to attack. It feels like you go to pick a fruit from a tree, but the fruit jumps up and hits you. This is a plant, and this is clearly an animal. Only animals with intelligence will react. The power of divine punishment. The young lord of myriad sources opened his mouth wide and his pupils trembled. In the heavens, there really exists such a thing, the power of heaven and God punishment. The power of divine punishment. Both Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling were taken aback. The heavenly tribulation, or the power of heaven's punishment, when we were surviving the tribulation, then if it is 100 times stronger, it is the power of God's punishment, the power used in the legend to judge the gods. It was only heard as a legend before, now thinking that this thing really exists. Boom boom boom. Those mysterious lights seemed to be completely uninterested in the chat between Chu Yan and the three of them, and they surged in an instant, sweeping towards the three of them. Looking at it this way, their purpose is not just to prevent Chu Yan and the other three from doing it, but to kill them directly. The Gang of Origin. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan burst out his already mobilized true energy and punched out. With a loud bang, the wave of brilliance shattered, disappeared like rising fireworks, and scattered in all directions. But without waiting for Chu Yan and the others to breathe a sigh of relief, those scattered rising tides of brilliance, no matter how they scattered, gathered back together again, and condensed into a wave of brilliance again. This. Now both Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling know that this is a big trouble. The power contained in these waves of brilliance is not something they can resist at all. This feeling is like facing the Zhangzhu realm and the invincible realm, and it is not a difference in strength between realms at all. Hurry up and think of a way. As soon as Chu Yan turned his head to look at the young master of Xuanhuan, this guy had a face full of sighs, shaking his head there, making his teeth itch with hatred. There is such a big crisis here, and this guy has an attitude of not having anything to do with it. What? What do you think? Is there any way? Wait a minute, let me think. The rogue expression on the face of the young master of Xuanhuan made Chu Yan suddenly see a few days ago in Daishanle the young man at the door is the Lord of Myriad Sources. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling became angry on the spot, turning into two beams of light and rushing towards the young master of Myriad Sources, supporting him on the left and right, and pushing him directly towards the tide of brilliance coming from the opposite side. #C4161 So strong. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. No matter what. Dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water, right? Then let you be wiped out first, and see if you are still calm. I said you two guys, don't you want to be so shameless? And this strength is too weak, just a little splash, it can't be done. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling, who were impatient, were even more annoyed by the young master of Xuanhuan's teaching attitude. Staring at him with two red eyes, the young master of Myriad Sources finally came to his senses. He shrank his neck, quickly raised his hand, took out something to infuse his true energy, and threw it out. Boom! A terrifying force erupted in an instant, and a powerful force of will surged out like a tide, and it collided fiercely with that glorious tide in an instant. It was as if a battle broke out between two peerless ferocious beasts, and the world shook in an instant. Everything is collapsing and disappearing. This power is so strong. Chu Yan was full of astonishment. I don't know what this piece of treasure is, but it is far more powerful than the ordinary treasures that Chu Yan has seen, and it can shatter the tide of brilliance in an instant, which is even more extraordinary. On the continent of God's domain, as the original spirit of the mainland, Huntian Bangling, it can be said that he has seen everything, but his expression changed slightly when he saw such a treasure. Boom, boom. The two forces are constantly shattering, but the speed at which the tide of brilliance disperses is obviously much slower, and just like last time, there is a tendency to gather again. But fortunately this time, its regathering state is obviously pointing to the young lord of myriad sources. Originally, it was staring at Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling, but now it was attacked by the young lord of myriad sources, and began to switch target. These lights of God's punishment are still changing and becoming stronger. The young master of myriad sources stared at the wave of brilliance that was gathering again. His face was full of astonishment, but he released it after a second thought. Not to mention the light of God's punishment, even the power of the ordinary heavenly tribulation is constantly getting stronger, and the strongest has 9 levels of heavenly tribulation. And as a higher level of God's punishment power, it will naturally become stronger, and like the God's punishment power, after one level is destroyed, a stronger one will be regathered. However, this is the only way to deal with me. A joke. The young lord of myriad sources was no longer that swindling young man, his aura was shaking, his robe was like a banner, and the 3 long swords trembling behind him were like gods. The young master of myriad origins in this state has the aura of a true master of the land of myriad origins. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the aura erupting from the young lord of myriad sources continued to grow stronger, and the divine light rose from a pair of blood-red eyes, attracting the heavens and the earth. Blood eyes. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling looked at the pair of eyes that suddenly appeared, and looked at the figure of the godlike young lord of myriad sources in midair, and their expressions changed drastically. Blood eyes are the hallmark of a demon cultivator, but this does not mean that this young master of myriad sources is actually a demon cultivator. This point, they never thought of. The owner of the land of 10,000 origins turned out to be a demon cultivator. Boom, boom. The fierce blood-eyed master in midair, the young lord of myriad origins stepped forward with one step, and the whole world trembled. The next moment, he pushed out with both hands, and the void in front of him was pushed forward in parallel, grabbing a large area of void. The tide turned into a mighty might, enveloping the recondensed tide of brilliance. It was as if what the young lord of myriad origins pushed was not the void, but a large snowdrift, which completely submerged the incoming beast tide. Boom. 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 The trapped radiant tide will not give in at all, and constantly violently clashes, trying to break through the mighty power of the void and escape from it. Certainly. Seeing this scene, the young lord of myriad sources had a cold expression on his face, and he uttered every word like thunder. All the power erupted instantly at this moment, and the power of the void that was originally pushed out like a snowdrift was shocked at this moment, as if it had turned from gas into a solid. Condensed into a continuous mountain range, completely suppressing all the tides of brilliance. At this time, the young lord of myriad sources, who lived on the mountain range, was full of light all over his body, which was exactly the same as the sermon of the 9 gods that Chu Yan had seen before. Broken. The wrath of the gods, orders come into effect. The supreme willpower, accompanied by the golden light all over the body, all turned into sword lights, like sharp blades that pierced the sky and the earth, and shot towards the mountains. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling just watched helplessly, and countless soldiers fell from all directions, rushed under the mountains, and wiped out all the suppressed waves of glory. After 10 breaths, the heaven and earth shook violently, and the mighty void gradually calmed down, and everything in the sky and earth became calm again. And the young lord of myriad origins in midair also slowly fell from the midair, and stood in front of the two of them again. This is your true strength. The pupils in Huntian Bangling's eyes kept trembling, full of astonishment. To obey the law, this is the realm and strength of the Supreme God, and to deal with the power of divine punishment left by the Qingtian God, the young lord of myriad sources only used 2 moves. What power is this? According to the comparison of the strength of the Zhangzhu realm, that is definitely something that can only be achieved by being invincible at the same level. Moreover, even Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling dare not say that in the Zhangzhu realm, a powerful opponent in the Zhangzhu realm can be defeated with 2 or 3 moves. This strength is extremely terrifying. Moreover, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling could tell that the young master of Xuanhuan didn't make a move with all his strength just now. So strong. Ultimate power. Huntian Bangling and Chu Yan looked at the young master of Xuanhuan, only to realize that they had never really seen this scammer clearly, and the scammer was as wretched as ever, even hiding his strength. Maybe it was for cheating people again. Ha ha ha, you are stupid. This time I will let you open your eyes and see my true strength. Let me tell you, the little god is just an ant in front of me. Ha ha ha. Under the sky and above the earth, there is the wild laughter of the young lord of myriad sources. Huntian Bangling and Chu Yan looked at the young lord of Xuanhuan, who had his hips on his hips and laughed wildly until his whole body trembled. At the same time, the corners of his eyes twitched twice. This guy can also become the supreme god. Still the ultimate way. Is the supreme deity of the heavens so unrestricted? There is no lower limit. Especially the ultimate Tao, which is definitely the top existence in the supreme realm. Since you are so strong, why did you escape so fast before? You always hide behind us. Where's your face? Looking at this complacent guy, Huntian Bangling suddenly became angry and shouted directly. Hee, idiot, of course the masters are the last to strike. The ones who strike first are cannon fodder and ants, you don't even know that. Really, told Huntian Bangling, you are cannon fodder. #C4162 Trap? Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. Grandpa can bear it, but Grandma can't. The whole person of Huntian Bang was furious, and there was obviously a red light in the golden pupils, and this state was obviously about to go mad. However, in the world of martial arts, strength is the most important thing. In the face of great strength, one cannot bear it and can only bear it. Forget it, let him this time. Okay, let's talk about what to do now. This place should not be a treasure, it is simply a trap. The spirit of Huntian Bang took a few deep breaths, and the expression on his face returned to calm, but he didn't look at the young master of Xuanhuan very much. Based on this, Chu Yan can judge that the liangzi between the two is afraid it's over. After all, from the moment the Huntian Bangling was conceived, it was the #1 powerhouse in the Divine Realm continent, the leader of the Hunting Bangling, and the original spirit of the mainland. On the continent of God's domain, no matter what level of strength a strong man sees the Huntian Bangling, he will politely call him a bastard. So in the past countless years, I am afraid that today is the first time someone pointed at his nose and called him cannon fodder and an ant. After state. Because of this liangzi is probably dead. It's not a trap. After all, this is a relic of inheritance. Qing Tian Shenzhuan doesn't want a talented and qualified successor to really die here. Look at this. Following the direction of the finger of the young lord of myriad sources, Chu Yan and the two saw a very shallow pattern emerging on a smooth rock. If they didn't look at it deliberately, they would probably think it was a trace of weathering on the surface of an ordinary stone. But when Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling took a closer look, they could quickly recognize that it was a formation map. This is... Before Chu Yan could ask, the young lord of myriad sources had already begun to explain. This is a kind of ancient prohibition, but it is not a restriction on killing intent, but a restriction on rewards. As long as the power of divine punishment is broken, this restriction will be triggered and opportunities will be created. This Jing Tian God Venerable, it's still very thoughtful. The young lord of myriad sources nodded in satisfaction, the crimson light reappeared in his eyes, and the power of his pupils rushed directly to the rock. Broken. As soon as I pointed it, the rocks exploded, revealing a large hole in the ground below, which seemed to be bottomless. Close to the big hole and look down, you can feel a bone-chilling cold rushing out of the hole, spreading towards the surrounding void. This place is dangerous. When Huntian Bangling said it was dangerous, his face was full of excitement and his eyes glowed. The meaning couldn't be more obvious, the more dangerous the better. Of course Chu Yan and the lord of the young master of Xuanhuan knew what he was excited about. They nodded together and looked towards the big hole, ready to go deeper. Behind the lord. Please, please. Huntian Bangling was as attentive as a second child, and raised his hand to signal that the young master of Xuanhuan's entire face turned black. Exposed, this is troublesome. Under the smirks of Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling, the young lord of Xuanhuan sighed deeply, and walked into the big hole. Chu Yan and Huntian Bang saw him enter, and then followed go in. Joke. This supreme power, who is the ultimate way, if he is not in the front, how can he really continue to be cannon fodder? The big hole was not deep, at least not as deep as the three of them had imagined. After walking for less than half an hour, there was a glimmer of light ahead. But when they walked to the bright place, they found that it turned out to be a 10,000-year-old ice, and the coldness released by it made anyone who approached it feel chills all over their bodies. Moreover, this 10,000-year-old ice is crystal clear, even in the absence of light, it actually emits a faint light, and there have been some changes in gemstones. The three continued on. After walking for a while, I finally reached the end of the big hole. This is an underground cave that is not too big, with a radius of only 100 feet, surrounded by stalactites. It looks like it was formed naturally. In the middle of the cave, there is a huge purple stalactite. Drops of white liquid dripped from the stalactite and fell into a pool of green water below, causing ripples, which soon return to calm, and then the next drop falls, and another ripple is splashed, and the cycle repeats. What is this? Even if he didn't need to probe with his spiritual sense, Huntian Bangling could feel the extraordinariness of the water eyes, and asked in a trembling voice. The young master of Xuanhuan was stunned there, looking at the water eyes. His eyes were straightened, until he heard the question of Huntian Bangling. He took a deep breath and came back to his senses. This is Chaos Stone Fluid. The famous ancient sacred object in the heavens. It is said that whether it is refined and absorbed, or used for refining weapons, it has magical effects. Holy object. Magic effect. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling looked at each other, and their eyes flickered at the same time. Maybe they didn't know who the young lord of myriad sources was before, but in the two attacks just now, the treasures in the eyes of others were thrown away casually. Except for some spiritual soldiers, basically there were no treasures that could fall into his eyes. But now the watery eyes gave him this expression, which shows that the value of this treasure is extraordinary. And when he introduced this treasure, he said it was a miracle. If it was fake, it meant that the scammer was trying to cheat people. If it was true, all cultivators knew that the simpler the treasure's introduction, the more extraordinary it was. Be careful with this. The young master of Xuanhuan raised his hand, pointed at the big purple stalactite above, and said to Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling with a serious face. This thing should be the defensive restriction of this water eye, very powerful, extremely powerful, you see. As he said that, the young lord of myriad sources raised his hand, and the aura burst out from his whole body. The powerful aura just now condensed on his fingers, and he pointed with a sword. There was a ding sound, as if a sword had pierced the iron stone, but the big purple stalactite didn't even leave a trace. Hiss! So strong. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling have just discovered what the strength of the young lord of 10,000 sources is. Now such a strong sword finger is basically useless against this stalactite. It can be seen that the hardness of this stalactite may exceed most magic weapons. How to do this? Huntian Bangling frowned suddenly. It was really uncomfortable to have such a good treasure in front of him, but there was no way to collect it. It's hard to handle. Even if the three of us work together, we can't break this thing. The young lord of 10,000 sources gritted his teeth, bowed his head and thought for a long time, then raised his head to look at Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling. His eyes flickered for a long time, before he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. I'll pass on a set of tactics to you, and the combined strength of the three of you may be able to break through." #C4163 Do good things in the end. You can search for Unlimited Upgrade, the strongest Wuhun Jiuxiao novel, in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Two beams of mysterious light flew out, gushing out of Chu Yan's and Huntian Bangling's sea of consciousness, respectively, instantly sinking their minds. The method of warfare transmitted by the young lord of myriad sources is actually a method of battle formation, and it is also a relatively common power superposition combat technique in the method of battle formation. Chu Yan has seen the combat technique of the Eternal God Army before. Also falls into this category. It's just that the young lord of myriad sources seems to be more suitable for those with higher realms, and a few people use it. It didn't take half an hour for Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling to finish their cultivation successively, and basically mastered the method of casting. Start. The eyes of the young lord of myriad sources flickered, and he stepped forward with one step, creating a piece of spirit pattern, which flickered on the ground. Start. Start. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling moved exactly the same as the young lord of Xuanhuan, stepping at the same time, stepping out a flickering spirit pattern on the ground. All three of them are hand seals, and the hand knots and the spirit patterns on the ground echo each other and increase continuously. The three breaths are fused in the middle area of the three of them, turning into three different colors, and quickly condensed and formed. It turned out to be a handle. Extremely sharp sword. This sword has a blade but no handle. It is formed by the fusion of the aura of the three people. You can feel the sharpness of the blade, but the back and handle of the blade seem not very complete, making the young lord of myriad sources directly shake his head and sigh. Forget it, let's do good things to the end. After saying a word, the young lord of myriad sources raised his hand, and another burst of brilliance rushed out, gushing out of the bodies of Chu Yan and Huntian Bang. At this moment, the eyes of Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling lit up at the same time. The power that the young lord of myriad sources penetrated into their bodies was a power similar to the power of the original source. It was extremely powerful and instantly increased their strength by a large amount. Cut. With the support of this new power, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling were in a state of mind, and their aura exploded again, instantly making the lightsaber in the center of the three more than doubled. Moreover, the handle and back of the sword, which originally only had a blade, began to solidify slowly, and the entire blade began to hum and tremble. This power spread out, it was extremely powerful, and the entire cave that was moved was buzzing and trembling. Break! Seeing that the battle formation was completed, the young lord of myriad sources raised his hand and pointed out without any hesitation, and the light group moved accordingly, slashing straight at the purple stalactite opposite. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the three of them could only feel the ground shaking under their feet, and a large burst of stellar energy swept away. When the airwaves dissipated, the three of them could clearly see a deep knife appearing on the purple stalactites. It looks like a big tree that has been chopped down. It seems to be possible. The eyes of the three of them lit up, and they stopped hesitating at the moment. They urged their sabers with all their strength, and slashed on the purple stalactites one by one. There were more and more knife marks, and stone chips flew up at the gap. Cutting down with a knife is like cutting down a tree. The naked eye can see stone chips flying on the purple stalactites, and the gap is getting bigger and deeper. The sound of the explosion of Gangchi was endless, echoing in the cave, especially deafening, but the three of them had restrained their consciousness and were basically unaffected, and all of them chopped down trees with shining eyes. It took about an hour, and the pillar-like purple stalactite broke with a bang. However, when the three of Chu Yan used their spiritual sense to explore the past, the restraining power still existed on the purple stalactite with the broken stone tip, without any sign of weakening. At this moment, the three of them suddenly smiled wryly, and could only continue to cut down the tree. This kind of logging work lasted for a whole night, and the bottom of the purple stalactite as thick as a house was smashed with an arm-thick hole, but the young lord of Xuanhuan was already tired and sweating, so he went on strike on the spot up. Don't do it, what a tired and silly boy. The young master of Xuanhuan shook his face, and immediately withdrew from the battle formation, causing the lightsaber to disappear immediately. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling couldn't guard against it all at once, almost dodging their waists. What are you doing? Say it, ahem. Huntian Bangling sucked for a long time before he finally stabilized the chaotic chi in his body, and stared fiercely at the young master of Xuanhuan who was already slumped on the ground. You two guys are too weak. I exerted 70% of my strength alone, I can't stand it anymore. The young master of Xuanhuan's face was full of resentment, looking at the grievances of Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling. He was only a few tears away. Sorry, I haven't broken through Sangzhu realm not long ago, so I only have this power. Chu Yan said, but his face was full of smiles. The appearance of the young lord of myriad sources made him very happy, and this cheater finally suffered a loss. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the young master of Xuanhuan's eyes twitched twice, opened his mouth and finally didn't say anything, turned his head to look at Huntian Bangling and continued to pretend to be pitiful, his big eyes flickering. I haven't made a breakthrough for tens of thousands of years. With this power, I'm useless. Huntian Bangling flicked his face directly. It was rare to pay attention to him. These two words fell into the ears of the young master of myriad sources, and he felt as if he had swallowed an orange. His throat was tightly blocked. There is nothing to say. He knows that Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling are telling the truth. Their strength is just like this. What can you do? If you want to be lazy, there is no way to do it. Okay. I'm unlucky. I have a secret book here, Su Yu. After you quickly comprehend it, your cultivation should be close to the Yuan-Tian realm. The young lord of myriad sources got up from the ground, patted his ass, and said with resentment. Oh. Hearing this, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling's eyes lit up. But let me tell you first, this is a secret that I will not pass on. If it is passed on to you, I will share half of the stone liquid later. Originally, Chu Yan was still a little moved, but when he heard these words, Chu Yan instantly understood that this guy was willing to hand over his trump card because of that stone liquid. In this way, it became clearer for Chu Yan and Huntian Bang that the preciousness of this stone liquid is very huge. No problem. Chu Yan didn't refuse. Now, in the ruins of Qingtian Shenzhuan, they have just walked 2 floors, and the immortal young master and the others are on the first floor, and they may rush up at any time. Therefore, the most precious thing now is not these treasures, but time. Think about it from another angle. If they don't bring the young lord of myriad sources with them, maybe they can't even pass the first floor, not to mention the stone liquid now, and Chu Yan has a feeling that as long as they continue to walk, the treasures here will be destroyed. It won't get worse, on the contrary, it will get better and better. The young master of Xuanhuan is extremely greedy for money. When he sees something good, he will desperately want to get it. This can draw all his cards. If you can get this whole card stunt, you will definitely earn money. Okay. Let's get started. The young master of myriad sources looked happy. He originally thought that Chu Yan would refuse, or negotiate a lower price, but he did not expect to agree so readily. #C4164 Who we are with. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. Then, the young lord of myriad origins began to mobilize his true energy, releasing a very wonderful method of controlling his true energy, and then continuously condensing and compressing his true energy. There are deficiencies in the world, yin and yang follow the principles, all ways are true, sincerity is like the law, the holy sky guides you, guides. The young lord of myriad sources muttered words, but this time his voice was extremely majestic, with a faint sense of sacredness. As soon as Chu Yan's mind calmed down, he was immediately excited by the sound, his mind was shaken, and the sea of consciousness was as clear as a divine light bathed. At this time, the young lord of myriad sources stood there, seeing Chu Yan sitting down cross-legged, a golden halo immediately appeared on his body, he nodded and smiled, and turned his head to look at the Huntian Bang Lingdao. How about it? Do you want to learn or not? If you want to learn, just like him, just divide the stone liquid with me. Huntian Bangling's face turned black at that time. He glanced at Chu Yan, felt the holy breath on Chu Yan, and shook his head directly. Stop dreaming. You should know that this exercise is not suitable for me. Besides, I won't be able to comprehend it in a short time. The young lord of myriad sources smiled and said, I don't have any other ideas, but you see, it takes time for Brother Su to comprehend it, and it's boring for us to wait here, why don't I teach you, right? Hearing this, Huntian Bangling laughed immediately, squinted at the young master of Xuanhuan and said, It seems that you are a good person. Seeing the eyes and expression of Huntian Bangling, the young master of Xuanhuan laughed again and said, Which one of us is with whom? It's about sharing life and death, sharing blessings, and you will definitely help me block it when I'm in trouble, right, this feeling. Huntian Bangling didn't listen to his nonsense at all, but kept sweeping his consciousness over Chu Yan's body, feeling the difference of this sacred breath, and considering whether he was suitable or not. But now, of course, Huntian Bangling knows that this young master of Xuanhuan has a lot of cards, and they are all good things. No wonder he will be able to control the land of Xuanhuan in the future. At this moment, Huntian Bangling, who was still hesitating, suddenly felt that on Chu Yan, the holy breath that had not appeared for a long time broke out, and a momentum soaring into the sky made Huntian Bangling the consciousness is in a trance, as if facing a god. Depend on. The young master of Xuanhuan, who was staring at Huntian Bangling, turned his head to stare at Chu Yan, and immediately became violent. What's the situation? It's only been so long, and he has comprehended the will of the holy breath. This is impossible. Standing aside, Huntian Bangling saw the young master of Xuanhuan's expression of seeing a ghost, and immediately smiled, very happily. Let you see the true strength of the first genius in my God's domain continent, and let you know what a perverted monster is. Isn't he the body of the holy heaven? At least 6 hours, this is only half an hour. Holy breath will. That is definitely the trump card of the young lord of myriad sources, and it is a very important trump card, so of course the young master of myriad sources is very clear about the will of the holy breath. When I comprehended this whole card back then, it took a full 3 hours. The body of the holy heaven. Huntian Bangling grasped the key point in an instant, stared at the young master of Xuanhuan, and asked doubtfully, What holy body? The young lord of myriad sources asked with a confused face. You just said that Suyu is the body of the holy sky. What is the body of the holy sky? Huntian Bangling then asked. I don't know, did I say that? No. The young lord of myriad sources shook his head, like a rattle, without a trace of consciousness. Huntian Bangling knew that he would not admit it, and he should have lost his mouth, because he was suddenly frightened by the monster just now. But what is the body of the holy sky? He only knew that Chu Yan obtained the original body in Huang Tian Tang, and he was the descendant of Tong Tian Old Ghost, but the original body and the Holy Sky body should not be the same thing. In the cave, the young lord of Xuanhuan glared at Chu Yan, his eyes flickering, and Huntian Bangling stared at the young lord of Xuanhuan and Chu Yan. With solemnity and speculation all over his face, the atmosphere became extremely heavy, and the entire cave was eerily quiet. Time is passing by, and an hour is coming soon. At this time, two dazzling golden lights burst out from the pupils of the young lord of myriad sources who had been staring at Chu Yan. Huntian Bangling also felt it. Turning his head to look, he saw the aura of Chu Yan's whole body surging like a tide, and a very mysterious change occurred in his aura, as if there was some kind of heavenly aura. Material and earth treasures are about to be conceived, arousing the spirit of heaven and earth. Huntian Bangling's eyes lit up in an instant. He really didn't expect that the trump card passed to Chu Yan by the young master of Xuanhuan was really so strong. At this time, two golden lights shot out from Chu Yan's eyes, piercing through the void and chaos in front of him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a faint smile rose. This time, the harvest is extremely huge. I don't know why, Chu Yan felt from the depths of his soul that this holy will might be the most suitable secret skill for him so far. Its function and significance even surpassed the original body. This kind of breath is even more eternal than the ancient power, making him seem to be in the universe of the sky, seeing the world clearly for the first time, and himself. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan stood up and looked at the young lord of myriad sources, bowing deeply. Immediately, without any hesitation, he took out the treasured sword of the 7th rank of God rank, and handed it over with both hands. The young lord of myriad sources was stunned, staring at Chu Yan in a daze, and subconsciously stretched out his hands to take the sword, but he just froze there, motionless, as if petrified. This is my holy heaven's will. At this moment, the young master of myriad sources was a little suspicious of Wu Xing. Why the holy heaven will that this guy cultivated in front of him seemed to be completely different from his own. On the opposite side, Chu Yan was looking at the young master of Xuanhuan with a grateful expression. His eyes were full of apology. You are wrong. They are not cheaters at all, they have been testing themselves all the time, wanting to pass on this really good thing to themselves. Such a cheat, Chu Yan is willing to be cheated forever. So worth it. Ahem, boy, you're not bad. It's barely okay. I was a little stunned for an hour. But the comprehension is not bad. In order to cover up something, the young lord of myriad sources didn't say much. After receiving the sword, he turned around and looked at the purple stalactite road. Come on, let's continue. Then, the three burst into breath at the same time, turned to the purple stalactite, and began to activate the combat technique. But this time, the situation has undergone a shocking change. The previous time, the radiance of the young lord of myriad sources was fully twice that of Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling, but now, when Chu Yan displayed the will of the holy heaven, that huge golden beam of light was fully as bright as that of the young man. The azure light of the Lord of 10,000 sources grew a lot bigger. Break! The young lord of myriad sources pushed his combat skills and true energy to the extreme, and let out a roar. #C4165 Upside Down. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. This time the effect of hands-on has obviously changed a lot. Chu Yan's outburst and surprise caused the stalactite, which was originally as hard as a plate of iron, to collapse in a short time, and the young lord of myriad sources didn't even have time to feel tired, and everything was over. After taking the stone liquid with a face full of bewilderment, he looked at the two eyes looking at him from the opposite side, and the young master of Xuanhuan couldn't react. Don't be dazed, let's go there next. Chu Yan waited a little impatiently, and asked. Why is this young lord of myriad sources a bit silly? How can he cheat people like this in the future? How about using that sky nail again? It's quick and convenient. Han Tianbangling's words immediately made the somewhat sluggish young lord of Xuanhuan react quickly, roaring like a cat whose hair has exploded. You must be Chinese cabbage that day. Don't think about it, wait for me to calculate. Taking out the wooden compass, the young lord of myriad sources started his magic stick again. Over there. However, when Chu Yan and Han Tianbangling followed his hand and looked in that direction, their faces suddenly twitched. There is a stone wall there, okay? There is a way. A scam is a scam, and the nature will not change. That's right, it's this direction. It must be beneficial to show this direction on the hexagram. The young lord of myriad sources stared at the stone wall, his eyes sparkling. This time, Chu Yan and Han Tianbangling were a little uncertain. Logically speaking, there are stone walls in all directions in this stone cave, and it is almost the same if you go in that direction, and the pit of the young master of Xuanhuan is a pit, but it seems that he has not missed it since he entered the ruins of Qingtian God. Behind the stone wall. After the three of them made up their minds, they started directly, bombarding the stone wall, trying to break through the road. With one move, the scene where the stone wall was broken did not appear at all, and the seemingly ordinary stone wall did not have any scars at all. Just kidding. Who are these three people? The weakest one is also in the Zhangzhu realm, who can smash a mountain with one punch. Now that the three of them strike at the same time, they can't even hit a stone wall. This is simply wrong. You guys are being lazy again. The original doubts of Chu Yan and Han Tianbangling disappeared completely at this moment. It seems that the young master of Xuanhuan was right. This stone wall is not simple, and this direction is definitely not wrong. They didn't bother with him because of the smug look on his face. Boom. Boom. Chu Yan and Han Tianbangling didn't hold back anymore, and they both shot with all their strength. This time, Shibi couldn't bear it anymore, and was constantly bombarded with earth and rocks, and a cave-like passage kept pushing into the mountain. All the way deep into the mountain like a groundhog, after a full 100 breaths of time, the two of them suddenly punched out, and there was a vacuum. This is an independent space hidden deep at the bottom of the mountain. Under the double independence of space and time, this pathless small cave with a radius of less than 10 feet may not be found by gods or ghosts. The three of them entered the small hole, looked around, and found that there was nothing in it, except for some strange patterns in the center of the ground. This is it. This is the spirit array, the entrance to the next floor. The young master of myriad sources lay down on the ground and studied for a long time, finally found something, and said happily. This Qingtian God Venerable is not a good boy. He actually likes to play hide and seek. An entrance is hidden in this kind of place. If it weren't for my calculation skills, he would definitely be stumped and sleepy in that mountain all the time. These words won the agreement of Chu Yan and Han Tianbangling. The two nodded in unison, and at the same time stepped into the spiritual formation urged by the young lord of Xuanhuan. Swish! The figures of the three disappeared on the spot, appearing in another completely new place. This is a great place. Real. Because as soon as Chu Yan appeared in this place, he felt uncomfortable all over his body, as if he had entered a special field. Stared at by unseen eyes. Looking up to the front, I can only see pieces of buildings, which seem to be a group of palaces, but not the kind of large palaces, but the kind of residence halls, just like the living quarters of a certain sect force. The outer perimeter is like a small courtyard building. The closer to the inner perimeter of the building, the more gorgeous and taller it is. But what Chu Yan and the others were in at this time turned out to be in front of the tallest building in this living area, and there were two huge stone statues in front of the hall. A battle that none of the three had expected was going on. One side is led by young Master Undead, by Pa, Yin Jiuetian and other geniuses on the All Heavens list, while the other side is a powerful dragon beast flying in the sky, grabbing golden light all over the sky, and spraying dragon breaths one after another. Out, the geniuses who were about to attack were thrown in all directions. This is a purebred dragon beast. Except for the wings on its back, it is very similar to Chu Yan's Qinglong Wuhun. Of course, the color of the dragon beast is light gold. It's you again. As soon as the three of Chu Yan appeared, all the undead young masters in the battle immediately found out. Not only them, Chu Yan and the others were even more stunned, even more surprised and stunned than them, as if they had experienced something extraordinary. It seems that the stone cave is not the second level, it should be a hidden reward. They didn't go there, they just got here after taking the 3 treasures, so this is the real second level. Only. The calm analysis of the young master of Xuanhuan did not bring any praise, but on the contrary, it attracted Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling's eyes for a while. What kind of dog, asshole? Is it real? In the final analysis, this young lord of myriad sources is still a scam, and a huge pit at that. That Qing Tian God Venerable is also a scammer. I don't know if there is a dissipated will body. I don't know if he is hiding in that hell and laughing at this moment. The teleportation entrance of this bonus level actually leads directly to the battlefield of the second level. This is a rhythm that is obviously going to kill people. Could it be that he couldn't figure out what kind of result it would be if he appeared naked in front of those honest people after receiving the reward? Chu Yan already has a lot of experience. The heavens are really different from the Godland continent. The lower the level of cultivation in the Divine Realm continent, the more pitted it is, and the reverse is true in the heavens. The higher the level of cultivation and level, the more pitfalls those big bosses may have. The representative characters are the young lord of myriad sources and Qing Tian God Venerable. This point must be well remembered, or else you will be in big trouble in the heavens. Here is the Hall of Guayin of the 10,000 sects. Huntian Bangling ignored the group of people directly, looked up at the huge palace, looked at the plaque and said, "That's the guiding steel. It's written on it. If you want to pass this level, you need to defeat 45 guiding messengers. It seems that this monster is one of the guiding messengers. So many people beat one. Some strength. Hashtag C4166 as holy. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter." Hearing the words of Huntian Bangling, young master undead and the others immediately turned dark. Even the ghosts could tell that his words of some strength definitely didn't mean them, but he meant that they beat a monster like this from me, and they still beat it like this, which shows that the monster has some strength. This is a slap in the face. It's totally provocative. As for the geniuses on the All Heavens list in front of us, they are actually not as bad as Huntian Bangling thinks. At least as soon as they came, Ubaipo directly found more than 40 positions to receive envoys, and just started to deal with the first one. At that time, Chu Yan and the others arrived. I have to say that on the first floor, because of being stimulated by the 3 of Chu Yan, a bunch of geniuses on the All Heavens list attacked those treasure-keeping restrictions like crazy, so that they consumed extra money. Before they recovered, they reached the place on the second floor. And Ubaipo found out the position of the messenger in an instant, and pulled the monster out like a train, so when everyone was unprepared and even in a negative state, the battle began. It's not bad if you can save your life. Fortunately, there are many people and strength, and these people decided to go up to be beaten in batches. On the one hand, they are looking for the weakness of the beast, and at the same time, most of them can be recovered. This matter is also very normal to say. After all, no one has ever been to the Qingtian ruins, and it is normal to be beaten up in the face of the sudden appearance of the beast, without knowing it at all. But what is the problem? It is exactly the same as the first level before. The 3 of Chu Yan suddenly appeared, and a group of geniuses in the sky were instantly stimulated again. Fellow Taoist immortal, we can't let them go this time. I've given this dragon body to me. I'll take it first. You hurry up and kill them first. Yubipo really didn't talk much, but when he did, it made people want to fuck him to death. Then, under the cold eyes of Chu Yan and the other three, Yubipo took out a jade talisman, put it in his hand and started to move it. This is a golden jade talisman with a special spiritual breath and will on it. You can find it by scanning your consciousness. The breath in this jade talisman seems to be somewhat similar to the breath here. If there is no accident, it may be the treasure of the great sage Tianzong. It seems that Yubipo has gained a lot of benefits while becoming the heir of the great sage Tianzong, and he seems to have been taken care of in many aspects within the great sage Tianzong. Golden seal of the great sage. The young master of myriad sources looked at the jade talisman, his eyes lit up. Not bad, you also know the great sage gold seal. Hearing the words of the young lord of myriad sources, Yubipo looked at him in surprise, not to mention outsiders, even the immortal young masters here, the geniuses on the all heavens list, don't know the treasures in their hands. After all, the great sage Tianzong has fallen for so long, and outsiders know very little about him, and very few relics of the great sage Tianzong appear in the outside world. After Yubipo looked at the young lord of myriad sources and laughed, he began to cast his handprints, pouring them into the jade talisman, causing a flash of golden light. Under the vibration of the jade talisman, rays of light rushed out of the jade talisman and shot towards the surrounding void. Like a saint coming in person. After drinking the 4 words, the entire heaven and earth palace trembled, and then tall golden phantoms appeared above the sky in all directions, and even above the connecting hall in front of me, there was also a golden phantom appearing, holding a majestic divine weapon Wu, wearing golden armor, just looked at Yubipo below. In the next breath, all the golden phantoms turned into streaks of light, rushed out of Yubipo's body, and disappeared. It was replaced by Yubipo, powerful golden radiance rushed out like a tide, and illusory golden armor appeared outside his body. Although it was illusory, under the golden radiance, it seemed that Yubipo was turning into a god in golden armor and holy clothes. He sent out thousands of attacks, blasting at the powerful monster. The dragon beast was blasted by the golden light and immediately raised its head and roared. The voice was full of pain and anger, and at the same time, in a pair of dragon eyes that turned gray. For a moment, there was a trace of fear. Great Sage Gold Seal. A powerful force of the great sage Tianzong, after being blessed on Yubipo, the burst of power almost has the aura of a god, which naturally has an extremely terrifying suppression and pressure on the monsters in the realm of the great sage Tianzong threaten. Not being a human being, Jiuxiao and the others suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies lighten, and the coercion of those monsters was obviously weakened a lot. The next moment, the eyes of several people turned to Chu Yan, with killing intent like ice skates. With you, there will be an accurate explanation for courting death. He. Jiuxiao was very happy with a smile, and his figure turned into a black light and rushed towards Chu Yan. It was this guy who lied to himself and everyone. Die. There will be no hesitation at all, and I don't want things like the first floor to happen again, so that these 3 people will have a chance to escape, so whenever the undead young master and others have a chance, they will shoot with all their strength, rushing towards Chu Yan-san like a thunderbolt. People. The young lord of myriad sources was always ready, and in a blink of an eye he was behind Huntian Bangling. When Huntian Bangling quickly dodged, the young lord of myriad sources displayed the speed and shameless spirit that often surpass ordinary people, and died sticking tightly behind Huntian Bangling. He had no intention of coming out from behind to meet the enemy. They're all going to die. Young Master Undead and others were really angry. From the moment Yubipo took out the golden seal of the great sage, it was impossible for all of them to let Chu Yan and the 3 leave alive. Just you guys, want to kill me? Just kidding, I'll give you a chance, get out. Huntian Bangling stood there with his hands on his back, his aura like the sky, while showing the aura of a long-standing superior. giving the other party a chance logically and with identity. This is a habit he developed in God's domain continent. No matter what kind of warrior, especially a genius, he will definitely give him a chance and will not kill him directly. However, he seems to be in the wrong place. This is the world of the heavens, not the land of the gods. He is not the leader of the Huntian list, but just an outsider at the bottom of the world of the heavens. Okay, kind, very kind. Regarding the words of Huntian bangling, the faces of the undead boy and other popular groups turned green, and the killing intent all over their bodies was out of control. This is provocation and blasphemy. These three guys have never taken them seriously, so they dare to deceive them. This is absolutely unbearable. Seeing that the other party not only didn't mean to get out, but was even more murderous, Huntian bangling shook his head, and with a flash of figure, he shot directly. Boom! Powerful power erupted from him, and thunder echoed in the surrounding void, as if a sea of thunder clouds had been awakened. Then, at the speed of a foot, he rushed directly in front of the nearest opponent, raised his hand and punched out. Boom! 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 Hashtag C4167 Shameless Liar. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. All the attacking tides of geniuses gathered just now were blown up in front of this punch, and they picked up the surging tide and rushed in all directions. The remaining wave of energy picked up a terrifying giant wave several feet high, and rolled towards several people, but the undead young master and others in front of this huge wave were small in stature, with horrified expressions on their faces, completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? This guy is so powerful. Give me, break. Young Master Undead didn't hesitate, and directly used the secret skill of his whole card. When he raised his hand, an extremely powerful fist rushed out, turning into a peerless magic knife, and slashed straight at the tall and huge wave. Under the powerful knife force, the wave of air instantly disintegrated, fragmented, and swept past all the geniuses on the All Heavens list. On the other side, Jiuxiao locked onto Chu Yan, and the silver spear in his hand shattered a large area of void. After sweeping, a long river of power was brought up, covering Chu Yan and the void around him. Holy will! Chu Yan exerted his original power, melted into 3 places, raised his hand and blasted out a golden fist. The two attacks collided together, exploding the power of the sky, and the two of them were shaken by the impact of the strong wave of energy. Good boy, you still have some strength. This is your confidence to provoke us. Jiuxiao's eyes were still full of killing intent, without any change. After licking his lips, the red light in Jiuxiao's eyes flickered even more. Must die. It is the most basic rule for a genius on the All Heavens list not to leave a strong opponent for himself, so the stronger Chu Yan is, the less he will be able to give him life. The next moment, the black light on Jiuxiao's body became more and more intense, and a large amount of black smoke rose, covering half of the sky, as if he was a peerless and powerful ghost at this moment. Extreme Heaven Slaughter. With one shot, the silver light spilled out like a sky full of stars, only rushing a foot-long distance, but turned into the most terrifying black holes in the sea of stars, as if to destroy the entire starry sky world. This move represents Jiuxiao's strongest combat power, and it is also his confidence to become a genius on the All Heavens list. Chu Yan's eyes were slightly closed, just watching Jiuxiao perform his tricks, and he, who was integrated into the original world, could feel every change in Jiuxiao's vigor. I have to say, this genius from the heavens is very strong. Far from being comparable to the Zhangzhu realm of the God's domain continent, with such strength in the God's domain continent, the 4 Zhangzhu lords are probably not their opponents for the time being. The robe fluttered, Chu Yan's eyes were completely closed, and he raised his head slightly, his whole mind sank into the comprehension. In the sea of consciousness was the will of the holy heaven that had just been comprehended. It seems that it can be improved a little bit. When Chu Yan suddenly opened his eyes, his figure disappeared instantly on the spot. What? Inju innocently couldn't believe it, that guy actually disappeared from his sight, and most importantly, he also lost the target of his consciousness lock. This is not the concept of speed at all. In an instant, a very uneasy feeling rose in his heart. Having experienced countless battles, he certainly knew that this was the reaction he would have when he met an opponent who could cause him danger. However, even such a liar can threaten himself. He didn't even make it to the list of the heavens. How could he have such strength? It's completely unreasonable. No matter what the other party is going to do after disappearing, it is impossible for Jiuxiao to just sit idly by. He swung the spear in his hand continuously and quickly, and the silver tip of the spear left a series of shining gun trails in the void, as if using the void as the using paper and a spear as a pen, they are drawing a huge map of the sky. Soon, a huge landscape painting appeared in front of him. This landscape painting was so big and powerful that it seemed to faintly compete with the real world. All worlds are one, the world is like me. At this moment, in the painted landscape painting, a strange shining point appeared. It was Chu Yan, who had just disappeared. Unable to blend in with the landscape world drawn by Jiuxiao, he showed his figure and saying something at the same time. As for Jiuxiao, who was holding a spear and maintaining the world painting of mountains and rivers, when he heard these words, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his whole body trembled slightly. With the gun in his hand, he drew a map of the world of mountains and rivers, forcing out the opponent, but when the opponent walked out of his own map of mountains and waters, Jiuxiao felt that the map of mountains and waters had become the domain of the opponent, and in turn was covering and suppressing him. Let yourself have nowhere to escape. How can this be? Heavenly. The terrified Jiuxiao completely broke out, and his whole body soared into the sky, straight up to Jiuxiao. As for death and rebirth, that's the only way. Jiuxiao is cutting off all the means of survival, and the only way to live is to die. This is a desperate strategy, and the gun in his hand is his only reliance. On the other side, young Master Undead led 2 people to surround the Huntian Bangling, 3 against 2. Of course, strictly speaking, he could ignore the young Lord of Xuanhuan, who was like a dog's skin plaster. Basically, it was a 3 against 1 situation. After fighting 100 moves, countless voids were shattered, and the sky and the earth shook. Your Excellency's strength is good. You have the qualifications to be on the list of the heavens. Young Master Undead looked at Huntian Bangling and said words of approval, but his face was extremely gloomy. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you are willing to turn your back on the dark and turn to the bright, I can let go of the fact that you helped these 2 liars. You must know that the 2 of them have deceived more than 30 people, and most of them are geniuses on the All Heavens list. If you help them, there will be no good end. Hearing this, Huntian Bangling turned his head and glanced at the young Master of Xuanhuan behind him, and said viciously, "Shameless liar." He turned his head and glanced at Chu Yan, who was fighting in the distance, and gritted his teeth. To be honest, he and Chu Yan still had a feud, and he was also cheated and let down his feelings. However, these are matters between him and Chu Yan, and have nothing to do with here now. It's useless to talk too much. If you want to kill them, you have to pass me first. On God's domain continent, if you want to say who is the most principled person, it is absolutely no different from hunting, because he is the leader of God's domain continent, the #1 powerhouse in name. No matter what happened, in his eyes, Chu Yan was from Xinyu continent, so he was on his side. Okay. Your Excellency is so courageous. Although I am not your opponent one-on-one, you really think that with your strength at the Yuan-Tian realm, you can stop the 3 of us? Being a genius on the All Heavens ranking, being on the All Heavens ranking represents not only talent and strength, but also represents that they all come from a huge force, which is also one of their strongest trump cards. Whether it's a family, a sect, or a master, every genius on the All Heavens list has countless cards in his body. You seem to have misunderstood martial arts. Huntian Bangling looked at young Master Undead, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes for the second time. #C4168 Martial Arts Misunderstanding. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. Hearing this, young Master Undead stopped his actions in an instant. What? I have misunderstood martial arts. What a joke. I am a genius on the All Heavens list, yet someone dares to say that I have misunderstood martial arts. Of course, if someone else said this, young Master Undead would not pay attention at all, but now this one is qualified enough to say this based on his strength alone. What do you mean? Young Master Undead stared at the other party, coldly. In his impression, this person was not a talkative person and would not intentionally talk nonsense, so he was interested to ask what happened. The realm is just a rule. Martial arts exist to break the rules, so they are also in the Yuan-Tian realm, but there are huge differences between them. Don't talk about the three of you, it's the people behind you, some things, I don't care. When he said this, the momentum of Huntian Bangling soared again. With one step, the world roared, and the power of the surrounding world continued to emerge, as if the whole world was cheering for Huntian Bangling. This scene fell in the eyes of the three undead young masters, and their expressions all changed. The next moment, they saw the entire sky and the void coming towards the three of them, severely suppressing them. It's not arrogance. It's an actual attack. From the moment he was born, the spirit of Huntian ranking has represented the origin of the mainland, and the origin of the God's domain continent is completely under his control. This makes him almost invincible in the God's domain continent. To defeat him, it is almost necessary to defeat the origin of the entire God's domain continent. Chu Yan has seen this before, and it is almost impossible to accomplish. Although this is not God's domain continent, and he is not in charge, the heavens also have their origins. Although there are differences between the origins, they are still the origins. Therefore, when the spirit of Huntian List performed the same heaven and earth fusion stunt as Chu Yan, the effect produced was more than several times that of his. Moreover, this is not the limit of the spirit of the Hunting List at all. As long as he wants, he can mobilize more void origin. You can control the power of heaven and earth. How is this possible? Are you the son of God? The faces of the undead young master and the others were full of horror and terror, watching the spirits of the hunting rankings all lose their souls. The holy son of the great sage heaven realm is equal to the successor of this realm, which does not refer to a single great sage heaven sect, but the entire realm. Moreover, the existence of Xingzi at this level only exists in legends for Undead Sun and the others. Even if they are geniuses on the list of the heavens, they are not something they can see. And this one in front of him could not be the holy son of the great sage heaven realm. A strong sense of crisis rose in the hearts of Undead Young Master and the others. At this moment, they looked at Huntian Bangling again, and they all changed, especially the words that Huntian Bangling asked everyone to go together. At this point, there seems to be a good explanation. Fight. The geniuses on the All Heavens list are not ordinary people, and they face many crises, so at this time, all of them burst out with blood and their eyes were red. One after another, powerful treasures and whole cards were continuously taken out, and they were blasted out in unison with a terrifying light that filled the sky. Boom, boom. All kinds of attacks blasted out and hit the void source, all of them shattered in an instant, and no one survived. Young Master Undead and the three of them raised their heads to the sky and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. They all flew upside down and were seriously injured by the force of heaven and earth in an instant. At this moment, on the other side of the battlefield, there was also a figure spurting blood and flying backwards. It was Yin Jiuetian who was fighting Chu Yan, and was instantly seriously injured by an upgraded version of the Holy Heaven's Will. Defeated. Not far away, Yu Baipo, who was fighting the dragon beast, was stunned by his consciousness. What's the situation? Yin Jiuetian and young Master Undead were all defeated. This made Yu Baipo completely unbelievable. It was impossible for this to happen. Since he can share the relics of the great sage Qianzong with young Master Undead. Naturally, he had verified the strength of these people, and they were all approved by him, but now, they were defeated by more people and fewer people, and they lost so quickly. It's just a few tricks to fight. Judging from this time, the two opponents obviously still have spare energy, especially there is another liar who has never made a move from the beginning to the end, and has been spying secretly. What are the identities of these three people? Yu Baipo took a deep breath in his heart. It is impossible for such a person to be an ordinary person. If he is unknown on the list of the heavens, there is only one possibility. He is the top genius of the powerful sect Xuezong. Could this be the reason why they could enter the great temple? At this moment, the statue that had been silent among the palaces suddenly released a powerful aura, sweeping across the audience like a shock wave, stirring up an ancient aura. The faces of Yu Baipo, young Master Undead, and others changed drastically in an instant. The stone statue is about to wake up. This is equivalent to saying that all the guides have receded, and the inheritance of the relics of the Qing Tian God Venerable will appear next. Well, that's it. Ha ha ha, luck is good, luck is pretty good. Let's go. The young lord of Xuanhuan, who has been hanging around for a long time, has a louder voice than anyone else at this time. He came out from behind Huntian Bangling, and walked towards the gate of the palace swaggeringly with 8-character steps. When Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling saw it, without any hesitation, their figures flashed in an instant, and they rushed to the main hall following the young master of Xuanhuan. Dream. With a loud roar, Yu Baipo directly summoned the Holy Sky Golden Seal, and with a wave of his hand, hundreds of golden phantoms appeared, each one very much like the dragon beast he fought just now. These should be the attracting beast spirits trapped in the Holy Heaven Golden Seal. When the stone statue awakened, they all returned to the Holy Heaven Golden Seal and belonged to the heirs. Now it is just used to deal with the three of Chu Yan and prevent them from snatching the inheritance of Qing Tian Shenzhuan. Hurry up. The undead young master, who had recovered a bit, rushed forward at the same time and shot together. It is impossible to just accept defeat like this, even if it is impossible for them to defeat Chu Yan and the three of them in terms of combat power, but undead young master and the others are absolutely unwilling to see the inheritance in their hands being robbed. Chaos Realm. With a wave of the Huntian Bangling's hand, the power of the heaven and the earth instantly transformed into an extremely black area, and at the same time, it fell from the sky and came down to suppress it fiercely. With this move, no matter how tyrannical these geniuses on the All Heavens list are, if they want to fight against the power of heaven and earth, it will be impossible to break through this domain in a short while. If this is in the God's domain continent, it will be almost permanent suppression, and you will never be able to stand up again. Unless the God's domain continent collapses, you will have a day to escape. Will be enough. Haha, good job. The young lord of myriad sources was overjoyed, so that he would not be in any danger, and it was time for him to perform. #C4169 Successor. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. After Huntian Bangling brought Chu Yan into the main hall, he stopped, turned his head and looked at a group of geniuses from the Tianbang rushing outside, and after grinning, he raised his hand and waved. Immediately, the double doors of the main hall, which had just been opened, closed again with a rattling sound. Immortal young master and the other group of people's faces changed drastically, and they quickly slowed down, almost hitting the door. Bastard! The door is closed. Yin Jiuetian vomited blood while roaring, attacking the door one after another, trying to break it open. Boom! Under the strong energy, the gate remained motionless, there was no possibility of it being blasted open, and the force of heaven and earth above his head was still suppressing downwards, causing Jiuxiao to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood immediately. Boom! 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 As a last resort, the geniuses present at the All Heavens list could only turn their heads and bombard the suppressed heaven and earth power again. All kinds of powerful attacks exploded, and finally blasted the heaven and earth power into pieces. Fellow Taoist immortal, you lead people to stop the monster beasts coming from all around, and the others will break open the gate of this temple with me. Yu Baipo's complexion was extremely dark, as if he had eaten a few caddies of flies. Good. After agreeing, young Master Undead turned around and left, and soon there were roaring battle sounds all around. Yu Baipo stood in front of the door without any movement, just looked at the palace door so quietly. The Tianbang geniuses following him saw that he was not moving. They all looked at each other, but they could all feel a faint message. The wave of spiritual consciousness was transmitted from Yu Baipo's body. Who was he contacting? I don't know, maybe it's with the great sage Qianzong. He is the successor of the great sage Qianzong. Damn, no way, there are still living people in this great Saint Qianzong. Don't scare me. Hey, it's possible. Before these people could finish speaking, Yu Baipo suddenly raised his head, his eyes shot into the sky. On the other side, the three of Chu Yan, who had just entered the main hall, were not in the main hall at all. Under the very common time and space of the main hall, the three of them were transported to a brand new small world as soon as they entered the gate of the palace. Such setups are very common in some ancient sects in the God's domain continent, and among the heavens, there are probably many strong people's residence halls that are like this, exuding a high-grade and luxurious temperament. Not every sect and powerhouse can stuff the hour and space into the palace, and the price is extremely high. The three of Chu Yan walked in the small world for a short time, and saw a group of bright lights standing in front of them like a sun, surrounded by tall altar guards, and statues lined up nearby. There is a precious light shining on the top of the altar, which is obviously a very strong treasure. Extreme Yuan Stone. The complexion of the young lord of myriad sources changed drastically. Looking at the shining stone, he was extremely excited. Extreme Yuan Stone. Chu Yan and the two looked at each other, and they were also excited. When they looked up, they saw a token on the altar, and beside the token was a khaki yellow stone that looked like a chicken treasure. If it weren't for the cloud and smoke floating on the stone, perhaps no one would have thought that this ordinary-looking stone was actually the famous Extreme Essence Stone. Qingtian God Venerable is really generous, leaving such treasures to future generations. This contribution is too great. The young Lord of Myriad Sources looked happy, and he stretched out his hand to grab the stone, but his hand was only halfway out, and the whole hand trembled and stopped in the air, and then the whole person jumped towards the stone like he had seen a ghost in the rear. He retracted behind Huntian Bangling in an instant. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling's expressions also changed drastically. When they looked up, they saw a figure appearing opposite the young lord of Xuanhuan, standing just now. Who are you? In fact, this question is a bit silly. The figure with the fluttering white robe and the long beard reaching to the chest is exactly the same as the statue with Qingshan deity that I saw before, like an otherworldly fairy. Qingtian, God Venerable. The young master of Xuanhuan poked his head out from behind Huntian Bangling. I can't close my mouth when I talk. God, what did I do? It's too scary to snatch his things in front of Qingtian Shenzhuan. Not bad. This is right. The white-robed figure raised his head, glanced over Chu Yan and the three of them, and landed on the protruding eyes of the young Lord Xuanhuan. One after another, the divine consciousness swept over, sweeping back and forth on the body of the Qingtian God Venerable, and soon 3 long breaths were exhaled, and the three of them were relieved at the same time. This is not a real person, it should just be the body of Wu left by Qingtian Shenzhuan. It can be regarded as a normal operation, such as inheritance of relics. Generally, relics of inheritance will have the body of will left by the owner for future generations to guide the way. It was this God Supreme with a body of will that appeared and disappeared, without any movement at all, and his sudden appearance was naturally shocking. Master Qing Tian, since you are here, I will not be polite. Thank you for the UNG stone left behind by the senior. The young lord of myriad sources came out, continued to reach out to the stone, and at the same time looked at Qing Tian Shenzhuan with a smile on his face and asked, "Tell us quickly, where is your inheritance? I am a peerless genius who is unique in the world. As long as senior, give the inheritance to me, and I will definitely make the name of Qing Tian Shenzhuan known to the world." Looking at the Qing Tian God Venerable, the young lord of myriad sources, still smiling, he nodded and said, "Good." Hearing this answer, the young master of myriad sources was immediately happy. There is a door. It's beautiful to think about. But Qing Tian Shenzhuan said the next sentence, the door of the young lord of myriad sources was closed again with a bang, and the smile on his face froze, twitching slightly. You just want to take away my inheritance with just one sentence, just like you. To be honest, you are not qualified at all. Hearing this, the young master of myriad sources didn't catch his breath, rolled his eyes, and almost suffocated to death. As for you too. After looking at Huntian Bangling and Chu Yan, Qing Tian Shenzhuan shook his head slightly. It's boring, Mr. Qing Tian is too shameless. Since it's fine if you don't pass it on, then we will take this UNG stone. The young lord of myriad sources glared at Qing Tian Shenzhuan, ready to settle for the next best thing. However, when his hand was about to touch the UNG stone, a spiritual light mask suddenly rose above the altar, completely covering the entire altar, and completely wrapped it up. On the road, it is completely impossible to touch the UNG stone. Qing Tian Shenzhuan smiled, and said, "Baby, why do you always think about good things? You have already taken a lot of benefits before, so don't worry about this UNG stone." Hearing this, the young lord of 10,000 sources quit completely, and shouted directly. "Qing Tian, even if you are a god, you have to be reasonable. It's fine if you don't give the inheritance, and you won't be allowed to take the UNG stone." Then we finally rushed here and went back empty-handed. #C4173 Great Holy Orders. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. The words of Huntian Bangling naturally fell into the ears of Qing Tian Shenzhuan. Regarding these words, Qing Tian Shenzhuan's gaze that had always been interested in the young lord of Xuanhuan suddenly lost its luster, and he no longer bothered to look at it. With a glance, he turned his head to look at Huntian Bangling, and said with a slight smile, "A piece of UNG stone is nothing more than a good thing. Although you have nothing to do with my inheritance, since you are here, a piece of UNG stone is not a good thing here." As soon as this remark came out, the eyes of the young lord of myriad sources lit up, and he turned to look at the token on the altar and said, "Could it be this token? The great sage Qianzong is gone, what's the point of the token?" Qing Tian Shenzhuan stroked his long beard with his hands, and looked at the young lord of myriad sources smiling even more happily. "Ha ha ha, young man is very interesting. The great sage Qianzong is gone, but this token is still there. Although it does not have the meaning of the great sage Qianzong, this order is called the Great Sage Golden Order." Great Sage Golden Order. What's the use? The young lord of myriad sources heard the voice behind Qing Tian Shenzhuan's words, and pointed to the token and asked directly. The effect, of course, is related to inheritance. Anyone holding 3 great sage tokens can make the real inheritance of the great sage Qianzong appear, and those who have the tokens can participate in the inheritance assessment. Qing Tian Shenzhuan explained with a smile, and kept looking at Huntian Bangling, as if talking to Huntian Bangling in front of 3 people. Moreover, this great sage token has another function. In the great sacred mountain, there is a great secret. When the great sage Tianzong was there, countless talented elites went to study it. Now as long as you have this token, you can enter it, and maybe you can get that big secret. As soon as these words came out, the young master of myriad sources suddenly looked surprised. You didn't lie to us. Hee, do I have to lie to you? On the contrary, this Qing Tian God Venerable is only a body of will, and the only reason why he exists here is for the guidance of inheritance, so what he said cannot be a lie. I'm going, I finally found it this time, ha ha ha, it's all up to me, the true inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. What did I say? Only I can lead you to find it. The young master of Xuanhuan looked at Huntian Bangling and Chu Yan, and laughed wildly with his hips on his hips, his face full of complacency. Before he mixed into Chu Yan's team, he used the banner to find the core inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. Now that he saw this Qing Tian God Venerable, he gave the core inheritance clues of the great sage Tianzong as soon as he opened his mouth. His task was accomplished, and of course he was extremely proud. I will give you a secret land of the great sacred heavenly sect. This is as valuable as the core inheritance. Speaking of this, the young lord of myriad sources himself was impatient, and his eyes were full of stars when he looked at the token. Chu Yan also looked excited when he looked at the token. In order to break open the purple stalactite, the young lord of myriad sources passed on his will of the holy heaven. Chu Yan is very clear that this will of the holy heaven most likely belongs to the secret technique of the great Saint Tianzong, and this young lord of myriad sources has mastered the secret technique of the great Saint Tianzong before he came. It can be seen that he, and this great, there must be something to do with Tianzong. Senior Qing Tian, what do you mean by covering up? Let's draw a line. Huntian Bangling looked at the spirit hood on the altar, then looked at Qing Tian Shenzhuan and asked directly. It's useless to talk too much, no matter how you have to get the token first, it is possible to find the core inheritance and the secret realm. Not difficult. Seeing that Huntian Bangling asked, Qing Tian Shenzhuan said with a smile, the tokens of the great sage Tianzong all have wisdom, and they will choose their own owner, and the rules of the great sage Tianzong are relatively simple. As long as you crack the tokens on this altar forbidden, you can get in touch with the great sage token. Break the restriction. The young lord of myriad sources glanced at the altar in front of him, his figure flitted, and he circled around the altar, his eyes sparkling. That's right. There are 9 restrictions in total. With the current cultivation of the 3 of you, it is almost impossible to crack it. It is a pity that you have worked so hard to get here, I hope. Qing Tian Shenzhuan smiled and shook his head, as if he wanted to comfort him, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the wild laughter of the young lord of 10,000 sources. Haha, now I'll show you one. As he spoke, 2 balls of golden light shot out instantly from his eyes, and he stretched out his hands, a faint golden air flow circulated on his skin, and slowly stretched towards the spirit shield. This scene fell in the eyes of Qing Tian Shenzhuan, who was startled for a moment, and then smiled. The spirit hood and the altar are one. If you want to break the spirit hood without breaking the altar's restriction, you must destroy the entire altar, the spirit hood and the treasures, but then there will be nothing left. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling stared at the hand of the young Lord Xuanhuan, but they could sense that the altar had fluctuated, and the powerful aura melted into the void. It felt like a cat that was blowing its hair, ready to move at any time. Attack. Since it is the forbidden assessment set up by Qing Tian Shenzhuan and Dashing Tianzong, it should not be so easy. This cheater wants to take it directly. Hand of the Great Sage. Qing Tian Shenzhuan glanced at the young lord of myriad sources, his eyes flickering slightly. Unexpectedly, after endless years, I can still see the hand of the Great Sage. What is the relationship between this kid and that pavilion? The fact that this kid appears here, does it mean that they are going to break out of the world? Qing Tian Shenzhuan bowed his head in deep thought, thinking a lot in his heart. His eyes were still on the altar, and those hands. Buzz buzz. There is a special frequency that trembles in the void, and this frequency is changing. It seems to be different from the frequency of the hand of the young lord of myriad sources, but gradually begins to change. But the hand of the young lord of myriad sources stretched forward very slowly, but did not stop, and kept reaching towards the spirit shield. In the end, under the dumbstruck of Qing Tian Shenzhuan, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling opened their mouths, and the hand of the young lord of Xuanhuan stretched into the spirit hood, and grabbed the UNG stone. When grabbing the UNG stone, the hand of the young lord of myriad sources was immediately blocked by a powerful force. This force did not come from the UNG stone, but the spirit shield seemed to have spiritual wisdom. Sensing the hand of the young lord of myriad sources passing through the spiritual hood, he immediately concentrated his strength and rushed towards that hand. Want to stop me? The young lord of myriad sources seems to have been mentally prepared. The venerable Qing Tian said before that there are multiple restrictions on this altar, so it is impossible for him to get the UNG stone so smoothly. So in the next breath, a monstrous aura shot up from the body of the young lord of myriad sources. It was an incomparably large demonic aura, which echoed with the original holy aura on you and him, and formed a fundamental power behind him. Impossible to exist, the vision of the coexistence of gods and demons. #C4171 You decide. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. The eruption of the young lord of myriad sources made the strength of his right hand seem to become stronger. Buzz buzz. The stronger right hand of the gods and demons seemed to make the altar violent. The whole altar was trembling. At the same time, not only the altar, but also the token of the great sage on the side of the UNG stone also fluctuated, shooting out a ray of light and blasting towards the young man. The right hand of the gods and demons of the Lord of Myriad Sources. Faced with such a situation, the will body of the Qing Tian god venerable on the opposite side of the altar raised his mouth lightly. But Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling below were tense, staring at the young lord of Xuanhuan and his hand, fighting with the altar and the token of the great sage. Haha, I'll get it later, the two of you can at most get half of the UNG stone, and I can get half of it by myself, how about it? In a word, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling, who were nervous, almost laughed. At this time, the young master of Xuanhuan still has the heart to say this, and besides, he didn't get it. Alright, you say it. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling naturally wouldn't object, and nodded directly. Boom. As if stimulated by the words of the young lord of myriad sources, the token of the great sage erupted, and an incomparably violent force erupted, like a sledgehammer, slamming hard on the hand of the god who crossed the boundary. Oh. Ah. As if being scratched by a cat, the young lord of myriad sources withdrew his hand like lightning. Looking down, his entire hand was cracked by the hammer, like a broken vase. Okay, kind. I don't believe it anymore. The red-eyed young lord of myriad origins screamed and continued to burst out the power of gods and demons, and was about to reach out again, but the great sage token in the spirit had turned into a golden light, directly from the spirit hood. The recovered whole rushed out, spinning in the midair of the hall. Everyone raised their heads in astonishment, including Qing Tian Shenzhuan's whole body, which opened its mouth wide for the first time, as if to swallow a cow. The golden token was flying in the air, rushing towards the young lord of myriad origins and hovering over his head, and after a few breaths, he rushed towards Chu Yan, circled for a full 100 breaths, and rushed towards the Huntian Bangling again with a swish. After only circling for a breath at a time, it turned into a golden light, directly submerged into his sky cap, and disappeared. With the disappearance of the great sage token, the whole scene fell into deathly silence. Depend on. The young lord of myriad sources was angry, and opened his mouth to curse. Ha ha ha, congratulations to this fellow Taoist. Don't be disappointed, another little friend. As I said before, the token of the great sage has its own wisdom. Strong power is one thing, but chance is another. The smile on Qing Tian Shenzuan's face was like a flower blooming. Although there was a trace of confusion in his eyes, it did not affect his smile at the young lord of myriad sources. You mean, I don't have a chance? The young lord of myriad sources turned his head, stared at the wool body of the Qing Tian god, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a sentence. However, he found that Qing Tian Shenzuan was looking at Huntian Bangling, and he didn't pay attention to him at all. He turned his head to look at Huntian Bangling, his face changed, and he cried on the spot. God damn, you have to be reasonable. Tell me how I treated you all along the way. Tell me again, who should this great sage token belong to? Huntian Bangling stood there, lowered his head and immersed himself, as if he was sensing something. After 10 breaths, he raised his head to look at the young lord of Xuanhuan, and said softly. After collecting all 3 tokens and finding the core inheritance, the 3 of us can go there together. As soon as this remark came out, the young master of Xuanhuan burst into laughter on the spot, and nodded quickly. It's really hard to say about chance. The young lord of myriad sources can break through the aura shield and make the great sage token change, but the great sage token just doesn't affect him, which makes him very helpless. But if only the Huntian Bangling agrees to take him there, then the result is the same, the process doesn't matter. 3 fellow Taoists, since you have obtained the UNG stone and the token, it is meaningless to stay here any longer. I will send you away. Qing Tian God Venerable spoke. The 3 of Chu Yan bowed their hands in thanks. UNG stone is a good thing, and the better thing is of course the great sage token. From here, we already know that the inheritance in this great hall needs 3 tokens to open it. I don't know if you Baipo and the others know about this news. If they know, then they should understand by now. The competition is to see who can collect 3 tokens first. And the first to get 3 tokens is likely to be the recipient of the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. Chu Yan and the others got 1 piece now, and the next step is to get the other 2 pieces. Now it is not sure whether you Baipo and the others will get 1 piece. In short, they are fighting for time, and maybe there will be a battle in the end. Ka. Just when they were about to leave, the void suddenly shook, and several figures suddenly appeared from behind. It really is you. Jiuxiao, you Baipo, and a large group of people. Asshole. After glancing at the altar, Yu Baipo immediately had an angry expression on his face. He could clearly see that the altar with its aura mask was empty, and it was obvious that things had been taken away. These 3 guys got the great sage token. Yu Baipo frowned tightly, his eyes swept over Chu Yan and the others, his eyes flickered, others didn't know, but he knew it very well. The token of the great sage must be chosen by the token itself, and it must be obtained by a predestined person. The spirit power cover on the altar is most likely the great sage token, and if someone gets the great sage token, there is only one reason: he is a person who has a predestined relationship with the great sage Tianzong. This predestined person has the opportunity to inherit the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. To Yu Baipo, this was probably the biggest bad news, like a bolt from the blue. See Qing Tian God Venerable. Even if he was extremely angry, Yu Baipo was very smart. First he bowed to the wool body of Qing Tian God Venerable. Hearing Yu Baipo's words, young Master Undead and the others, who were completely ignorant of the situation, also changed their expressions greatly, and hurriedly bowed to pay homage. Qing Tian God Venerable. They have never seen it before, but they absolutely know this thunderous name. Oh. Are you the descendant of that elder? Qing Tian Shenzuan glanced at Yu Baipo, nodded, and after looking at him, asked with a strange expression on his face. It's a pity, it would be great if you came 1 step earlier. Now, let's leave now. When Yu Baipo heard this, his face immediately changed, and he said, Senior Qing Tian, I am the orthodox successor of the great sage Tianzong, please give me a chance, because I took part in the test step by step outside according to the rules, that's why they came a step late, but these three people have been stealing opportunities, and they haven't passed the assessment of the first few floors at all. Under such circumstances, how could Yu Baipo be reconciled, constantly defending, wanting to change? But before he finished speaking, Qing Tianxinzuan shook his head and said, #C4172 Heaven and Earth have laws. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. There is no need to talk too much, it is meaningless. The Great Sage token has its own wisdom, so choose the master. I can't interfere. When he said this, the aura of void in the entire hall obviously changed, and everyone could feel a faint coercion. Even if this person is just a body of will, after all, it is the existence of Qing Tian God Venerable, and it is by no means something that people like them can bear. Yu Baipo's heart was full of cold air, as if he was trapped in an ice cave. He didn't dare to argue any more, explained. Senior Qingtian's words are very true, it's the junior who is being rude. From morning to night, Lord Qingtian, this junior already has a great sage gold seal, and it was handed down by the elder personally. Please read it on the basis of our fellowship of the great sage Tianzong, and fight for 1 or 2 for this junior. Speaking of this, Yu Baipo waved his hand and a golden seal of the great sage appeared on his body. It was the treasure used to subdue those demonic beasts of the great sage Tianzong. Lin. With a swipe, the huge golden seal fell into the hands of Qing Tianxinzuan's body in just a flash. A pair of eyes looked at the golden seal in his hand, and his pupils were shining, and there were obviously violent fluctuations in his emotions, which seemed to let him see the long past and the glorious past. Qing Tianxinzuan stood there, silent for a long time. Everyone present did not dare to speak, and the scene was completely silent. At this moment, Yu Baipo felt as if there were thousands of ants crawling in his heart, which made people anxious, but he didn't dare to express anything. If a sentence was wrong, or an action was wrong, which affected the reaction of Qing Tianxinzuan, it will really lead to no chance for myself. After a full 100 breaths of time, Qing Tianxinzuan let out a long sigh, and looked up at Chu Yan and the others, quietly. Things are impermanent. There are laws in this world, but people break the laws. It's like I should abide by the rules here, but now, I can't let go of the past. So 3 friends, I'm sorry, I have to intervene in this matter. Block tokens can only be given to him. The words fell, and the finger was pointing at Yu Baipo, and all of Yu Baipo's faces burst into smiles. Fortunately, I reported it in advance and made preparations, otherwise there would be no turning point. Thinking of this, as if thinking of the consequences of losing the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong, Yu Baipo's pupils shrank, and his whole body trembled. On the other side, the faces of Chu Yan and the other 3 were dark at this moment. If he had walked a few breaths earlier, this matter might not have been like this, but there are so many ifs in the world, and now he can only face it. Since you took out the golden seal of the great sage and I have broken the rules here, it doesn't mean that I will directly intervene. The opportunity are still up to you. I just give you a chance. Qing Tianxinzuan looked at Yu Baipo and said. You choose one of the 3 of them, and the winner will be determined in one battle. Whoever welcomes him will get the great sage token, and the loser must have no objection. As soon as these words came out, the 3 of Chu Yan were stunned. Just pick one. Yu Baipo's expression also tightened when he heard the words, and he looked at Qing Tianxinzuan and hurriedly said, Lord Qing Tian, this is not acceptable, you can't fight alone, it's better to fight in melee. In the previous battle, when Yu Baipo faced the dragon beast, he let Undead Young Master and Yin Jiuetian deal with Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling. He knew very well what was going on in that battle, only a few tricks were taken in their hands, one was like this, and both were like this, which made him fight against them, and there was absolutely no chance of winning. If he was strong in battle, why would he bring Undead Young Master and the others with him? The reason why he brought them was to let them play the role of thugs. There is a chance this time. If you don't want to, then leave now. Yu Baipo's face trembled suddenly, his heart was full of despair. Okay. I am willing to fight. No matter what, an opportunity is an opportunity. If you give up without trying, you will be even more unwilling. Fellow Daoist Baipa. There is still a chance, Senior Qing Tian said just now. Let you choose one. According to my observation, among the three of them, Suyu and Huntian are not weak in combat power, but the boy who has been hiding, Xiao as the weakest, it is absolutely possible to fight. Young Master Undead scanned Chu Yan and the others with his eyes back and forth, and kept aiming at the young Lord of Myriad Sources, while communicating with Yu Baipo through sound transmission with his spiritual consciousness. Fellow Daoist Baipo, think about it, when we were fighting before, that boy didn't make a move at all, and it didn't seem like he was hiding his strength, but as soon as we made a move, he hid directly behind that Huntian, which is obviously a battle strength poor performance. Not only young Master Undead, but even Yin Jiuetian asked Yu Baipo to choose the young master of Xuanhuan. Hearing these words, Yu Baipo's eyes fell on the young Lord of Myriad Sources, and his eyes suddenly brightened. In his gaze, the current young Lord of Xuanhuan seemed to have a premonition of something, and was quietly hiding behind Huntian, just to avoid his own gaze. A pair of dog eyes, where are you looking? The young Lord of Myriad Sources suddenly rushed out, glared at Yu Baipo, and roared viciously, with an arrogance on his face. This time, Yu Baipo laughed. Really? If he hadn't rushed out and yelled like this, with Yu Baipo's caution, he would have hesitated to choose him, but now this is tantamount to being completely exposed. Senior Qing Tian, according to your request, I choose to fight him. Sky Nails. The only impression of this young man was that at the first floor, he took out the sky nail and let the three of them escape directly. If it wasn't for this, the three of Chu Yan were wiped out at that time, then there would be the following things. So, now is the time to do the reckoning. We must teach this young man a good lesson, and at the same time let Suyu and Huntian see who is the successor of the great sage Tianzong. But at this time, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling, who were on the other side, heard Yu Baipo's choice, and their expressions changed at the same time. At the same time, they looked at Yu Baipo, their eyes were full of astonishment. The eyes of these two people fell on Yu Baipo's eyes, which was like a kind of stimulant, which made him smile suddenly, extremely proud. You got it right. Look at their dumbfounded looks, ha ha ha. Are you sure you want to choose him? At this moment, Gudian Shinzuan asked, because the evidence was a bit weird. Good. Yu Baipo was in the midst of excitement, he puffed out his chest with a heroic look on his face. The token of the great sage is an important treasure of my great sage, Tianzong. It must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Today, my Yu Baipo is not talented, so I must return the treasure of the sect to the sect. These impassioned words made Qing Tian Shinzuan nod continuously, but after he glanced at the young Lord of Myriad Sources, and then turned his head to look at Yu Baipo, he could only sigh and shook his head. #C4173 Wanbao Plus. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. Yu Baipo's behavior aroused the high praise of Undead Master, Yin Jiuetian and other geniuses on the All Heavens list. Brother Baipo, there is a treasure in the ingot called River Atlas, which has infinite uses. I will lend this treasure to Brother Baipo as a token to fight side by side with Brother Baipo and advance and retreat together. While speaking, young Master Undead took out a treasure and handed it to Yu Baipo with a smile on his face. This treasure is in the shape of a horn, but in the crystal-clear appearance, layers of grids can be seen, and it seems that there are some mysterious differences in it. Even a cultivator who doesn't know anything about treasures will be able to find that it is an extraordinary treasure after scanning this treasure with his spiritual sense. Young Master Undead really did not hesitate to pay the price this time. This treasure of his is not his, but one of the 3 personal treasures of his master. It is famous in all the heavens. Young Master Undead has made a move, so I can't just sit back and watch. I have a celestial talisman here, which can be used 3 times. Each time, I can display a piece of absolute ice power. Yin Jiuetian also spoke in time, took out a leather talisman, and handed it to Yu Baipo. Fellow Daoist Baipo, I don't have any good treasures here, but there is a will order that can block ordinary peaks of the Supreme Realm. Fellow Daoist Baipo, let me use this magical weapon for you first. 100. A large group of geniuses from the heavenly rankings all surrounded Yu Baipo, and all kinds of treasures and spirit weapons were continuously brought out. It seemed that they had gathered all the trump cards of this large group of geniuses on the heavenly rankings to Yu Baipo. Break a person. This is no joke. These are all geniuses on the All Heavens list, not ordinary cultivators. None of their trump cards and treasures are ordinary. Thank you for your help, this battle must be won. Yu Baipo took all the treasures and thanked them. Young Master Undead and others all nodded with a sneer, looking at the young master of Xuanhuan not far away. Their sneers were full of teasing. If you thought there was any possibility for this young man before, then the current Yu Baipo may even be able to fight Suyu and Huntian without any problems. And when they gather together, in front of the young man, they are not afraid that he will see these treasures, and hand them over to Yu Baipo one by one, just to make the young man fearful and timid before fighting. If so, let Yu Baipo take another opportunity. Qing Tianxinzuan stood there without saying a word, his eyes twinkled slightly, as if he could see everything clearly. Of course, Huntian Bangling could also see it, especially when he saw the sneer and jokes of those people. He immediately became angry. You people, you know that you can't fight, but you know the skills of these sneaky people. Is it still a fair fight for such shameless high-level skills? That's it. The young Lord of Myriad Sources yelled viciously at the other side, who knew that Huntian Bangling continued to say. However, you also know that those things are not bad. Be careful when you fight, don't break them. Look at those things, and that spirit weapon is still good. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded quickly and said, I gave you the knife before, and I didn't have the spiritual soldier in my hand. I will send the spiritual soldier to me later. The young master of Xuanhuan twitched all over his face, pointed at Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling, wanted to say something but couldn't say it. His whole body was in a bad mood. Are you really okay with this? No one cares, with so many treasures and whole cards, will he be beaten to death later? If you are killed, not to mention these treasures, the great sage token will be gone. In that case, the core inheritance of the great sage Tianzong will no longer have anything to do with you. You haven't thought about it, learn it. The young Lord of Myriad Sources raised his finger to that side with a look of shock and anger. What kind of consciousness is this? It's fine if you don't move, but now that everyone else has done it, you can't follow suit. It's fine if you don't learn, but now you even ask yourself to help them grab the treasure. Pulling the hair off the iron cock, that's what people do. Fellow Daoist, what is fair and unfair has its own unequal resources, such as sect, status, etc. As fellow Daoist Yu Baipo, we are also one of his resources. Will you throw away all the treasures and resources given to you by your sect? So, there is nothing unfair. Young Master Undead's eloquence is quite good, and with 2 sentences, he blocked the objection of Huntian Bangling. Well. Hearing this, Qing Tianxinzuan directly shook his head. The great sage Tianzong is really in decline. With such a descendant, how can he be so stupid that he can pay himself for it, but he still has so many things? It's gone, it's gone. Out of sight, out of mind, Qing Tianxinzuan poured the great sage gold seal in his hand with his spiritual consciousness, and immediately lost his mind. Qing Tianxinzuan's reticence meant that the matter was over, it was acquiescence, so Yu Baipo was full of confidence, feeling that the other party was already dead. Regardless of getting back the great sage token, he also took his life by the way, to wash away the shame he suffered. No killing. Now get ready to start. When Qing Tian Shenzuan said this, he glanced at the young lord of myriad sources, but it aroused Yu Baipo's dissatisfaction. Yu Baipo snorted twice. Originally he protested, but in the end he didn't dare to disobey Qing Tian Shenzuan, so he just walked towards the middle of the hall. On the other side, the young lord of Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling with a dark face, and glared at Qing Tian Shenzuan before walking slowly towards the middle with an unhappy expression on his face. After walking for a long time to the middle of the main hall, Yu Baipo looked up and his face turned darker. Now the world has changed, all ants and insects need to be shot by themselves, and there is no humanity left. Even if they won the battle, the two bastards, Huntian and Suyu, almost divided up all the spoils, and they didn't get any benefits. What's the point of this? Thinking of this, Yu Baipo became more and more unwilling, lowering his head with a twitching and weeping expression. Seeing this scene, Yu Baipo felt compassion suddenly, and comforted him loudly. Don't worry, I will show mercy, and I won't take your life. This sentence made Undying Young Master and Yin Juetian and other geniuses on the All Heavens list very unwilling, while Qing Tian God Venerable kept shaking his head and sighing, thinking, it's gone, it's gone. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling below looked at each other. Their faces were purple and blue, and they seemed to be extremely angry, but only Qing Tian Shenzuan knew that these two guys were holding back their laughter. Hearing this, the young lord of 10,000 sources raised his head, but he didn't look at Yu Baipo, but scanned around. When he saw the expressions of Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling, he immediately became angry and glared at Yu Baipo. He roared sharply, "Why do you insist on choosing me? What's wrong with the two of them? You see, Suyu is an aboriginal, an outsider, the most pretentious. If you look at that gangster again, he is completely an embroidered flower pillow. Are you blind? Can't you see? Choose me." #C4174 First shot. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. Yu Baipo looked at the young lord of myriad sources, as if he was watching a joke. It's too self-aware. Why choose you? Of course, because your strength is the worst, compared to Suyu and Huntian who defeated Undead and Yin Juetian in 3 moves. It is easier and safer to deal with you. Because it's not easy for you to practice, I'll let you do it first. Yu Baipo is a master wind defender, mainly because he thinks this is his home field, so he should have the temperament of a master. I'll make the first move. The young lord of myriad sources was completely taken aback, looking at Yu Baipo with an expression of disbelief. This guy's confidence. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? Asked the young master of myriad sources. Of course. Don't worry, just make the move, I will let you do it. Yu Baipo felt the aura of swallowing the world after he got the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. The young lord of myriad sources was no longer willing to listen to these words. He completely lost his patience, his figure flashed, and he went directly in front of Yu Baipo, raising his hand and punching him. Yu Baipo, who had a calm expression on his face, was only startled when he saw a fist coming towards him. The speed was too fast, and the opponent didn't seem to have any obvious fluctuations in true energy. What level of player is this? No matter what I said before, and no matter how proudly I looked down just now, Yu Baipo's whole body exploded, subconsciously exploded with true energy, and waved a powerful trick with his trump card, displaying an earth-shattering phantom, bumped into that fist, and resolved it. I didn't expect that, I have some skills. Things happened unexpectedly. Yu Baipo might have panicked if he was before, but of course he wouldn't panic now. He is not afraid of anything with all the treasures in his body. After saying this, the trumpet-like treasure behind Yu Baipo soared into the sky, a powerful killing intent surged out, releasing an incomparably mysterious aura. Yu Baipo activated his true chi, and his aura surged simultaneously with the trumpet treasure, as if possessed by a god. It's bad luck for you to meet me. With Ubaipo's true energy bursting out at this time, anyone can see that his strength is extremely strong. Although he is not as good as the undead young master and Yin Jiuetian, the geniuses on the list of heavens, but among the practitioners of the same rank among them, it is definitely considered strong. Town. After uttering one word, Ubaipo sacrificed 5 treasures at the same time. Cooperating with the trumpet treasure, under the urging of his true energy, the 6 treasures burst out with monstrous power at the same time. The young lord of myriad origins rushed away. Okay. Definitely kill. Seeing this scene, young Master Undead, Yin Jiuetian, and others nodded in approval. Victory or defeat is a foregone conclusion, there is no suspense at all. Oh, just because of this, you also want to suppress me. You really think that I am a Chinese cabbage, and you can stew it as you want, Play with me as a treasure, right? The young Lord of Myriad Sources was angry. He was a little moved when he saw those treasures before, but now that he was suppressed by these great treasures, the young Lord of Myriad Sources was instantly angry. The next moment, the eyes of the young Lord of Myriad Sources suddenly turned cold, and a monstrous aura rushed from his body like a volcanic eruption. The rolling coercion released was like a flood, sweeping the audience, even the altar where the Qingtian god Venerable was located. It shook with a bang. This. Ubaipo's eyes and pupils shrank suddenly, and he only felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet, directly hitting the back of his neck. What? Not only Ubaipo, but also young Master Undead, Yin Jiuetian and other geniuses on the All Heavens list, were all stunned and their faces changed greatly. In the next breath, the figure of the young Lord of Myriad Sources flashed again, retracted his fist and turned it into a claw print, and moved his claws downward. A huge pocket appeared in the void, the mouth of the pocket was turned upside down, and slowly moved towards Ubaipo. Opened, a large amount of breath gushed out, filling the entire void. Receive. After uttering one word, the entire void of heaven and earth sank suddenly, and then a super-strong air current burst out, forming a sucking force, like a black hole, shining the 6 precious lights above the void. The powerful treasure was drawn into the pocket. Just in the blink of an eye, after the 6 treasures entered the pocket, they shrank instantly, and were held in the hands of the young Lord of Myriad Sources, grinning. Damn it. The speed was so fast that no one could react. Ubaipo opened his mouth wide and was stunned for a while, before his whole body exploded. 6 treasures, all gone. What kind of lightning strike is this, making it worse? What is this guy's background? These are all the big treasures of the geniuses in the heavens, and some of them are the treasures of the sect. Even if it is a top-level powerhouse, it is impossible to take it away if you want to. You must know that all treasures have their own owners, breaking it is more than 10 times more difficult than taking it away. You are the ultimate godly powerhouse. Master Undead and Yin Jiuetian and other geniuses on the All Heavens ranking seemed to understand teen talent, and their faces trembled. Divine Realm. Of course there are in this world, and the will body of the Qingtian god Venerable in front of you is still standing here, but the gods and powerhouses of the heavens are the top powerhouses, the true peaks of the pyramids, and the ultimate martial arts in the world. The last thing is that among the world's god-level powerhouses, those who have broken through to the ultimate supreme level can be counted on one hand. How could it be this boy in front of him? Not far away, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling stood there, their faces twitching with laughter. Sure enough, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling had guessed it before. After all, the only people in this world who can make them both suffer at the same time are probably only this level of existence. Moreover, both Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling knew that this young man was the Lord of Myriad Sources in the future. The land of myriad origins is in the world of later generations. It is the top training place, and all top experts must come out of it. How can the master of myriad origins be worse? It's not good to choose anyone, you have to choose him. Chu Yan shook his head and looked at Yu Baipo with sympathy. Oh, it's gone, it's gone. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Qing Tianxinzuan glanced at Yu Baipo, who was as stiff as petrified, and kept shaking his head and sighing. At this moment, he finally believed that the fall of the great sage Tianzong was all doomed. After such a long time, finally a descendant of the sect appeared, but he was stupider than a pig. There was no way to live this life, and this job was not done by humans at all. Standing proudly in the void, the young lord of myriad sources who had just counted 6 treasures, his eyes flickering, his figure darting, raised his hand towards Yu Baipo and pressed it. Kaka. The entire void was shattered, fragmented, as if a mountain crushed a pile of eggs, all collapsed, and then the face was crushed directly, the bones of the whole body creaked, and the whole person was crushed in an instant. He fell down, his mouth full of blood. I won't fight anymore, I admit. Yu Baipo was frightened, his whole face turned pale. A piece of card. #C4175 Seal Up. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. The young lord of myriad sources had no intention at all, and just let Yu Baipo go so happily. You know, he was doing well, and he was hiding behind Huntian Bangling so earnestly, and this guy still wanted to provoke him. Well now, since you provoked me, let's bear it. Until you are satisfied. Now that the young lord of myriad sources has already made a move, and has also taken 6 treasures from the opponent, he will naturally serve him wholeheartedly until this Yu Baipo is satisfied. Seal up. After uttering one word, the stream of light flashed, and after the brilliance flashed by, Yu Baipo's mouth turned into a decoration in an instant. He just opened his mouth without making a sound, and in the end he couldn't even make a sound. His eyes were full of panic, and he felt that he might be doomed today. Quick! Divine Sense Sound Transmission. Young Master Undead found out the problem, and hurriedly roared loudly, but with this shout, the young Master of Myriad Sources suddenly laughed, raised his hand slightly and shook it twice, as if chasing flies away. But among the cultivators present, no one would think that he was chasing flies, because as his hands trembled, the entire void trembled, and all consciousness and aura were shattered. Under such circumstances, not to mention the sound transmission of the divine consciousness, I am afraid that no one's breath can even get close. On Yu Baipo's face, 2 streams of clear tears fell, and the sadness in his heart turned into a long river. This young man actually has such means. This is the space and hall of Qing Tian God Venerable, and he can seal it directly. How could I be so unlucky that I was carried into the hands of such a big boss? Don't you want to fight me? Didn't you fancy me? Aren't you arrogant? Then let's have a good fight. How can it end easily? It's just started now. Next, that's when the fun begins. Next, the young lord of myriad sources began to take things out of the treasure pocket, taking one first, then another, one after another. This is my treasure. Brother, this is the knife you want. You poor ghosts, you don't even have a sword ready, not even one. Treasures one after another, the young master of myriad sources, was taken out and distributed in an orderly manner. This scene fell into the eyes of young Master Undead and Yin Jiuetian, making their hearts bleed. These are all their best treasures, including the most important treasures of the sect and the supreme treasure of the Master. Everything is in the previous experience, helped them make great contributions, and even saved their lives. Now, right in front of them, all of them have become other people's treasures. Moreover, it is the kind of absolute crushing, so that they have no thought or means to regain it. Swish! After cleaning his pockets, the young lord of myriad sources came to Yu Baipo's side again. Seeing him screaming like a dehydrated fish, but unable to make a sound, the young lord of myriad sources stretched out his hand and he rummaged through him and found all the hidden treasures. After a full 100 breaths of time and only the remaining underwear from Yu Baipo's body, the young lord of Xuanhuan nodded in satisfaction and kicked him away. You won. The great sage token belongs to you. Next, please leave here immediately. Everything is over. Qing Tianshenzhuan's volitional body seemed to have aged thousands of years all of a sudden, his whole body was lifeless, and he didn't even look at Yu Baipo. Thank you everyone. If you want to gamble again next time, just come. Huntian Bangling played with the treasure in his hand, and said to young Master Undead. Hearing this, young Master Undead, Yin Jiuetian and the others spurted out a mouthful of old blood, and they felt bad all over. 100, broken. All the geniuses on the All Heavens list stared at Yu Baipo, who was like a dead dog in the corner. Now they not only hated Chu Yan and the others, but also hated Yu Baipo. This is too wasteful. He even picked the strongest one, and it's fine if he loses. They also lost all their treasures. At this point, there was nothing to say, and the group of immortals left angrily, instantly quieting the hall. 3. Leave as soon as possible. Qing Tianshenzhuan waved his hand, and a large piece of brilliance flashed, like a long river falling, covering Chu Yan and the others, condensing into a void crack. No way. The young lord of myriad sources was unwilling, looking at the body of Qing Tianshenzhuan, and said in a cold voice. You are the ones who set the rules, and you are the ones who break the rules. Let us go with just one word now. The great sacred heavenly sect is so majestic. Humph. Didn't you collect enough treasures just now? Qing Tianshenzhuan was also a little angry, especially because the last ray of hope was also shattered. He had a great relationship with the three in front of him, so his attitude was naturally bad. It's just a pile of rubbish. I can't even look down on it, and I'm afraid the great Saint Tianzong can't see it even more, so don't talk to me. The attitude of the young lord of myriad sources was obviously tit for tat. The previous him had been dogging, but now that he was almost exposed, there was no need to hide anything. Senior, he's just in a bad mood, don't pay attention to him, we'll leave right away. As soon as Chu Yan raised his hand to stop the young lord of Xuanhuan, he said politely to Qing Tianshenzhuan. Saying that, he directly pulled the young master of Xuanhuan into the crack of the void. Huntian Bangling hesitated for a moment, then raised his heels. He is very clear about what Chu Yan means. Whether it is the young master of Xuanhuan or Qing Tian God, their realm does not look down on these things, but for Chu Yan and himself, the harvest of these treasures is enough. Moreover, they only got one great sage token now, and there are two more later. There is no need to waste time with this now, and there is no need to offend the great sage Tianzong to death. After all, they are taking the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. Wait a moment. Just when the three of them were about to step into the crack of the void, suddenly, the Qing Tian God Venerable who had been standing still, suddenly spoke. Okay. As the gods of the great sage Tianzong, since you said it was unfair, then I will give you some compensation. Qing Tianshenzhuan's words immediately made the eyes of the three people brighten. Here comes the sword. The complexion of the young lord of 10,000 sources changed extremely quickly, and when he looked up at Qing Tianshenzhuan, he said with a smile on his face. No. Qing Tianshenzhuan looked at the young lord of Xuanhuan with an angry expression on his face. You are also a god, so you have the nerve to speak up. As a deity, you broke your last hope about the great sage Tianzong with your own hands, and you have the nerve to speak. There are so many gods, so shameless, not many. I only have information about the token of the great sage here. Isn't the purpose of your coming here to follow the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong? Qing Tianshenzhuan's words immediately made Chu Yan's eyes brighten. Senior, could it be? #C4176 3 Great Holy Orders. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. The words of Huntian Bangling naturally fell into the ears of Qing Tianshenzhuan. Regarding these words, Qing Tian Shenzuan's gaze that had always been interested in the young lord of Xuanhuan suddenly lost its luster, and he no longer bothered to look at it. With a glance, he turned his head to look at Hun Tianbangling, and said with a slight smile, "A piece of UNG stone is nothing more than a good thing. Although you have nothing to do with my inheritance, since you are here, a piece of UNG stone is not a good thing here." As soon as this remark came out, the eyes of the young lord of myriad sources lit up, and he turned to look at the token on the altar and said, "Could it be this token? The great sage Tianzong is gone, what's the point of the token?" Qing Tian Shenzuan stroked his long beard with his hands, and looked at the young lord of myriad sources smiling even more happily. "Ha ha ha, young man is very interesting. The great sage Tianzong is gone, but this token is still there. Although it does not have the meaning of the great sage Tianzong, this order is called the Great Sage Golden Order." Great Sage Golden Order. What's the use? The young lord of myriad sources heard the voice behind Qing Tian Shenzuan's words, and pointed to the token and asked directly. The effect, of course, is related to inheritance. Anyone holding 3 great sage tokens can make the real inheritance of the great sage Tianzong appear, and those who have the tokens can participate in the inheritance assessment. Qing Tian Shenzuan explained with a smile, and kept looking at Hun Tianbangling, as if talking to Hun Tianbangling in front of 3 people. Moreover, this great sage token has another function. In the great sacred mountain, there is a great secret. When the great sage Tianzong was there, countless talented elites went to study it. Now as long as you have this token, you can enter it, and maybe you can get that big secret. As soon as these words came out, the young master of myriad sources suddenly looked surprised. "You didn't lie to us." "Hee, do I have to lie to you?" On the contrary, this Qing Tian God Venerable is only a body of will, and the only reason why he exists here is for the guidance of inheritance, so what he said cannot be a lie. "I'm going, I finally found it this time, ha ha ha, it's all up to me, the true inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. What did I say? Only I can lead you to find it." The young master of Xuanhuan looked at Hun Tianbangling and Chu Yan, and laughed wildly with his hips on his hips, his face full of complacency. Before he mixed into Chu Yan's team, he used the banner to find the core inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. Now that he saw this Qing Tian God Venerable, he gave the core inheritance clues of the great sage Tianzong as soon as he opened his mouth. His task was accomplished, and of course he was extremely proud. "I will give you a secret land of the great sacred heavenly sect. This is as valuable as the core inheritance." Speaking of this, the young lord of myriad sources himself was impatient, and his eyes were full of stars when he looked at the token. Chu Yan also looked excited when he looked at the token. In order to break open the purple stalactite, the young lord of myriad sources passed on his will of the holy heaven. Chu Yan is very clear that this will of the holy heaven most likely belongs to the secret technique of the great Saint Tianzong, and this young lord of myriad sources has mastered the secret technique of the great Saint Tianzong before he came. It can be seen that he, and this great, there must be something to do with Tianzong. "Senior Qing Tian, what do you mean by covering up? Let's draw a line." Hun Tianbangling looked at the spirit hood on the altar, then looked at Qing Tian Shenzuan and asked directly. "It's useless to talk too much, no matter how you have to get the token first, it is possible to find the core inheritance and the secret realm. Not difficult." Seeing that Hun Tianbangling asked, Qing Tian Shenzuan said with a smile, "The tokens of the great sage Tianzong all have wisdom, and they will choose their own owner, and the rules of the great sage Tianzong are relatively simple. As long as you crack the tokens on this altar forbidden, you can get in touch with the great sage token. Break the restriction." The young lord of myriad sources glanced at the altar in front of him, his figure flitted, and he circled around the altar, his eyes sparkling. "That's right. There are 9 restrictions in total. With the current cultivation of the 3 of you, it is almost impossible to crack it, It is a pity that you have worked so hard to get here, I hope. Qing Tianshenzhuan smiled and shook his head, as if he wanted to comfort him, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the wild laughter of the young lord of 10,000 sources. Haha, now I'll show you one. As he spoke, 2 balls of golden light shot out instantly from his eyes, and he stretched out his hands. A faint golden air flow circulated on his skin, and slowly stretched towards the spirit shield. This scene fell in the eyes of Qing Tianshenzhuan, who was startled for a moment, and then smiled. The spirit hood and the altar are one. If you want to break the spirit hood without breaking the altar's restriction, you must destroy the entire altar, the spirit hood and the treasures, but then there will be nothing left. Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling stared at the hand of the young Lord Xuanhuan, but they could sense that the altar had fluctuated, and the powerful aura melted into the void. It felt like a cat that was blowing its hair, ready to move at any time. Attack. Since it is the forbidden assessment set up by Qing Tianshenzhuan and Dashing Tianzong, it should not be so easy. This cheater wants to take it directly. Hand of the Great Sage. Qing Tianshenzhuan glanced at the young lord of myriad sources, his eyes flickering slightly. Unexpectedly, after endless years, I can still see the hand of the Great Sage. What is the relationship between this kid and that pavilion? The fact that this kid appears here, does it mean that they are going to break out of the world? Qing Tianshenzhuan bowed his head in deep thought, thinking a lot in his heart. His eyes were still on the altar, and those hands. Buzz buzz. There is a special frequency that trembles in the void, and this frequency is changing. It seems to be different from the frequency of the hand of the young lord of myriad sources, but gradually begins to change. But the hand of the young lord of myriad sources stretched forward very slowly, but did not stop, and kept reaching towards the spirit shield. In the end, under the dumbstruck of Qing Tianshenzhuan, Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling opened their mouths, and the hand of the young lord of Xuanhuan stretched into the spirit hood, and grabbed the UNG stone. When grabbing the UNG stone, the hand of the young lord of myriad sources was immediately blocked by a powerful force. This force did not come from the UNG stone, but the spirit shield seemed to have spiritual wisdom. Sensing the hand of the young lord of myriad sources passing through the spiritual hood, he immediately concentrated his strength and rushed towards that hand. Want to stop me? The young lord of myriad sources seems to have been mentally prepared. The venerable Qing Tian said before that there are multiple restrictions on this altar, so it is impossible for him to get the UNG stone so smoothly. So in the next breath, a monstrous aura shot up from the body of the young lord of myriad sources. It was an incomparably large demonic aura, which echoed with the original holy aura on you and him, and formed a fundamental power behind him. Impossible to exist, the vision of the coexistence of gods and demons. #C4177 Descendants of the Gods. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul. Find the latest chapter. For Lu Yiping's threat, Chu Yan, Huntian Bangling, and the young master of Xuanhuan naturally understood, but their reactions were different. For Chu Yan, he heard too many threats during his practice, so he naturally didn't take it seriously, while Huntian Bangling just snorted coldly, treating it like an ant, and completely disdainful. But for the young lord of myriad sources, that was absolutely unbearable, and he started to fight back on the spot. Huntian, bring the token of the great sage. With a stretch of his hand, he took the great sage token that Huntian Bangling had brought over, and the figure of the young lord of myriad sources with a grinning face also appeared in the ray of light in the void. Heir of the gods, right? Look here. The young man Wan Yuansheng took out a jade plate and pressed it directly on the token of the great sage. In an instant, the token of the great sage, which was originally shining with gold, became dim and trembling continuously, as if it was about to shatter in the next breath. Who are you? Stop. Lu Yiping, who looked so proud in the rays of the sun, his eyes were about to burst, and he roared sharply. If the token of the great sage is destroyed, the inheritance of the great sage will be completely abolished, and no one can get it. I can tell you with great mercy, don't talk about this piece of the great sacred token, even the two pieces on your body, I can destroy them together. If you don't believe me, we can try, but don't say anything about the great sacred token after the card is destroyed, you will not get the nonsense of the great sage's inheritance. I will tell you mercifully that even without these three great sage tokens, I can still find out the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. Pay some resources and waste some more time. The young lord of myriad sources had a sinister grin on his face, and he stood askew, throwing the great sage token up and down with one hand, like a gangster collecting protection fees on the street. This remark immediately made the proud young man Lu Yiping in the glow on the opposite side fall silent on the spot. It's not that he really believes it, he just can't afford to gamble. Who is this young man? He has already heard the news from Ubaipo. It seems very reasonable that the existence of a powerful man who is as powerful as a god and has some special extraordinary means. However, as the descendant of the great sage Tianzong, Lu Yiping would never believe that someone destroyed the great sage token because he simply couldn't afford to gamble. His purpose was to get three great sage tokens, not to bet on whether the great sage tokens would be solid or not. Okay. Come to Yiming Hall. After a long silence, Lu Yiping spoke. After saying these words, Lu Yiping's figure disappeared in the glow of the sky. Can you really destroy the great sage token? As soon as the influence in the void disappeared, Huntian Bangling snatched back the token of the great sage, and checked it over and over worriedly. I don't accept any threats. The young lord of myriad sources replied directly. According to what Lu Yiping said, I'm afraid that in this great sacred hall, including the entire remains of the great sacred Tianzong, he has gathered a group of strong men like you Baipo and young Master Immortal, and set up a big game. Even if we want to find it ourselves, I'm afraid we won't be able to avoid them. Chu Yan thought for a while and said. Just like before when they first entered the Great Saint Hall, Ubaipo and his group fought almost all the way. But at the same time that Lu Yiping was silent, and had already obtained two great sage tokens, which were obviously arranged and calculated long ago. It's strange, this Lu Yiping called so many people here, so he is not afraid that someone will pass him by, and if he finds the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong, it will be nothing to him. The young lord of myriad sources asked, a little puzzled. Judging from the situation just now, it seems that the only thing Lu Yiping is in is these three great sage tokens. Therefore, it should be a person who must hold these great sage tokens to be considered a person of chance. Without the great sage token, none of the people are chances, and naturally it is impossible to get the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong, so Lu Yiping doesn't care about anything, only cares about the great sage token. Hearing the words, the young master of Xuanhuan nodded slightly, and Huntian Bangling also nodded slightly. This situation should be the real situation. Lu Yiping talked a lot just now, but after seeing that the young lord of Xuanhuan can influence the great sage token, he didn't even want to say a word. Cards are valued above all else. I would like to remind you that after the former Qing Tian god Venerable seemed to find out about this matter, he said. This may be a good thing, or it may be a bad thing. So, I feel that this matter is not that simple. The young lord of myriad sources smiled, with a sense of confidence in his eyes. It doesn't matter whether he is Lu Yiping or the descendant of a god, as long as he is only one person. In this world, everything has variables. Huntian Bangling nodded, deeply convinced of this. As the ruler of the god's domain continent, he is the spirit body of the origin of heaven and earth. He never thought that he would leave the god's domain continent one day, but now he is standing in the heavens, far away from the god's domain continent. Everything adapts to the situation. Looking at Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling, the young master of Xuanhuan was serious for only 3 breaths, and his smile was extraordinarily humane. You two don't have to worry, I will cover you, don't worry. Believe me, you ghost, it would be nice not to be tricked to death by you. Chu Yan and Hun Tianbangling looked at each other, and at the same time rolled their eyes at the young master of Xuanhuan. After that, the three of them began to search for the location of Yiming Pavilion according to the map, and then set off for it. The strange thing is that here, Qing Tian Shenzhuan sent the three of them out, far away from the ruins of Qing Tian Shenzhuan, but very close to Yiming Pavilion. According to this meaning, Qing Tian Shenzhuan seems to have anticipated the development of the matter. Maybe it is really possible, as he said, for Chu Yan and the others, there is a chance to exist here. After about one stick of incense, the three of them approached Yiming Pavilion. There is a tall platform on the far side of the sky. Sassoon is there, like a platform in the starry sky. There are stone statues and altars on the platform. It seems that it was a very important place a long time ago. After so long at that time, this Ming Pavilion didn't look dilapidated at all. It was obvious that a lot of money was spent on its construction. Yiming Pavilion. It is easy to understand it as a blockbuster place, so this place is probably the place where some geniuses in the original Great Sage Qianzong broke through and crossed the catastrophe. Lu Yiping chose this place for the meeting, which can be seen in his mind. The closer you get, the more you can see that there are a lot of complex lines on the entire platform, almost covering the entire starry sky platform. With a glance, you can see that there are already hundreds of cultivators waiting there, including Yu Baipo, Young Master Undead, Yin Jiuetian and other geniuses on the list. Yu Baipo, who had always been superior to others before, was now kneeling there, being scolded and yelled at by a young man in robes in front of him. #C4178 All Heavens Chi. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. That person is someone else. It should be Lu Yiping. The only one who can make hundreds of geniuses in the All Heavens list to be as quiet as cicadas, and Yu Baipo, the elder descendant of the great sage sect, is so humble. This Yu Baipo is really. No wonder the Qing Tian God Venerable keeps saying that he has fallen. The young lord of myriad sources shook his head and sighed, saying falling, with a bit of the charm of a heavenly god. Chu Yan ignored these, turned his head and glanced at the cultivators standing with their heads bowed, and found that those standing in front were all geniuses on the All Heavens list, and the others, regardless of their strength, stood in the back row. Among the hundreds of cultivators, except for a few dozen or so, basically undead master and their talents on the All Heavens list are the strongest. Therefore, Chu Yan's eyes naturally fell on those 10 people. She is. With a glance of Chu Yan's eyes, he saw a familiar figure. This is the time-space descendant who had looked for Chu Yan before. Yuma. Why is she here? This time-space descendant is actually related to the Great Sage Qianzong, and she is also here to inherit the Great Sage Qianzong. If so, that would be kind of interesting. Did you see those 10 or so people? TSK, none of them are simple. They are all powerful forces from the heavens, and the one holding the knife is called Li Wanli. The supreme realm of the perfect heaven realm. Beside him, the woman I met was called Shuanhuan, and she is also in the supreme realm of Yuan-Tian realm. The young master of Xuanhuan is more familiar with the situation in the heavens than Chu Yan and Hun Tianbangling, so he opened his mouth to introduce Chu Yan and Hun Tianbangling. Speaking of which, there are many strong ones. Look at their aura, how many of them are okay? What Hun Tianbangling said was okay. He was basically at the same cultivation level as him, and his strength was about the same. Otherwise, with his heart, he would never say it was okay. And Chu Yan's eyes are already burning with flames, and his whole body is full of fighting blood. Looking at the powerhouses and geniuses of the heavens, he can't help but want to have a good fight with them. If he can find a good even if the opponent doesn't get the inheritance of the Great Sage Qianzong, it is enough. 3. Since you are here, please show up. Lu Yiping seemed to have scolded enough, but in fact, he had already discovered Chu Yan and the other three, but he deliberately asked them to see his power before asking. With one word, hundreds of pairs of eyes in the audience all looked over. Remember the divine sense I gave you before? If you start the inheritance later and affect us, no matter what the situation is, use that divine sense to send a message, and you can contact me. Seeing the situation, the young master of Xuanhuan twitched his eyes twice, and said to Chu Yan and Huntian bangling through voice transmission with his spiritual consciousness. As the saying goes, be prepared. Then the three of them fell directly from the sky, heading towards the platform of Yiming Pavilion. Young Master Undead on the platform, Yin Jiuetian and Yu Baipo all looked at the three of them with furious and vicious eyes, as if they were going to eat people, while the others were extremely curious, looking at the three people who had just fallen. The three of Chu Yan. Your Excellency is the ultimate god-level powerhouse. Yuma was the first to stand up. She glanced at Chu Yan and nodded. She didn't say anything, but looked at the young master of Xuanhuan. Just as she was about to speak, a young man in leather armor suddenly walked away. Come out and go directly to the young lord of myriad sources. Your Excellency, tell me about your family name, I'm sure you won't be an ordinary person. Everyone's gazes focused on the young master of myriad sources, all with a trace of dignity. The ultimate Taoist state, that is not the existence of one. Among the heavens, there are all terrifying and powerful men, but the one in front of him looks like an ordinary boy. Who are you? The young lord of myriad sources squinted his eyes and looked up and down the place, his expression seemed to say, what qualifications do you have to let me declare my family name? Next. Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan, the descendant of Dong Tian, the seventh god of the great sacred heavenly sect. The young master of Xuanhuan was shocked when he heard it. This is a bit miraculous. Here, Yu Baipo, the elder successor of the great sage Tianzong, and Lu Yiping, the successor of the god Venerable, now has another descendant of the Dong Tian god Zun. The great Saint Tianzong does not seem to be in decline. On the contrary, there is a feeling of prosperity. Very good, you actually know the name of my ancestor. The look of the leather armor youth looking at the young master of myriad sources became even more flickering. It's not that he is coquettish, but it's really rare. Cultivators in this world, after they reach a certain level, are all called by honorary titles, and few people know their own titles. Although this Dong Tian god Venerable is honored by his name, not many people know about it. Therefore, when the young master of Xuanhuan said the word Dong Tian, he was actually referring to his name, and Zhang Shan knew this. Because of this, Zhang Shan's eyes on the young lord of myriad sources have changed a lot. Is it just you two descendants of the gods? Among so many people, there must be other descendants of the gods. The young master of Xuanhuan completely ignored Zhang Shan's bright eyes and turned to look at the crowd. Fellow Taoist Minghui, there is another one here. I'm going down to the three dragons. While speaking, a young man in a white robe who looked like a scholar stepped out of the crowd and walked in front of him with a calm smile on his face. Three dragons. The young master of Xuanhuan just glanced at it, and then directly sent a voice transmission to Huntian Bangling and Chu Yan to remind him, these three dragons have a stronger aura than Lu Yiping and Zhang Shan, so be careful. If Huntian Bangling said that there were a few people who were okay before, then now that the young master of myriad sources has selected one and asked them to pay special attention, it may be really strong. May I ask you Gao's name? Sanlong came over and asked the young master of myriad sources. Me. It's easy to talk, I'm Suyu, please give me more advice. The young master of Xuanhuan smiled all over his face, but in the eyes of Chu Yan and Huntian Bangling, they felt like a tail was shaking behind the sky. Fellow Taoist, Su, we are destined. Sanlong smiled, and after saluting politely, he continued, you Taoist Su is also a straightforward person, so let's stop talking nonsense, and I propose to start the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong together. How about it? While speaking, he waved his hand, and suddenly a gleaming golden token of the great sage emerged. Seeing this, Xuanhuan didn't have any objection at all. He just waved a great sage token and sacrificed it, while Lu Yiping, who was not far away, had obvious haze in his eyes. Goofy. The young master of Xuanhuan turned his head and nodded to Huntian Bangling. The Huntian Bangling, who was still a little confused, came over without asking any questions, and directly summoned his great sage token. #C4179 channel open. Unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial soul, find the latest chapter. Seeing the behavior of Huntian Bangling, the faces of Sanlong, Xuanhuan and Lu Yiping changed slightly at the same time. They didn't expect that the great sage token was on this person, not on the young lord of myriad sources. According to their experience, their two great sage tokens were the two strongest gods. Heirs got it. From this point of view, this Huntian is probably not simple. After looking at each other, Sanlong, Xuanhuan and Lu Yiping all reminded themselves to pay attention to this person. Buzz buzz. The three great sage tokens soared into the sky, coiled and suspended, and stood in a triangle. Each of them had a golden light shooting out, shining on the other two tokens. When the three tokens were connected, a large number of spirit patterns gushed out instantly, filling the space between the heaven and the earth. At this moment, all the cultivators in the audience focused their eyes on the three tokens nervously. There are more and more spirit patterns on the sky, even if one observes them with the spiritual sense of a cultivator. There are so many that it is impossible to see the sky full of stars, completely dazzled. All the spirit patterns began to distort and deform, splicing and connecting continuously, faintly forming a blurry map. Before it could take shape, it shattered into thousands of golden lights with a bang. Ka ka ka. Above the void, the endless golden light was accompanied by a huge cracking sound, as if the sky and the earth were splitting apart. Countless shattered golden lights gathered together and turned into a tall figure sitting cross-legged, like a god of heaven and earth sitting cross-legged, slowly opening his eyes. It was an extremely terrifying gaze. Wherever it passed, the world would be destroyed, and everything would be reincarnated in the cycle of birth and death. All the cultivators felt that their souls were suppressed and could not move at all. Only when the opened eyes of the gods and Buddhas were connected together and appeared as a crack in the void, countless visions erupted in the sky. Under the eruption of visions all over the sky, the scene instantly became extremely spectacular, but among these visions were not only gods, Buddhas, fairy beasts, but also demon gods killing them. Such visions appearing in one place at the same time is absolutely rare. What kind of existence is the great Saint Tianzong? Does the vision here reflect the power of the great sage Tianzong to suppress a domain with the power of one sect, and the power of a sect of 9 gods at the same time? This is the true inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. All the cultivators were excited when they saw the vision in the sky. In the past countless years, no one has received the true inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. At most, some chances have given birth to some successors, like Xuanhuan, Lu Yiming, and Sanlong. But that is the inheritance of a certain strong man of the great sage Tianzong, and no one has ever seen the sect inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. That is the inheritance of the head of a sect, and it is by no means comparable to the inheritance of the strong and elders in the sect. Just when everyone was expecting it, suddenly, a thunderclap sounded above the sky, and the whole world trembled. I saw that after the void crack opened to the extreme, it was like a big mountain falling to the ground with a bang, and it finally stabilized completely. The place of inheritance of the great sage Tianzong, open. An incomparably ancient voice resounded, like a hidden thunder reverberating in the sky, echoing continuously. All the cultivators who come here can enter it, and all the chances of the heavens follow the fate, and each depends on the luck. Hearing this, all the cultivators were immediately breathless, and they were all extremely excited. It turns out that everyone can enter and have a chance. No one thought that only practitioners who had obtained the token of the great sage would have a chance, but now everyone can enter it, which is a great thing. For a while, a large amount of spiritual consciousness was continuously transmitted, and the situation here was sent to various places. The practitioners from the outside world and the Great Holy Hall continued to receive the news and rushed over at an astonishing speed. Chu Yan and Hun Dianfang also transmitted their voices to Feng Bugao and Hu Gutsangzhu, asking them to come as soon as possible. This time the inheritance is opened, it is for everyone, so naturally it cannot be missed. Xuanhuan, what are you doing? Didn't you say that it's only us? A powerful cultivator present. Instantly furious, he walked out of the crowd and shouted loudly. They all came with the three descendants of the gods, each with their own purpose, and they were all discussed before. That's right, you guys are not following the rules. Why did we spell it out and let everyone share it? That's right, the promise was to bring our brothers in. Why can everyone get in now? Then why are we working so hard with you? No, there must be an explanation for this matter. Someone took the lead, and naturally others followed, and more people began to point their fingers at the three descendants of the gods. These people paid a lot of money to help the three gods before, and some even suffered losses. Now seeing such a situation, they are naturally very angry. Originally, I thought about entering the inheritance of the great sage, and I could make up some of it. Now if it is open to the whole world, let alone making up, it might be life-threatening, which is a big loss. On the other side, young Master Undead and other geniuses on the All Heavens list also had gloomy expressions on their faces, but it was just hidden. Everyone, we don't know why this happened. Sanlong opened his mouth and said to all the cultivators, the current situation is like this. The inheritance of the great sage Tianzong is open to the world. Everyone depends on their chances. Don't waste time now. Come in quickly, or wait until other people come. It's even more uneconomical. After saying this, he didn't say any more at all, and rushed directly to the crack in the void, followed by Lu Yiping and Zhang Shan. What time is it now? The inheritance of the great sage Tianzong has started. Who has the time to talk nonsense with these ants at this time? Asshole. Seeing the heirs of the three great gods leave, all the cultivators present were furious. Don't they really know? Hee hee. The young master of Xuanhuan smiled lightly, turned his head to look at Chu Yan and Hun Dianfang, and all three of them shook their heads. If you say they don't know, ghosts will believe it, but they are that kind of people, how can they care about the things of ants in order to achieve their goals? It would be stupid to use it or not. As long as you become a giant, no matter what these ants do, who dares to disobey? The affairs of this world are all what the strong say. When the time comes, the historical data can be changed as they want. Things that the mortal emperors can do are easier for them to cultivate. Let's go. No matter what, we do our job. After the young master of Xuanhuan finished speaking, he flew towards the entrance with Chu Yan and Hun Dianfang, and disappeared in an instant. The other cultivators were stunned for a while. No matter how many expressions and consciousnesses they had, they all rushed towards the entrance. If they didn't enter now, those who would enter later would be fools. Even if there is something, it is not as important as the current time. In less than 10 breaths, there was no one in the entire Yiming pavilion in an instant, and it disappeared completely. #C4180 Great Saint Tianzong. The three of Chu Yan entered the crack, and immediately felt a majestic force surging, covering the whole body. This power enveloped them, including their flesh and mind, without giving them any chance to resist. After a long time, Chu Yan only felt that his feet were heavy, but his feet had landed on the ground. This is a place with dense rocks, not in the mountains, but a barren stone forest area, surrounded by rocks everywhere. Chu Yan looked around, only to see the sky full of stars, while the mountains in the distance were surrounded by clouds, peaks and fog, there was a glow in the forest, and the rivers, seas, rivers, and lakes were so beautiful that it looked like a very blessed place for cultivation. Chu Yan was not in a hurry to act. First, he searched the surrounding area with his spiritual sense, and after confirming that it was safe, he began to transmit sound with his spiritual sense, preparing to contact Huntian Bangling and the others. However, there was no response at all to the movement of the spiritual consciousness, and it was completely unable to send out sound transmission. Try the one he gave. With a thought in his mind, Chu Yan began to activate the divine consciousness left by the young Lord of Myriad Sources, but there was still no response. This is completely suppressed. Unexpectedly, this place even suppressed the spiritual communication means specially prepared by the young master of Xuanhuan. In this way, it would be impossible to contact other people. Forget it, they are all better than me. Don't worry about it. Chu Yan shook his head, glanced around, then flew up and flew forward. This place is really different. There is a special aura that makes people feel at ease. Mixed with spiritual breath, it makes people feel that it is of great benefit to the sea of consciousness. This is the ancient powerful sect force, a place where you practice. There is still such an effect, it really is extraordinary. A blessed place, generally speaking, as long as it has a strong spiritual breath, it is considered a blessed place. And the more powerful the spiritual breath is, the more it is valued by the practitioners, but it is often limited to this. It is only the concentration of the spiritual source for the cultivation of true energy, and few have other effects at the same time. For example, some blessed lands for cultivating the physical body and blessed lands for cultivating the soul basically exist separately. After all, it is difficult to integrate the different rules and avenues between the heavens and the earth. If they are crowded together, they will conflict with each other and react to the cultivators. Not good, unable to practice meditation, and even in danger of going mad. Therefore, the specialness of this place naturally surprised Chu Yan. At the same time, I was concerned about the strength of these ancient forces in the heavens. With some confidence in his heart, he paid more attention to the area in front of him. Without any carelessness or contempt, Chu Yan restrained his breath to the extreme, running the will of the great sage in his heart, and carefully guarding the surrounding situation. Afterwards, Chu Yan traveled all the way, and kept encountering all kinds of natural and earthly treasures, all of which were of the highest quality and extremely high grade. You don't have to be polite, just accept what you see, and accept everything with a smile. After walking for a long time, a strange feeling suddenly flashed in Chu Yan's heart. Without any hesitation, he didn't even investigate, and he directly used his agility to dodge to a faraway place. When he looked back again, he found a long thorn protruding from the place where he was standing just now, piercing through the place where he was standing just now, pointing directly at the sky. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, figures suddenly flashed out of the void, appearing in front of the ground thorns, their whole bodies shrouded in a powerful aura, completely covering their body shape and aura. Only a pair of eyes flashed with strange light, like a tide of murderous intent. One pair after another, the crimson eyes glanced at the thorns above the ground, all turned their heads to look at where Chu Yan was in the distance, and rushed out at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The three attacks blasted out at the same time without any pause, heading directly towards Chu Yan. The Gang of Origin. Chu Yan had been on guard for a long time, and immediately urged the original power to raise his hand and punched out. Boom, boom. The powerful fists collided with the three arrow-like attacks, and a terrifying tide erupted, spreading in all directions, and the powerful energy swept in, pulling Chu Yan's body backwards for 5 steps, before he could barely stop. The sizzling feeling passed through the arm, and the entire tiger's mouth was completely numb. The countershock force can reach such a level. What kind of monsters are these three guys? They are so strong. Chu Yan was slightly startled, and as soon as he looked up, he saw the three figures wrapped in mist rushing up again. Boom! The aura in Chu Yan's entire body exploded to the extreme in an instant. More than a dozen methods of asking questions, the great 10,000 elephants art, and the great sage's will were all urged to the extreme, and they punched out again. This time, the punch was like a tyrannosaurus, roaring and roaring, blasting out a beam of arrow light that hit in front, and at the same time remaining undiminished, it directly blasted a big hole in the body of one of the three figures. Just as he was about to take advantage of the victory to make another move, suddenly a chill came from his side, and Chu Yan immediately ran away and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he saw two other figures of mist surrounding him, one from the left and the other from the right, attacking wildly, without any intention of retreating. This is because Chu Yan reacted quickly. If he slowed down and killed the injured one by himself, the two of them would be able to kill him at the same time. What monsters are these three guys? Now that Chu Yan has given up his original idea, he can already conclude that these three guys are not cultivators. Whether they are cultivators from the continent of gods or the realms of the heavens, they will never fight like this. This is completely a battle of beasts. La. Boom. Boom. Two more punches were thrown out, severely injuring the two sneak-attacking figures, but immediately behind them in the void, three more figures stood up. What a beast tide! Chu Yan's spirit tightened. Without any hesitation, he turned and left. In just one thought, there were already 9 mist figures behind Chu Yan, chasing after Chu Yan crazily, full of murderous aura. Chu Yan has already experienced the power of these monsters. Generally, 4 or 5 monsters can be dealt with, and it is impossible to defeat more than 10, so they can only retreat. The more Chu Yan ran, the tighter those mist figures were chasing after him. He didn't intend to let Chu Yan go at all. It felt like being targeted by a pack of wolves. Buzz buzz. Along the way, the void around Chu Yan's head was constantly shaking, and one after another, mist figures jumped out of it, joining the chasing team more and more. Is this never ending? Chu Yan felt trembling in his heart. Such a group of monsters cannot be defeated by humans at all. I am afraid that even the young lord of Xuanhuan can only escape. In the inheritance secret realm of the great sage Tianzong, what kind of powerful spiritual source is there that can support so many powerful monsters? Isn't there no limit? More and more. It is impossible to imagine such a powerful group. If it is overwhelming, the scene will be so scary. Seal up. Chu Yan operated the great 10,000 elephants Jiu, his body melted into the world, and directly sealed the entire void world, to see if he could use this method to stop these monsters from chasing. #C4181 First Blessed Land. The power of these monsters is extremely strong, and they have definitely reached the peak of the supreme realm. And in just such a short period of time, so many have appeared. According to this number, I am afraid that it will be overwhelming in a short time. At that time, even if Chu Yan wanted to escape, if he ran into some forbidden trap to stop him, he would be easily surrounded by these monsters. In that case, even the gods would have to perish. Therefore, Chu Yan now has to find a way to get out of this situation. The best way is not to kill them, but to block them and get yourself out as soon as possible. This is the best way. Therefore, Chu Yan used the original world to suppress the void with the power of heaven and earth. Naturally, he also suppressed these monsters at the same time. Not only can he trap them, but he can also delay their speed, which can achieve Chu Yan's goal. The will of the great sage, suppress it for me. The original power of heaven and earth merged into the void, and just when it enveloped all directions, Chu Yan directly used the will of the great sage, turned into a mountain range, and ruthlessly suppressed it downward. The 9 mist figures behind them sensed the change in the void, roared in unison, and the majestic aura gathered together and soared towards the sky. Boom! The two forces collided together, as if the earth was colliding with the mountains, and the two blocked it at the same time. The mountain range couldn't press down, and the tide of monster breath below couldn't rush up, and it fell into a stalemate instantly. From morning to night, it was obvious that the speed of the 9 mist figures had been greatly affected, and it seemed that they had spent at least half of their strength against the suppressing force above their heads. It works. Chu Yan's eyes lit up, and when he was about to cast it again, suddenly, among the 9 figures of mist on the opposite side, 8 of them suddenly withdrew their breath, and their speed skyrocketed again, while the last one stopped completely, roaring and bumping into each other. To the sky. That's okay. Chu Yan was a little confused. These people cooperated so well, and they knew the art of war like Zhong Jun, so they abandoned their troops to protect the commander. The 8 mist figures in front of him rushed again. Chu Yan could only continue to use them, and the suppressive force continued to bombard the 8 mist figures that were chasing after them. But foggy figures continued to join in from all around, and the 8 figures returned to 10, one more than before. Moreover, after the appearance of these 10 figures, they did not use the tactics of abandoning soldiers to protect the commander, but shot at the same time, and the 10 arrows shot up into the sky, directly attacking the suppressing force that fell. In this way, Chu Yan was backlashed by the power, which suddenly affected his speed, which was not worth the loss. Awesome. These monsters are strong and intelligent, so they are not easy to deal with. Chu Yan stopped his previous plan and began to think quickly. He had to think of other ways, and he couldn't do it head-on. After a few breaths of thinking, a flash of light flashed in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, his eyes lit up instantly, and his heart. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan's eyes flashed sharply, and one after another, the words of divine script flew out of the eyes, rushing towards the 10 mist figures. Ho ho ho! With the appearance of divine characters, those monsters discovered an extremely abnormal roar, which contained a clear sense of fear. It's as if one thing descends one thing. As soon as these Tao characters appear, the aura of all the monsters drops instantly, and the spiritual consciousness sweeps over, and it can be found that their power has been greatly weakened. It works. Chu Yan's eyes brightened, and he immediately used the technique of suppression, integrating the most powerful Taoist text into Xingtian's will, and suppressed it downward again. Boom! This time, the great Holy Will Mountain was crushed down without any hindrance, like a huge peak hitting the ground, causing the whole ground to tremble, and all the figures in the mist roared and screamed. But these 10 mist figures didn't just disappear. Instead, they erupted with terrifying ferocity like wounded beasts, attacking continuously amid roaring sounds, trying to break the suppressive force in the sky. Walk. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan turned into a streak of light and charged towards the sky, disappearing instantly. With the Daowen of the divine character, it is completely no problem to kill these 10 mist figures, but there are not only these 10 in this place, there are new mist figures constantly appearing in the surrounding void. This kind of killing, only a fool would waste his true energy here all the time if there were endless battles. In that case, consumption will be consumed to death. Soon, Chu Yan found that he was completely free from the pursuit behind him, completely resolved the crisis, and heaved a long sigh of relief. But after Chu Yan set off again, he finally realized that it was too early to relax. On the next road, the 10 mist figures behind them are like brown sugar. As long as they break away from the suppressing force, they will catch up quickly and kill Chu Yan again. The point is, no matter what concealment methods and secret techniques Chu Yan uses, these mist figures are like hunting dogs. They can always accurately find Chu Yan hidden in various places, and rewrap them without any deviation or mistake. Chu Yan. This time, Chu Yan felt a little chilled. Obviously, these mist figures have the same root as the space-time world, so as long as Chu Yan is in this world, they can easily find Chu Yan. Fortunately, after Chu Yan tried many times, he finally discovered that the Taoist script can suppress the void, so that the various powers, speeds, etc. of these mist figures can be suppressed by his own Taoist script. After their strength and speed have been greatly reduced, the danger to Chu Yan has dropped significantly. In this case, Chu Yan's pressure will be much less. It's not a long-term solution to spend so much. Although the Taoist script can suppress these monsters, if you break out completely and cooperate with the Taoist script, you can completely kill these monsters, but the key trouble is that these monsters have the same root as the original world, so it is impossible to kill them. During a mobile battle, Chu Yan was struggling with these monsters while constantly thinking of ways. After 2 full hours, Chu Yan finally saw a glimmer of hope. On the horizon ahead, a large area of gray smog suddenly appeared, extremely dense, and one could almost see what was going on in that smog. When Chu Yan rushed to the foggy area, where the fog was thinning around, he immediately found that the aura of those monsters was locked and disappeared completely. Chu Yan did not expect that these smog could restrain the breath of these monsters, and even isolate the monster's consciousness. In this case, Chu Yan suddenly became courageous, and rushed into the smog area with bright eyes. When Chu Yan went deep, he suddenly discovered that not only the spiritual consciousness of those monsters had been locked and disappeared, but even his own spiritual consciousness had been compressed near his body, making it impossible to probe outside at all, and even if the true energy was circulated on the eyes, it would not be possible. I can only see a small distance, and I feel like I can't see my fingers. #C4182 Knife Intent. Chu Yan activated the Daowen divine characters, and small suns floated around Chu Yan's body, dispelling the haze around him, and finally restored Chu Yan's consciousness and eyesight. And the Taoist text of the divine character was just suspended above Chu Yan's brow, so that the hidden aura in the haze was all blocked outside Chu Yan's body, so that they could not get close to Chu Yan. At this moment, Chu Yan understood completely. The relics of Qing Tian Shenzhuan before and the relics of the descendants of the great sage Tianzong are the same, and their origins are interlinked. Grab. Therefore, the Taoist text of Chu Yan can play a huge role here, even a decisive role. I just don't know if Zhang Shan, Sanlong, and Lu Yiping, the heirs of the gods, have these divine characters and Taoism, or what other cards they have that allow them to survive here. But these are not what Chu Yan needs to care about now. The smog area in front of him is. Clang. With the blade of condensed wool in his hand, he slashed towards the void and haze ahead. The knife energy passed by melted layer by layer like ice and snow falling into a fire, and it disappeared completely within a short distance, as if being eaten by the haze. So far so good. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan finally knew why those monsters were afraid of the smog, and he didn't have the divine script of Taoism, so if he broke into it, the consequences would be disastrous. Chu Yan tried it a few more times, and he can be sure that with his own cultivation strength, he can persist for at most an hour in such a haze. I don't know what's in this place. It can be determined that the more dangerous the place, the better the good things, so Chu Yan quickly thought of exploring this place. The entire smog was silent, except for the sound of Chu Yan walking and breathing. There was no other sound. After walking for almost an hour, nothing else was found on the ground except soil and grass, which is much worse than outside. Before Chu Yan was hunted down, he could find some treasures of heaven and earth in a short walk, but here absolutely not. The ground is also an ordinary ground, with no breath, and when the consciousness goes down, there is nothing underground. This is a bit strange. But when Chu Yan took a few steps forward, suddenly there was a click under his feet, and when he looked down, it was a skeleton, completely weathered. Calculating the distance, the cultivator who can come here is afraid that the realm of cultivation will not be weaker than himself. It is unfortunate that such a cultivator is outside and has a golden body. But here, it has been completely weathered. It can be seen that these smogs can not only devour his sword energy, but can completely devour everything. Such a strong willpower, can't stop the smog here. Chu Yan carefully inspected the bones under his feet, and confirmed that he was a peak powerhouse before his fall, and he might even be stronger, but in the end. There are strong people in the heavens like clouds, and countless geniuses, but there are more dangers than other places. Just like the smog here, Chu Yan has never seen such a strong corrosive power in other places. It's like a very dark breath, which is just the opposite of the spiritual breath of heaven and earth, and can destroy everything in the practitioner's body. And the spiritual breath of heaven and earth can supplement and breed all the power of the practitioner, making the practitioner stronger. As the so-called yin and yang in the world, there is birth and restraint. This is the ultimate principle of heaven and earth. Chu Yan dug a hole casually, and after burying the skeleton, he continued to move forward, but after walking a few steps, he found another skeleton. In the following time, the number of skeletons has been quite a lot, and they are all separated by thousands of miles. After fighting around, there will be skeletons appearing. As time passed, Chu Yan didn't know where this place was, so he naturally chose a direction at random and kept walking. This smog seems to cover the whole world. I didn't feel it when I didn't come in before. Now I'm in the smog, it's like the whole world is in the smog. Apart from this, there's nothing. It always gives people a feeling. The feeling of boundlessness. Huh? The breath in the smog seems to have become stronger. Chu Yan suddenly felt that the demand for his own true energy in the Taoist scripts around his body and brows had increased. If it wasn't for this reason, Chu Yan would not have been able to discover that the power of the smog around him had increased. Those cultivators who have come here before will probably be devoured without feeling because of this. Although the true energy is not consumed much, if it continues like this, without the supplement of spiritual breath, the true energy will be exhausted in a day. Chu Yan saw more and more bones under his feet, and a sense of crisis in his heart was also growing. Go forward for 2 more days, if you still don't find it, just go back the same way. 9 cakes in Chinese. The benefits of these bones are here. Every bone is buried as much as possible. At the beginning, it was an unintentional move, but now it has become the best signpost. Then find a way to deal with those monsters. Going forward, 3 hours later, a gust of wind suddenly blew in front of him, which made Chu Yan's eyes brighten. This. When Chu Yan quickened his pace and walked forward quickly, he finally saw a tall altar standing in the haze ahead. The altar is very tall, and it looks like a building standing there. With a glance, you can find that the altar is divided into upper, middle, and lower floors. The smog shows signs of blending. Within a few miles around the altar, all the smog did not have any devouring power, and Chu Yan suddenly lightened up, as if he had come to an excellent resting place. Is this altar so powerful? I have seen too many fallen strong men along the way, and the altar in front of me can stand here, isolating such a large space, which can't even be done by my own Taoist script. It can be seen that this altar is definitely not everything. This will be collected. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan made up his mind, as long as possible, the altar will be taken away. Flame rose in Chu Yan's eyes, and he was very satisfied as he watched the altar look up and down. Ahem, who is that? What kind of eyes do you have? Suddenly, an extremely gloomy voice sounded, which made Chu Yan tremble all over in fright. Looking up and scanning around, I saw a door open under the altar, and a figure was coming out of it. His whole body was blood red, and he was holding a bloodwood staff. Hashtag 21434, hashtag 21437, hashtag 32, hashtag 20061, hashtag 39292, hashtag 20013, hashtag 25991, hashtag 32, hashtag 57, hashtag 98, hashtag 122, hashtag 119, hashtag 46, hashtag 99, hashtag 111, hashtag 109, hashtag 32. Hashtag 21434, hashtag 21437. Young man, you can't take this thing away, so don't think about it. This old man has no wrinkles on his face, his head is full of white hair, but his eyes are cloudy, which makes people know that he is very old at a glance. Excuse me, senior. Chu Yan bowed his hands politely, but he was on guard in his heart. The existence that can stay here is not a simple existence. Young man, do you know that this is the sea of absolute Tao clouds? Even if the ultimate and supreme powerhouse comes here, he must be careful. Hashtag C41831 Main Court. This old man, who was all red except for his white hair, looked up and down at Chu Yan, especially the divine character on the center of Chu Yan's eyebrows. After looking at it for a long time, he opened his mouth again. Unexpectedly, you got this holy text. Among the countless elite successors of the great sage Tianzong, only 3 have ever received this holy text. Good luck, if you didn't have this holy text, you would have been gone long ago. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded deeply. It is true that without this sacred text, which is the sacred text spoken by this all-red old man, he would not be able to get here. I am afraid that he has been given away by the monster tide. Drowned. I am Fairy Xian, the owner of the Yiming Pavilion of the great sage Tianzong. The all-red old man introduced himself, which made Chu Yan startled. Isn't Yiming Pavilion the place where I saw the 3 descendants of the gods before, and it is also the place where the space for the inheritance of the great sage was opened? It seems that this Ming Pavilion is not simple. In Fairy Xian's hand, a red light lit up on the mahogany staff, falling towards the huge altar behind him, and then said, "This is the astonishing tower. Geniuses of this sect who pass through the Yiming Pavilion can enter the amazing tower and get a treasure." When Chu Yan heard this, he immediately understood that this amazing tower is probably where the treasures are tailored for the heirs of the great sage Tianzong, so that the strength of the heirs can be enhanced to the greatest extent. Treasures should be suitable. Although theoretically speaking, the greater the power, the better, but there are some exceptions. The higher the cultivation level and strength, the higher the level and strength of the cultivator, they will often pay attention to the degree of suitability for themselves. For example, if the seal is not high, the treasure of the Tao of Heaven is the most suitable for him, and it can exert twice the power in his hands, while a treasure of the Tao of Killing can exert 1/3 of the power at most in his hands. This still refers to the avenue of rules. If it is refined to the cultivator's body, skills, weapons, etc., a highly matching treasure can greatly enhance the combat power. So the current situation is that I have passed the Yiming Pavilion, and then I have the opportunity to enter the amazing tower, choose one or create a treasure of my own. This is a good thing. Chu Yan's eyes lit up in an instant. In his martial arts practice in this life, except for the Haoyan sword, there is no treasure that is completely integrated with him. It would be a great thing if it could be made the same. I didn't expect such a good thing to exist in the inheritance land of the great sage Tianzong. If the young master of myriad sources knew about this, he might pack up this place and the entire smog and take it away. Senior means that I can. Chu Yan thought in his heart, and asked tentatively, his eyes flickered slightly. This scene fell in the eyes of the all-red old man Fairy Xian, but she nodded slightly in approval, and immediately gave Chu Yan a high look. You know, what he said just now is of great significance. The first one is to show that the person who came here has passed the assessment of Yiming Pavilion. The second is that he can see himself, which means that he has the opportunity to enter the amazing pavilion. He is the top genius of the sect, and he may even have the opportunity to be in charge of the great sage Tianzong in the future. Faced with such an opportunity, among those cultivators who came before, were they overjoyed and completely lost their composure. But the Chu Yan in front of him doesn't seem to be abnormal at all, at least from the surface. His face is indifferent. This child's character is very good. It is worth cultivating. Thinking of this, Fairy Xian, who was all in red, nodded immediately, and continued to say. Not bad. There is a chance. But you should know that there is an assessment for entering the shocking pavilion. If you pass the assessment, you can choose one of the 3 rewards. What's the reward? Chu Yan asked. For him now, exercises are meaningless, and it is best to use magic weapons, and the like. Everything. Fairy Quan Jingshuan smiled, looking very mysterious, but it made Chu Yan feel relieved. The 3 treasures couldn't all be skills. Then what is the assessment? How long will it take? At this time, Chu Yan thought that the purpose of entering this place was mainly to find the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. If the assessment time is too long, then it is worth noting not to participate. Moreover, the great Saint Tianzong was the ruling force of the great Saint realm back then, and it was a prestigious existence in all the heavens. The assessment should not be easy. Hold on. Fairy Quan Hongxian seemed to have thought of something, turned around and took out a small stone from her arms, looked around, and threw it into the void. The stone had no light or splendor in the void, but after hovering a few times above Fairy Xian's head, it stood still. This stone fell into Gu Qian's eyes at this time, but it felt like a stone could reach the peak of the sky, which immediately made Chu Yan's heart tremble. This stone is left by the gods of my sect, Tianzong. It is said that it is a thing of the heavens. It is transformed by the sea of consciousness of a god. It can directly see through the talent of any cultivator. The stone detection talent is divided into 100 levels. From 1 to 100, the more the better. Having said that, Fairy Xian stopped and looked at Chu Yan with a smile. You mean, assessment is a test of talent? Chu Yan didn't pay much attention to the fact that this little stone was transformed by the legendary Sea of Consciousness. After all, there are too many legends about this in the world, and who knows whether it is true or not. Good. Fairy Xian nodded, still smiling. In my great sage Tianzong, strength is not important, nor is the heart. The most important thing is talent. As long as the talent is strong, with the help of my great sage Tianzong, you will definitely grow into a generation of gods. As long as there is talent, any resources, experience, and treasures are not a problem. My great sage Tianzong can give him the best. These external powers can be limited, but the talent of a cultivator can be unlimited. As for you, according to the rules of my great sage Tianzong, as long as you can activate 30 visions, you will pass the examination. Fairy Xian has discounted these words. In fact, according to the previous rules of the great sage Tianzong, at least 50 visions are required. But now, the great sage Tianzong has fallen, not to mention his Ming Pavilion. Even the sect inheritance of the great sage Tianzong has not yet found a successor. So, now that a cultivator who looks pretty good has come here, Fairy Xian decided to give him some benefits in private. Thank you, Senior, let's get started. Chu Yan heard that the assessment was very simple, and the key point was that it didn't take too much time, so he agreed immediately. The talent test has been conducted countless times since the first day he stepped into martial arts. Basically, the time spent is very short, and there is no danger. If it becomes a reward, there is no loss if it fails. Naturally, such a good thing cannot be missed, must be examined. It stands to reason that with my talent, it shouldn't be a problem to reach 30 visions. At least I'm better than the geniuses on the All Heavens list. #C4184 Body of Holy Heaven. Although he knows that his talent should be qualified, Chu Yan is also thinking about how far he is from the geniuses of ancient times. From 1 floor to 100 floors, I don't know how many floors the geniuses of the ancient times, even the geniuses of the great sage Tianzong, could reach. Here's an opportunity. You are ready now, just hold your hand to this god stone. Fairy Xian looked at Chu Yan and said, while carefully manipulating the spirit stone towards Chu Yan. He can clearly sense a faint air enveloping his whole body when he touches it, making him feel as if he is in a warm ocean, which is extremely comfortable. When Chu Yan closed his eyes slightly and sat down cross-legged, Fairy Xian looked slightly startled and nodded involuntarily. The entry speed is really fast. Based on this, Fairy Xian looked at Chu Yan again. Maybe the assessment conditions at that time should be said to be 30 points. Ha ha ha, has the great sacred heavenly sect fallen to this point? When did the assessment conditions for the shocking pavilion only have 20? At this moment, a strange sound resounded, roaring over with the sound of wild laughter. This is an old man whose whole body is purple, without a stick in his hand, but there is a group of purple-black phantoms behind him, suspended behind his head, reflecting the dark and shiny purple robe and clothes all over his body. It's not purple, it's more like black. He walked out from the altar with his hands behind his back, with a smile on his face, just looking at Fairy Xian. The strange thing is that such a loud voice resounded with the sound of wild laughter, but Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground holding the spirit stone in his hand, didn't seem to hear it at all, and remained motionless. Just this little doll. TSK, 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 even the two geniuses who have obtained the holy text of the gods before are not as good as half. As long as the three of them touch the god stone, more than a dozen visions will appear, and the final result but it triggered a vision of up to 73 paths. Another old man walked out of the altar. Look at him, if he can trigger 50 ways, it will be considered a miracle. Has the great Saint Tianzong fallen to this point now? The treasures in our amazing pavilion are all asking to be given away. Even this the same is true for the original will of the great sacred heavenly sect. How easy it is for people to get this sacred text. A joke. The third old man walked out from the altar. That is. Even if my great sage Tianzong falls, it will belong to the great sage Tianzong. The great sage Tianzong, that shook the heavens back then, has dignity. Glory. Proud. Snort. I look down on you guys. After the words of the old men, Fairy Xian couldn't help shaking her head and sighing one after another. Old ghost, what time is this, and you are still talking about this? I think this kid is not bad, maybe his grades are not too bad, someone is better than no one. Huh. Pavilion Master, when you said this, didn't you feel that you lack confidence? And we are just talking, you are the Pavilion Master, you have the final say. An old man gently shook his head and looked at Chu Yan, without saying anything more, but the disappointment in his eyes became a bit more intense, causing the death energy in his whole body to tremble continuously. Pavilion Master, don't listen to them, they are just idle. We all know it in our hearts. Hearing this, Fairy Xian shook her head and sighed. From 100 years after the fall of the great sage Tianzong, in their shocking heaven pavilion, silence and sighs are the most common. A few old guys have been guarding the pavilion for thousands of years, and even their hearts are cold. A few words of resentment are nothing, after all, the old guys don't practice dead energy, and when they ran out to see this little guy, they all had the same thoughts. How many years have we been waiting? Fairy Xian raised her head, looked at the smog above her head that would never dissipate, and asked quietly. Pavilion Master, it's been 3.9 million years. This sentence made those old men with different faces startled, and at the same time their expressions dimmed. 3.9 million years. Who doesn't know this time? The present Jingtian Pavilion belongs to, and that one is not counting the days every day. The pavilion is still the same pavilion, the altar is still the same altar, the smog is still the same smog, but, almost 4 million years. Nothing has changed, everything, nothing, has changed. 80 visions. Fairy Xian still looked up at the sky, as if she wanted to see through the smog and see what the outside world has become. We've waited so long, it's really been long enough. The 80 visions are the prophecies of our Jingtian Pavilion, our secrets, but since the Jingtian Pavilion, even when the great sage Tianzong was at its peak, there were no never showed up. Speaking of this, Fairy Xian suddenly turned around, and the golden light burst out from a pair of eyes, blasting out, and even blasted a big hole in the thick smog clouds above the sky, causing the entire sea of smog and clouds to rumble. This gleam of light blasted a distance of tens of miles, causing the sea of smog and clouds to riot endlessly. If this scene is seen by Chu Yan, I am afraid that he will be astonished as a heavenly man. He is the clearest about the smog. It is simply impossible to do it. 80 visions. 80 visions. Mystery, destiny. Ha ha ha. How can there be a holy body in this world? The maniacal laughter seemed to be particularly subdued, and the emptiness echoed weaker and weaker. The few old men present were full of sadness when they heard the laughter. The great sacred heaven sect really has the body of the holy heaven. Finally, an old man couldn't bear it and asked this question that had been asked thousands of times. For the great sage Tianzong, the Jingtian Pavilion is to select the geniuses of the great sage Tianzong externally, so that the great sage Tianzong can focus on training, but internally, all the old people know that the core secret of the Jingtian Pavilion is to find the body of the holy heaven. However, no one has seen what the holy heaven body is, not even the previous suzerains of the great holy heaven sect. And the only one in this world who can know the body of the holy heaven is this God Spirit Stone. According to the legend, the body of the holy sky is the existence of the heavens, not in the heavens at all, and only the body of the holy sky can achieve the ultimate of the world of the heavens, and end the chaos of the heavens. Back then, the great sacred heaven sect, in order to find the body of the sacred heaven, went through countless dynasties and served as suzerain for countless generations. Finally, one day, the new sacred heaven sect master changed his mind and mobilized troops. The body of the holy heaven directly unifies the heavens and ends the chaos of the heavens. However, the final result is the fall of the great sage Tianzong. The great sage Tianzong fell and could not even be revived. The great power of the sect in the heavens did not prepare a way out for themselves, but the great sage Tianzong fell for millions of years, but there was no revival at all. Why? #C4185 Great Holy Secret. In that battle back then, the great sage Tianzong devoted all his power to the clan without reservation. It wasn't that the new suzerain didn't know that he was on a trip to Bodian, and it was impossible. It's just the fate in my heart, the hatred in my heart has reached the extreme, and I need to explode. Even if it doesn't work, I have to be buried with this world, if the heavens and realms fall. So, there is no way out. It would be a big mistake to say that his new suzerain did not believe in the secrets of the great sage Tianzong. On the contrary, it was because he believed in deeper and more obsessively, that's why he did this and ruined the great sage Tianzong. Without it, just because the great sage Tianzong did not fall, there would be no rebirth. Taking the great sage Tianzong as a sacrifice, if there is a holy heaven body in this world, then it should appear. Well. With a long sigh, the aura from Fairy Xian's whole body slowly receded, and she turned into an old man again. She lightly tapped the mahogany stick in her hand and coughed twice. Everyone, don't need to think too much. My great sage Tianzong should not be rejected, and the secrets can't be wrong. Otherwise, every hall and hall of the great sage Tianzong, and the 9 gods, why is it that only my Jingtian Pavilion is fully staffed, and no one is there? Injury, this is destiny. Everyone should act cautiously and keep the responsibility of this department. Promise. 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 Several old men bowed together and responded at the same time. At this moment, a very slight fluctuation in the void appeared, and it was impossible for ordinary cultivators to feel it, but Fairy Xian turned to look at Chu Yan almost at the moment when the fluctuation appeared. After a breath, several elders present also turned around and looked at Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. At this time, the fluctuations in Chu Yan's body were already slightly detectable. The first thing that fluctuated was the spirit stone held by Chu Yan in the palm of his hand. It had flowers on it, shining without light. As long as the faint energy overflowed, it would instantly merge with the void and disappear without a trace. Buzz. The fluctuation of the spirit stone triggered the vision of flames, and a group of flames emerged above the spirit stone, burning fiercely. No matter how strong the wind in the void was, the flame would not waver. 3 industries are really hot. An old man spoke. The eyes are strange. The true fire of the 3 karmas is the Tao fire of the 3 talents of heaven, earth and man. This fire is not bound by heaven, earth and martial arts. It exists alone between heaven and earth. The change of the 3 karma is called the real fire of the 3 industries. Not waiting for the sound to fall, there was another mass of sun erupting above the gods, a pattern of water rippled in the void, and the head of a tortoise protruded out. The 2 nimble black eyes seemed to be a newly born life, looking at it curiously. This world. Ghost black tortoise. Another old man exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly, his eyes full of astonishment. Yuming Xuanwu is the legendary god of the north in the heavens, who controls the water in the world. The northern pole is the famous guardian general. It is said that all the water in the sky and the earth can be leveled and calm like water because of its guarding. Without it, all the water will turn into a storm that swallows the world, destroying everything. Chirp. A loud and clear sound of phoenix crowing sounded, and a fiery red rose above the sky, instantly dyeing all the smog in all directions red. Quick, look, Fengyue Jiuxiao. This time, all 3 old men spoke at the same time, staring dumbfounded at a red light rising from the gods and shooting into the sea of smog above, followed by a phoenix shadow flying in the sea of smog. It's not real, but the shadow reflected in the sea of smog is absolutely certain to be a 9-day divine phoenix. Next, visions appeared one after another. There were roaring dragons, cows moving mountains, elks, beasts, and immortal plants from the heavens. There are blue waves all over the sky. 3:32. This speed is too fast. How could it be one after another? There is no gap at all. How many spiritual sources are there in this endless stream? This is completely erupting. I think there is hope. 50 points should be no problem. In that case, it will fully meet the assessment standards of our Jingtian pavilion. Fairy Xian listened to the discussions around her, but stared closely at Chu Yan in front of her, her fiery eyebrows trembling slightly, her face extremely nervous. 50 visions. What I am looking forward to is not some Jingtian pavilion assessment standard, let alone an ordinary cultivator. I don't know how many years, I haven't been so nervous before. It seems that there is a kind of power in my soul, with a heavy hammer, so that I can keep clear at all times, and it seems to be constantly reminding myself of something. As time passed, the visions in the sky continued to occur. The speed was not as fast as the beginning, but there was still a sense of continuity. 51. I didn't expect that this little baby's strength can trigger 51 visions. In this way, I'm afraid it can hit 60 paths. It's interesting, haha, it's interesting. I'm about to catch up with the top genius of my great sage Tianzong. As the visions continued to occur, the figure of Chu Yan sitting there was like a stubborn stone that had been silent for thousands of years, motionless, and all the original frustration of the old man was swept away. In any case, if they could see a top genius equivalent to that of the great sage Tianzong, it would be a kind of comfort to them for millions of years. Happy to see you. In any case, it is much more interesting than guarding empty-handedly. Fairy Xian was still tense all over, with a ferocious face, staring straight at Chu Yan, as if all the strength in her body had been summoned, but there was no place to use it. His performance fell into the eyes of others, and the smiles that had just appeared on everyone's faces gradually became solidified, and the scene soon became silent again. All the old men were looking at Fairy Xian, each with their own color flickering. When Fairy Xian felt something and turned to look at other people, she finally relaxed and let out another long sigh. Could it be that I'm really still hoping? Shaking his head, Fairy Xian's face was full of ridicule, even the corners of his mouth were grinning, and he kept shaking his head, as if he wanted to throw out all the unrealistic things in his sea of consciousness, but that one felt that the mountains were shaking and the ground was shaking. The roar made him completely unable to do it. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. All the strange light above the spirit stone shook and turned into a bloody light that filled the sky, and a killing intent rose from it. This killing intent was very strange, completely different from ordinary killing intent, and seemed to carry some aura of majesty and judgment. The killing intent formed by the fusion of the weak makes the weak feel grateful and grateful when they are killed by this killing intent. Fairy Xian and a group of old men were all stunned. Of course they felt that something was wrong, something very wrong. The next. #C4186 3 million years. The next moment, without waiting for them to react, the mutation broke out again. A rising force emerged in the void, causing a strong momentum in the entire void to rise to the sky, and even the smog above the sky was overthrown. The 54th vision appeared without any information for a moment, and the following vision surged like a fountain. After the 69th vision, there was still no sign of weakening, and it rushed to the 7040th vision in an instant, and its power was even stronger. No one doubted that it would continue to erupt. Sure enough, the 75th vision appeared, the sky and the earth were completely red, and the sky was burning with fire. The 80th vision, the sun, moon and stars falling, the sea and the sky are one color, everything is thin and autumn, gods and demons appear in the sky, roaring to the sky. This. The elders present were all dumbfounded. Looking at the visions all over the sky, none of them seemed to dissipate. They were all blooming in the sky, and there was no conflict between different visions at all. At this moment, Fairy Xian relaxed completely, exhaling long breaths, as if the qi in his body had no end at all. Or, he forgot to inhale, so he kept exhaling, and even the true qi in his body turned into breathing qi, which he exhaled without even noticing it. Holy, heaven, body. As each word was squeezed out of his mouth, every old man present trembled in astonishment. Am I dying, and the soul has fantasies? This is really the body of the holy sky. The old man's voice trembled, but his eyes glowed in disbelief. Ha, it's been 3 million years. It's been 3 million years, I've waited, I've finally got it, the sky won't let me down, the sky won't let me down. Fairy Xian laughed wildly, and the shocking altar behind him kept shaking with his laughter. Very good. Ha, now we are done. Finally got through it, woo. A group of bigwigs from the heavens who were famous back then. At this moment, crying and crying, laughing and laughing, I have completely lost my composure. But this scene had no effect on Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged. He was still in the process of assessment, his spirit and spirit stones were fused together, and he was pursuing an extremely empty feeling, constantly wandering between heaven and earth. From the moment he touched the spirit stone, a very weak voice sounded in his ears. Chu Yan has been trying hard to hear that voice clearly, so he constantly condenses his true energy and will, and spreads in the void, trying to catch it. That faint voice. However, the voice seemed to be inaudible, or incomprehensible. Even if his voice was getting louder and louder, Chu Yan was at a loss for anything. Fairy Xian and other elders outside, after experiencing ecstasy, finally gradually calmed down. The body of the holy heaven is born, and the secret of our great sacred heaven sect is finally about to be realized. Now we must pass on this shocking heaven pavilion to him as soon as possible. No problem, once the body of the holy heaven comes out, it will be a blockbuster. Your Excellency, holy judgment, there is no need to delay, now is the time for the first revelation of the heavenly secret, and it is also the most suitable opportunity. But, the Jingtian Pavilion cannot be opened in 90 cases, and there are no 90 visions. I am afraid that the owner of the pavilion will not be able to unlock the secrets of the Jingtian Pavilion. This is the rule set by the first suzerain back then. This is troublesome. The first suzerain had too much confidence in the holy heaven body. How could he have thought that the holy heaven body might not necessarily have a high level of cultivation? Then what to do? Without the shocking pavilion, what about the holy heaven body? Even if we gather the power of us people, we can only open the 7th floor of Xingtian, ask me, or there are only so many, forget it. No. The body of the holy heaven was finally born, and it cannot be destroyed in our hands. Then we will be sinners through the ages. This doesn't work, that doesn't work, what should I do? After some quarreling, everyone turned their gazes to Fairy Xian, who was taken aback for a moment. Look at me, all you old ghosts know to look at me, I am the master of this pavilion, this rule was set by the first suzerain, what can I do? Unless this kid. Damn it. My God. Fairy Xian was very annoyed. He was already very annoyed when these old ghosts were chattering around. He knew all those things, so he could only do this. But when he was cursing and venting, it was suddenly found that the kid on the ground is endless. The 87th vision erupted, and a gigantic crack exploded in the sky. Thousands of golden lights fell from it, but an incomparably magnificent palace appeared. Everyone present could be sure that it was definitely not the power of the heavens. Some palaces must be. Asgard Palace. Boom. The 91st vision exploded, and one figure after another appeared in the sky. Around the fairy palace, figures of gods and gods, with incomparable rays of light and golden brilliance. When the 96th vision appeared, it was 4 tall and huge mountains, all wearing golden armor, holding a golden battle axe, bowing slightly behind them, as if they were welcoming the appearance of some powerful existence. This. Fairy Xian was completely stunned. Even if he was killed, he would never have imagined that the spirit stone could really trigger the 90th or more visions. At this moment, Fairy Xian and the elders present were breathing heavily like a mad cow, and their breath could make even the most powerful dragon of the Protoss blush. The scene that followed did not disappoint these giant humanoid dragons. The 99th vision appeared in the sky. A golden sun and a pure white moon cast light at the same time, covering the figure. Ultimate. The peak talent of Jingtian Pavilion. Since the creation of the entire heavens, the most powerful genius has appeared. From this moment on, Jingtian Pavilion has a master, and the great Saint Tianzong also has a master. It can even be said that the entire heaven has a master. Boom. But when everyone was extremely surprised, all of a sudden, all the visions in the sky stopped, and the incomparably stalwart figure in the 99th vision, sitting cross-legged in front of the fairy palace, raised his hand. Just at one point, a golden light fell from the sky and directly hit the spirit stone in Chu Yan's hand. A loud bang exploded, and countless auras shot out from the spirit stone and scattered in all directions, like countless fairy lights shooting in all directions. Next, under everyone's gaze, the spirit stone in Chu Yan's hand melted like sand and petrified, and turned into fine powder in an instant, flying in all directions. And those powders did not disappear, but fluttered in the void, slowly gathered together, and condensed into a tall figure. It was an extremely vague and illusory figure, as if it didn't exist, but it had an extremely terrifying aura. It just quietly lowered its head and looked at Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground in front of him. Everything is true. Dear, click to enter and give a good review. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that those who gave the new full score found a beautiful wife in the end. The new version of the mobile station upgrade address, data, and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station. No ads, fresh reading. Hashtag C418799. Text chapter 418799. This phantom that suddenly appeared, carrying the power of the sky, seemed to be the master in charge of this piece of heaven and earth. This is real. After saying this for the second time, Suing no longer hesitated, raised his hand and pointed out, and pressed it on the position between Chu Yan's eyebrows. In an instant, all the visions in the sky suddenly condensed, and then there was an eruption that soared into the sky, stirring up an extremely terrifying frenzy of visions, which seemed to completely overturn the sky. After the 99 visions solidified, followed by the 100th, the 101, the 113th, and it continued non-stop. This time, Fairy Xian and the elders at the scene were completely dumbfounded. What's happening here? The vision of the spirit stone can break through 100 paths. The most terrifying thing is what the hell is the 99th vision, which can interact with Chu Yan. In this case, is it still called a vision? Didn't that become a real existence? All kinds of problems entangled Fairy Xian and the elders, all of them were confused, completely confused about the situation. The current situation has completely exceeded their prediction and cognition. This eruption lasted for another hour before it finally stopped. At this time all the visions disappeared in the sky. In the void, only the phantom transformed by the spirit stone is still floating there, quietly emitting a faint light. In front of the entire Jingtian pavilion altar, there was silence everywhere, except for a few cautious breathing sounds. There was no other sound. You, what do you think? An old man trembled and asked, carefully. There were more than 100 visions in the spirit stone, which was the first time in the world, breaking their long-standing belief that there were only 100 visions in the spirit stone. The most frightening thing is that when the 99th vision appeared, the phantom of the fairy palace above the heavens seemed to have injected some power into Chu Yan's body. The vision is related to the cultivator, which has never appeared in the records of the great sage Tianzong, or even the whole world. That's not a vision at all, it's very likely. When Fairy Xian spoke, she looked up at the sky and said softly. Impossible, the existence of the heavens exists in legends. No one has ever had contact with the heavens, and there has never been any evidence to prove the existence of the heavens. Bullshit, didn't the spirit stone come from the heavens? That's a legend too. It's a legend. The first suzerain said yes, that is, if others don't believe it, we, as the great sage, belong to the heaven, can we doubt him? This? If it was in the past, they would definitely quarrel to the end, and even laughed a few words, but now, after just going through the assessment of the evil spirit stone in front of them, it's hard to say. Therefore, when he was questioned, he had no confidence at all, and his eyes looked at Chu Yan in front of him, blinking constantly. But now Chu Yan is drowsy, feeling that his entire sea of consciousness has been emptied, and he is about to faint. This feeling has not been encountered for many years, especially after practicing the great 10,000 elephants art. It is the first time it has appeared. Fortunately, these old people in this place should protect the examiners, and they will not be in any danger for the time being. In the assessment this time, the spirit stone was like a bottomless pit, swallowing almost everything, except for Chu Yan's flesh and blood. All other powers were consumed. At this time, Chu Yan was quietly recovering from cultivation, and at the same time, he was still thinking about who the owner of that voice was, and what he was talking about just now. And now that the assessment is over, Chu Yan searched his body several times, and found nothing at all, but he can feel that some unknown changes have taken place in his physical body. After a long time, Chu Yan recovered half of his recovery, so he closed his eyes and slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pile of old faces, with particularly bright smiles piled up in front of him, and he was shocked. Seniors, what's wrong? Jumping up suddenly, he took 3 steps back before finally leaving the pile of old faces. Chu Yan asked with a face full of surprise. Ha ha ha, it's okay, congratulations on passing the assessment. Your martial arts talent is not bad, and you just broke through 70 visions, which is not bad. Fairy Xian smiled very charmingly, talking nonsense that even she didn't believe. Just during the period when Chu Yan was recovering from cultivation, a group of old men gathered together, discussed carefully for a long time, and finally decided on a solution. The body of the holy sky has been found, and the first genius of the heavens and the entire martial arts world has also been found. Now what they have to do is to let him grow up. Therefore, you can't tell him everything, so that he has no motivation to move forward. 70. Chu Yan frowned slightly, looking at the row of smiling old men in front of him. He was filled with contempt. 70 ghosts. Obviously it is 90 ways. Although he has never opened his eyes and can't see it with his own eyes, he is not completely insensible to the outside world, so Chu Yan calculated that there are at least 90 visions. No matter what Fairy Xian wants to do, Chu Yan only suspects that he wants to renege on his debts, and it should be that the rewards are different. As I said before, as long as you can pass the test, you can choose one of the 3 treasures. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Fairy Xian seemed to understand something, and immediately explained. Now, we have decided, you can take away whatever treasures you fancy in the Jingtian Pavilion. There is no limit. Is that all right? Chu Yan, who was just about to bargain, suddenly felt a sinking feeling in his heart, feeling like he was punching cotton with a fist. However, there are such good things. Take whatever you fancy. Do you mean whatever you choose, or? Chu Yan was afraid that he had heard it wrong. It's not arbitrary, it's arbitrary, that is to say, you don't have to worry about any rules and restrictions, you can take whatever you like, whatever you want. Fairy Xian explained with a smile. This time Chu Yan panicked a little. Trap. These old guys want to trick themselves. Thinking of Huntian Bangling and the young master of Xuanhuan, Chu Yan immediately made a judgment. Among the heavens, the stronger and more powerful ones are, the more they like to deceive people, and they often pretend to be good for you. In addition, we will give you a good fortune. A real treasure of the great sage Tianzong. Wanluo Pagoda. Fairy Xian spoke again, throwing a bolt from the blue. Wanluota. Chu Yan was startled for a moment, but immediately realized. He looked up at the altar of Jingtian Pavilion in front of him. Not this, it's not that I can't give you this one, but it's a shelter for us old guys, and I'll give it to you when you want it later. I'm talking about Wanluo Pagoda, and this Jingtian Pavilion. It's almost the same, but now there is no one inside, it can only be regarded as a treasure, you can take it away and use it as you like. Still looking for unlimited upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu direct search, reading novels is very simple. Hashtag C4188, take whatever you want. Text chapter 4188, take it casually. Chu Yan stared at Fairy Xian, blinked, double blinked, and then blinked. What's the situation? Did Fairy Xian have a problem with the sea of consciousness? But when Chu Yan turned his head, he saw a group of old men nodding desperately and smiling coquettishly. What's the situation? A group of old men, the sea of consciousness has flooded. You mean, you can take whatever you want? You don't care? Chu Yan finally asked again. In addition, you also gave me a treasure of the same level as this Jingtian Pavilion altar, so I can use it as I like. Seeing Fairy Xian and a group of old men and chicks nodding like pecking rice, Chu Yan only felt his heart flustered, and his face twitched. Is this really trying to kill yourself? Throwing out such a big benefit, such a heavyweight bait, definitely wants to hook a big fish. Humph. Don't think that I'm young, don't think that I'm not familiar with the heavens, don't think that I haven't come to the great sacred heavenly sect. Chu Yan was unwilling at that time. I have seen renegades, I have never seen renegades, I have passed the assessment, if I don't want to give it, I don't want to give it, and I use such a method, isn't it intentional? Boy, are you suspicious of us? Fairy Xian is an old man who has been the owner of the Jingtian Pavilion for millions of years, so she naturally knows what Chu Yan's expression and words mean. Do you know that this Wanluo pagoda was in the great sage Tianzong back then, and only the first elder was qualified to use it? As soon as these words came out, Chu Yan's face became even uglier. Senior, why don't we have any conditions? Let's make it clear now. An assessment was originally out of the plan. It is best to get the treasure, and it doesn't matter if you can't get it, so Chu Yan is not interested in Wanluo Tower at all. Of course, the main reason is that Chu Yan's time in the heavens is running out, even if it is given to him, he can't take it away. Of course there are some conditions. Fairy Xian smiled. I didn't expect this kid to be very good. It's no wonder that he is the #1 genius in the heavens, the hope of the great sage Tianzong. We hope that you can inherit the great sage Tianzong. Of course, you don't need to do anything, you just need to act as the successor of the great sage Tianzong. Successors? Don't you have successors? Before I came here, I met 3 successors of God Venerable, all of whom are very strong. Maybe their test scores will not be worse than mine. Impossible. It's impossible for someone's test scores to be better than yours, much better. Having said that, Fairy Xian stopped, looked at Chu Yan for a long time, and then continued with a sigh. From the establishment of our great sacred heavenly sect, everything is God's will. It seems that our God stone is the only one in the entire heavens, and no other sects have it. Therefore, the establishment of our sect includes the final fall. The reasons are all related to one thing. That is to make the martial arts of the heavens merge into one, and end the chaotic situation of martial arts. He concealed the real situation of Chu Yan's assessment just now, but he did not conceal these things from Chu Yan, because he has already determined that everything will be on this young man, and there will be results. It turned out to be like this. Chu Yan looked at Fairy Xian, and gradually realized a little bit of understanding in his heart. Okay, then take me into the Jingtian Pavilion first. Chu Yan said. Fairy Xian was extremely happy when she heard the words, and the moment she turned around, the door of Jingtian Pavilion suddenly opened. Chu Yan followed behind him and walked towards Jingtian Pavilion. As soon as he stepped into the gate, Chu Yan was startled and quickly turned his head to look, only to see that all the old people who were outside the door had disappeared, and it was not the new old people who appeared in front of him. How many people are there in your Jingtian Pavilion? Chu Yan asked, curiously. They are all the original elders of the Jingtian Pavilion. The Jingtian Pavilion was only a mission pavilion during the great sage Tianzong, so there were no disciples. The people here are all elders and deacons. There are about 35,000 people in total. Half of them have fallen in the past 3 million years, there are more than 10,000 people. Junior Suyu. See you old-timers. Chu Yan's eyes trembled. He really didn't expect that this group of old people were all terrifying existences who started at 3 million years old. This is also the oldest group of cultivators that Chu Yan has ever seen, so they must be respectful. Haha, you are welcome, young master, we are all your subordinates. Seeing Chu Yan's move, several old men hurriedly returned the gift and said politely. Young sect master. Chu Yan was startled. Ahem, don't say it's useless, follow me. Fairy Xian gave the group of old men a hard look, and said to Chu Yan. As he walked forward, a large number of lights lit up in the originally dark space, instantly illuminating the entire space with golden walls. When Fairy Xian walked to the middle of Jingtian Pavilion, more than a dozen statues rose up all around, shining golden light at the same time. Today, in the name of the owner of my Jingtian Pavilion, the inheritance of the Jingtian Pavilion will be opened. Hearing the words, all the elders around swished over at the same time, landed behind Fairy Xian, stood neatly, and bowed at the same time. Inherit the general election, Qi. With a roar, all the elders and deacons began to reprint with their hands at the same time. As they performed, one after another, precious lights shot up into the sky. A treasure. At a glance, almost the entire sky is occupied by dense treasures. There are more than 10,000 elders and deacons, each of which ranges from 5 to as many as 10. There are nearly 100,000 treasures here, like stars in the sky, and countless treasures are like the morning. At this moment, Chu Yan was completely stupid with his mouth open. Really? Isn't Fairy Xian trying to trick herself? He actually took out all the treasures in the Jingtian Pavilion at once and let himself choose. Moreover, Chu Yan knew at a glance that every treasure here is extremely extraordinary, and it is not an ordinary treasure at all. When my Jingtian Pavilion was at the peak of the Great Sage Tianzong, there were up to 908,700 treasures in stock. After the Holy War started and after a lot of consumption, there are only 99,000 treasures left, of which the God level 9 15,000 pieces, 20,000 of the 8th grade of God rank. Chu Yan couldn't hear what Fairy Xian said there. What a joke! 15,000 treasures of the 9th rank of gods. This? Chu Yan couldn't even move his eyes, but he asked, what did you mean just now? Is it really me to pick at will? Take it at will. Good. Fairy Xian nodded, smiling sincerely. This time, Chu Yan felt a little guilty. This situation is not right. Could it be that there is something wrong here? The condition is that there is only one. Chu Yan asked again. Good. Fairy Xian smiled more sincerely. However, I suggest you choose this one first. Fairy Xian raised her hand, and among the treasures of stars and stars in the sky, a golden pill flew over. Still looking for unlimited upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu direct search, reading novels is very simple. #C4189 Ultimate Golden Elixir. Text Chapter 4189 Ultimate Golden Elixir. Chu Yan gradually calmed down. If it was just considered as a tentative opportunity before, it doesn't matter if you can get the best, but now Chu Yan believes that this is an unrivaled chance that surpasses all. Especially after Fairy Xian suggested a clear explanation, Chu Yan's eyes on the golden elixir completely changed. You mean to say that this golden core can directly comprehend the ultimate? A small elixir, and he is an alchemist. Chu Yan can't believe that the alchemy techniques of the heavens are so different and terrifying. The greatest effect of pills is to restore the body and condense true energy, but those pills that can break through the realm, most of them are at the beginning of the cultivators stepping into the martial arts, and the effect of the pills is negligible in the later stage. However, the heavens are different, and the Great Saint Tianzong is different, and Chu Yan also knows it. The treasures of heaven, material, and earth that I saw along the way were as precious as any other treasure. And the quality of the pill depends entirely on the quality of the alchemy materials. That's right. Everyone who can break through 70 phenomena in the assessment of Jingtian Pavilion can get one of these ultimate golden pills. Fairy Xian nodded, and was very satisfied with Chu Yan's attitude, so she started talking nonsense again. I just introduced to you that my great sage Tianzong only needs geniuses, real geniuses, and everything else is not important. Resources, treasures, and exercises can all be provided by the sect. Let geniuses go all the way to the peak of martial arts, the ultimate supreme realm. However, as a genius cultivator, you should also know that the realm is only a standard and does not mean anything. The difference in strength between the same level is worlds apart. And the road to absolute genius is to reach the ultimate supreme state after that. It's just the beginning. These words made the other elders around Fairy Xian smile in relief. The great sacred heavenly sect, as the top force in the heavens and the sect in charge of the great sacred domain, has such strength that it can train one or more geniuses who can reach the pinnacle of martial arts. However, this does not mean invincibility. Just like when the great sage Tianzong fell, although there were not many powerhouses in the ultimate supreme realm, there were also many, but if they were really placed in the entire heavenly realm, they would still be like phoenix feathers. And it is precisely because of this that the great sage Tianzong fell and entered the real nirvana period. It was a real thought, a thorough attempt to end the chaotic world of martial arts and open up a new world of martial arts. Is it achieved by force? I believe that the great sage Tianzong in the past already had the answer. That's why today, Chu Yan stands here, facing the ruins and civilization of the great sage Tianzong. Good. It is civilization. Chu Yan has experienced many relics and the fall of sects, but those can only be called relics, and what is passed down is nothing more than exercises and secret books. There is no difference between such a sect and a powerful cultivator. They just hope that their strength will be inherited and passed on. But like the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong, it is not at all. What he inherits is a kind of civilization and a kind of spirit. The great sage Tianzong currently only has one such golden elixir. Because the alchemist who refined him said that only one of this kind of elixir can exist, and it is impossible for two of them to exist in the world at the same time. Fairy Xian looked at Chu Yan, knowing what he was thinking about, and then explained in a low voice. Senior, I understand. Chu Yan spoke suddenly, startling Fairy Xian, and turned her head to look. Her expression changed slightly. He suddenly found that the young man in front of him seemed to have changed. The obvious light in his eyes had disappeared completely. He even thought he was seeing an ordinary person at first glance, not an ordinary person. Cultivator. After looking up and down, and using his divine sense, Fairy Xian finally detected a wave of martial arts aura in this young man. This. If it weren't for Chu Yan's previous assessment results, it was already enough to shock Fairy Xian, so now, Fairy Xian might be frightened out of her wits. The road is as simple as it is. What's happening here? This is real top talent. The strength of the number one genius in the heavens with the body of the holy sky. Standing here and chatting quietly, you can break through the realm. The realm of Dao Zijian can only appear in the ultimate supreme realm powerhouse, and it is not the kind that everyone can comprehend. Even if it is the ultimate supreme realm powerhouse, there are only 11 ratios. But the young man in front of him has not yet reached the ultimate supreme realm. Good. Very good. Very good. Ha ha ha. Fairy Xian was very excited, her whole body vibrated, and the golden light in her eyes was like a tide, watching Chu Yan laughing wildly. That's right, in this way, it can be confirmed that the young man in front of him is definitely the body of the holy heaven, the descendant of the great holy heavenly sect who has been waiting for 3 million years. The true successor of the great saint civilization. Here. Everything here belongs to you. Fairy Xian roared. No need, it's enough. Chu Yan smiled lightly, raised his hand to take the golden elixir, and with a slight shock, the golden elixir shattered into a wave of golden medicine powder, which was completely sucked into Chu Yan's body. All the gazes of Xuanhuan were focused on Chu Yan. Whether it was Fairy Xian or the elders and deacons of the Jingtian pavilion present, they all stared at Chu Yan intently, witnessing the inheritance of golden core that can only be seen once in millions of years. Yes, not bad. After 3 breaths, Chu Yan, who closed his eyes to feel, opened his eyes slightly, and faced Fairy Xian and the elders who were eagerly looking forward, smiled and nodded, then turned around, and strode forward. Fairy Xian. All the elders. What's the situation? It's not bad. Not bad. That's it. All the elders and deacons looked at me, I looked at you, and at Chu Yan, who was striding forward, they were all dumbfounded. Suyu, how effective is this golden pill? When Fairy Xian asked this, her old face turned even redder, and it really complimented him with his bright red attire. He gave the golden pill to Chu Yan. The effect is that there is nothing in the sky and nothing on the earth. But when Chu Yan swallowed it, it was like eating a steamed bun, and there was no movement at all. Fake medicine, he can die of suffocation. But the more this happened, the more he felt like a cat was scratching his head. He has guarded this golden elixir for millions of years, and with the conscience of heaven and earth, he has never guarded against it and stolen it. This is definitely a genuine inherited elixir. It's just that after taking it, Chu Yan only said that the effect was good, and there was nothing more to say, which made him extremely curious. After taking the golden elixir, my current cultivation level is the ultimate supreme realm. Chu Yan turned to look at Fairy Xian, and replied softly. Still looking for unlimited upgrading, the strongest martial soul-free novel? Baidu direct search, reading novels is very simple. Hashtag C4190 Lesser Suzerain. Text Chapter 4190 Young Sovereign. When these words came out, Immortal Xian was stunned, completely dumbfounded. If he read correctly, when this young man came in, he was at the peak of invincibility, which broke through a realm of heaven and earth. Moreover, he has broken through to the ultimate realm of martial arts. How could there be no movement at all? You know, when some of these elders broke through to the supreme realm, the world was shaken and the vision was like a tide. But now. On the other side, Chu Yan stood there, looking at the stars all over the sky, constantly looking for something. There are so many treasures, and they are really good. Everything moved Chu Yan's heart, but it was very different from before swallowing the golden elixir. Before swallowing the golden elixir, Chu Yan wanted to get every treasure here, but now that his cultivation has reached the ultimate supreme state, the light of most treasures is no longer so dazzling. Among the stars all over the sky, there are no more than 100 treasures that can attract Chu Yan's attention. And Chu Yan knew that he was about to leave the ancient times, so now he was thinking of a good magic weapon, and practiced swordsmanship again. I don't know when it started, but as Chu Yan practiced more and more exercises, and became stronger and stronger, the way of swordsmanship was already a little far away for him. However, maybe it was because of the determination to break into the world of martial arts with a wooden sword at the very beginning, or because every time since then, I have used the sword in my hand to break through dangers and difficulties. So now Chu Yan still has a sword in his heart. Young sect master, you can accept all these treasures. After standing on Chu Yan's body and observing for a long time, Fairy Xian summoned all the dozens of treasures that Chu Yan had been observing with a wave of his hand, and at the same time a dark golden finger wrench appeared in his hand. Swish swish swish. Every treasure disappeared into that dark golden finger, and everything fell into silence. This is. When Chu Yan saw this finger puller, his mind suddenly fluttered. It was extremely difficult to pull the finger, and Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was completely unable to detect its situation. Young sect master, this finger is your proof of identity in the great sacred heavenly sect. It contains a will and consciousness of the previous great sacred Tianzong. If you have any questions, you can wake them up and explain anything about the great sacred heavenly sect. Zong's business. Fairy Xian held the wrench in both hands and handed it to Chu Yan with great respect. My great sage Tianzong's secret fate, please entrust the young suzerain. That's right. With the young suzerain and this finger, my great sage Tianzong will never fall. Haha. That's great, after more than 3 million years, my great sage Tianzong finally has a young suzerain again. That's right, this time it's too heavy. A group of old men were below, looking at Chu Yan excitedly, and said in various ways. Chu Yan looked at the dark golden finger in front of him, then at Fairy Xian and the elders, and after pondering for a moment, he took it lightly and put it on his hand. That is to say, from now on, I am the young sect master of the great sage Tianzong. Chu Yan asked in a soft voice. See the young sovereign. See the young sovereign. Headed by Fairy Xian, a group of elders paid homage together, but they answered Chu Yan's question with practical actions. Don't worry, everyone, from today onwards, the secret of the great sage Tianzong is my secret. I will not disgrace the mission. Chu Yan stood tight and bowed deeply. From this moment, Chu Yan finally understood everything. Why in later generations, I would be enemies with Yi Rongtian and the sky, why Kunlun Mountain would recognize me as the master, and why would the devouring clan use the space-time formation to send me to this ancient era. Everything, until now, finally has the answer. Ha ha ha, good. Very good. Great. Ha ha ha. Fairy Xian's loud laughter carried a catharsis of millions of years. It was as if he wanted to vent out all the suppressed anger in his heart for the past few million years. It's a matter here, young sect master, please do it yourself. Xianxian bowed his hands in salute, stepped aside, and said nothing more. Chu Yan was startled. This is letting yourself go. Young sect master, you must have fully understood the matter of the great sacred heavenly sect by now. As for the true inheritance of the great sacred Tianzong, the young sect master must have already understood. My duty has been fulfilled, and the duty of the great sacred temple is over. As for the next step, whether the young sect master wants to take the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong outside, everything is up to the young sect master to decide. Then what if I still want to take that inheritance? Chu Yan laughed. Haha, that's very good. I have a map here, please accept it. Fairy Xian seemed to have expected it, and immediately took out a map and stuffed it to Chu Yan, blinking twice, revealing a map that you know expression. Chu Yan put away the map, nodded and smiled, turned around and left the Jingtian pavilion, soaring into the sky and entering the smog. This time is completely different from the time when he came here. Wherever Chu Yan passed, all the smog was directly avoided, leaving a space of several miles for Chu Yan to pass, and there was no longer any intention of swallowing and blocking. This trip to Jingtian Pavilion has yielded a huge harvest. It can even be said that, as Fairy Xian said, it doesn't matter whether you take or not the inheritance of the great sacred heavenly sect that the heirs of the three great gods outside compete for. However, Chu Yan's current goal is not to obtain that inheritance, but to meet the successors of the three great gods for a while, and at the same time help them. While flying, Chu Yan was studying the finger at the same time, and also took out the treasures in it, identifying the owner one by one, and also researched them one by one. He couldn't take these treasures away, but they had greater uses. It's true that treasures can't be taken away, but the land of myriad origins can. There was the land of myriad origins in ancient times, and there was also a land of myriad origins in later generations. Now, according to Chu Yan's speculation, the owner of the land of myriad origins in later generations should be the young lord of myriad origins. So, when I see the young master of myriad sources later, I can get him to kneel down and call him daddy by just taking any treasure. This relationship and friendship are more important. Flying all the way, not in a hurry, Chu Yan spent 3 hours, according to the map given by Fairy Xian, almost without taking any detours. He arrived at the core inheritance place of the great sage Tianzong. Inheritance Temple. This is an extremely tall building, covering an area of nearly 10,000 mu, surrounded by green plants and fairy grass, which makes people feel clear at first glance. On the tall main hall, there are 3 big characters Hall of Inheritance written on the plaque. Before Chu Yan got close, he saw that many figures had gathered here, and the number was extremely large. It seems that the assessment is still a waste of time. Chu Yan realized for a while, originally thought that the assessment of the spirit stone was just a thought, but it seemed that it took at least half a day to complete. The two groups of people in front of the inheritance hall are confronting each other. There are only a few of them, while the other side has hundreds of people. Each of them holds a treasure of spiritual weapons. There seems to be a tense atmosphere that is ready to fight. Still looking for unlimited upgrading, the strongest martial soul-free novel? Baidu direct search, reading novels is very simple. Hashtag C4191 Lesser Suzerain. Text Chapter 4191 Young Sovereign. One person is the young lord of 10,000 sources that Chu Yan is very familiar with. On the other side is Zhang Shan, Sanlong, Lu Yiping, Yu Baipo, and other geniuses on the All Heavens list, with a large crowd and extraordinary strength. The two parties confront each other in front of the inheritance hall, and the atmosphere is very tense. You can clearly feel the surging momentum and murderous intent of the two parties, and all of them have burst out with true energy and cards. This is true of many things, no matter whether it was cooperation before, or to start the inheritance of the great sage Qianzong. After all, the two parties did not reach an agreement after they each issued the great sage token. As for the conditions put forward by the heirs of the three great gods, it is impossible for the young master of Xuanhuan and Huntian Bangling to agree. If one party can eliminate the other party after entering the inheritance land, then the matter can also be over. However, with the young master of myriad origin sitting in the formation, it is impossible for the descendants of the three great gods to subdue him with force. The possibility of being eliminated in turn. So, that's what's forming the standoff now. When Chu Yan landed, he had already sorted out the matter completely in the sea of consciousness. Of course, he calmly landed next to the young Lord Xuanhuan. Nod your head. Under the horrified gazes of the two who looked up and down, Chu Yan slowly turned to look at the three great gods who also looked terrified. You broke through. It's such a strong strength, I didn't even feel it at all. How is it possible? The inheritance is still here, how could he? The heirs of the three great gods looked at Chu Yan with shock in their hearts. Can't understand. Although there was a confrontation between the two parties just now, and everyone's attention was focused on the battle that was about to break out, it didn't mean that someone was approaching. They didn't feel it at all. This is impossible. Especially after Chu Yan fell, everyone's spiritual consciousness scanned and found that something was wrong, which was completely different from a few days ago. Not bad, a breakthrough. Chu Yan nodded, not paying attention. To be honest, this breakthrough may be the most special one in his martial arts practice in this life, so special that he even doubts whether he has made a breakthrough. Originally, the purpose of the Great Saint Hall was to break through to the perfect heaven realm. It would be even better if there was a chance to suddenly reach the supreme realm, but now it directly breaks through to the ultimate supreme realm. Suyu, where have you been for the past 3 days? Why did you break through? Huntian Bangling looked at Chu Yan and said in astonishment. Go, you have eaten the elixir, and you have broken through so quickly, and you are in the same realm as me. Impossible. The young lord of myriad sources circled around Chu Yan several times, took out a few treasures, and threw them on Chu Yan's head regardless of Chu Yan's expression, constantly probing Chu Yan's cultivation base and strength. Well, that's right. Chu Yan nodded, and with a wave of his hand, all the treasures that were probing him flew away, and he turned his head to look at the three descendants of the gods. The inheritance here belongs to me, you leave immediately. As soon as Chu Yan opened his mouth, all the people on the opposite side laughed. Owned by you, ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? Yu Baipo laughed wildly. Humph. You have to figure it out, we are the successors of the great sage Qianzong. You outsiders are not qualified to stand here, let alone let us go. Zhang Shan's face was as imposing as a rainbow. Before the three dragons let them in, Xuanhuan was already very upset, so naturally he would not be polite now. That's right. Now, as the successor of the great sage Tianzong, please leave, otherwise we will be impolite. Lu Yiping also opened his mouth and said with cold eyes. Up to now, the two sides have been in the same situation, and a war is inevitable. Sanlong stood at the front of the crowd, but he stood with his hands behind his back, his chin raised slightly. He didn't say anything, but the meaning was already obvious. Yeah? Chu Yan looked at the group of descendants of the great sage Tianzong in front of him, couldn't help but bowed his head and smiled wryly, then shook his head. Speaking of my current situation, should I take care of it, or should I take care of it? After a little hesitation, Chu Yan awakened one of the previous suzerains of the great sage Tianzong in the Sea of Knowledge, and asked about it. After 3 breaths, Chu Yan raised his right hand amidst the roar in the Sea of Consciousness, showed the dark gold ring he had just obtained, and announced loudly. As the successor of the great sacred heavenly sect suzerain, I announce that the 3 of you, including this Yu Baipo, are all expelled from the great sacred heavenly sect. Boom! Like a thunderbolt from the blue, it blasted the entire sky, causing all the cultivators present to be shocked at the same time, and they were all dumbfounded. What? You, what did you say? You, where did you get this ring from? How is it possible? This is the token of the young master of the great sage Tianzong. Even the descendants of the 3 gods who had looked proud and disdainful just now, their expressions changed drastically at this time, and their faces were full of disbelief. Ha ha ha, well done. You boy, if you don't want it for these 3 days, you are going to be promoted. Not bad. Let me just say, who am I, Brother Su? You are all finished. When Brother Su comes, you are right. Now, you can go away. We are the masters here. Huge Songzhu, the young lord of myriad sources, is not a high-ranking person, but Huntian Bangling is full of vigor, with shining eyes. They never thought that Chu Yan would become the young master of the great sage Tianzong. Could it be that he has obtained the core inheritance of the great sage Tianzong? However, the gate of the inheritance hall has not yet been opened. I have already obtained the inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. Chu Yan nodded, looked at the other 3, and said. What? The faces of Xuanhuan, Lu Yiping, and Sanlong changed drastically in an instant, and the continuous thunder strikes made them completely rigid at this time. You. Whether it's Xuanhuan or Lu Yiping, it's impossible for them not to know the ring of the young master of the great sage Tianzong, and Chu Yan's cultivation base has reached the ultimate supreme state, which is comparable to the strength of the young lord of myriad sources. Quite. Originally, a young lord of myriad sources was not something they could deal with, but now with the addition of Chu Yan, there is no chance of winning. Let's go. Sanlong pondered for a while, then immediately raised his hand with a dark complexion, and gave an order. Regardless of how other people reacted, he got up and left. Xuanhuan and Lu Yiping hesitated for a moment, glanced at the ring in Chu Yan's hand, and finally gritted their teeth and turned to leave. With that ring, the entire great sage Tianzong's prohibition and defense formation will obey its orders. But there is no one in the great sage Tianzong who gave him this ring. He should have obtained the inheritance, he didn't lie. Still looking for unlimited upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu Direct Search, reading novels is very simple. Hashtag C4192 1 serving for 1 person. Text Chapter 4192 1 serving per person. While talking, the 3 descendants of the gods left the scope of the great temple as quickly as possible. They are not stupid, so they naturally know that they can't go against each other, otherwise the consequences are simply not something they can afford. If Chu Yan just took out that ring, they might still take a gamble, but the aura on Chu Yan's body indicated that his cultivation had obviously skyrocketed by a heaven and earth realm. From the invincible state to the supreme state, a skyrocketing increase in the world state is no joke. Ordinary practice requires at least a few hundred years of hard work, or even tens of thousands of years, or millions of years. In just a few days, the realm of heaven and earth skyrocketed, and he took out the ring of the young master of the great sage Tianzong. It is not difficult to guess the whole thing. So the least ideal situation is that what Chu Yan said is true. If he does it, he can mobilize the defensive formation of the great sage Tianzong to deal with them. The most powerful in the entire sect. The departure of the three of them also caused hundreds of geniuses on the Zhutian list to lose their support and had to leave. In less than 10 breaths, the entire great Saint Tianzong was completely quiet. Only Chu Yan and the others were still in front of the inheritance hall, looking at the gate of the inheritance hall. Su Yu, do you mean that the inheritance here is not the core inheritance of the great sage Tianzong? Huntian Bangling looked at the gate of the hall of inheritance, then at Chu Yan, and asked. This matter is a bit strange. For so many years, the great sage Tianzong will be born every few hundred years, attracting countless geniuses and powerhouses from the heavens, all for this inheritance. And there are quite a few people who have obtained the benefits of inheritance, including the third successor of Shenzhen just now, and that Yu Baipo. But now, Su Yu actually said that the inheritance in this inheritance hall is fake. You must know that even Zhang Shan, Sanlong and Lu Yiping almost broke out with them because of this inheritance hall, just now. The core inheritance of Sheng Tianzong is here. This situation is different from what Chu Yan said. However, Huntian Bangling knew that the reason why the third successor of Shenzhen left happily was because he believed that Chu Yan had obtained the core inheritance of the great sage Tianzong. Not only Huntian Bangling, but also the young Lord Wan Yuan, Feng Bugao, and huge Songzhu who were present also looked at Chu Yan with puzzled expressions. That's right. Although there is no core inheritance here, there are also the inheritance of the top 5 gods among the 9 gods, and each of you happens to have one. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he waved his hand, the dark golden ring in his hand shone brightly, and the gate of the inheritance hall opened in front of him with a bang. Everyone, please, I am here to protect the law for you. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and raised his hand to signal to several people. The young lord of Wanyuan couldn't bear it, and directly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the inheritance hall, followed by Huntian Bangling and others. 1 month later, the mainland shook. The great Saint Tianzong, one of the top 10 legends in the heavens, has broken through the world, with visions all over the sky. Welcome the heirs. This is the end of the 3 million wandering history of the great sage Tianzong. 2 months later, Chu Yan and Patriarch Xiutian gathered in Huangshentang, and with countless expectations and fighting spirit, they opened the time-space teleportation formation and ended this ancient trip. Everything in the ancient times, the heavens, the land of the gods, the land of 10,000 sources, the world of martial arts, etc., all belong to the torrent of history, and they are running rumblingly. In any case, Chu Yan's trip to the ancient times this time did not fundamentally change the history of the ancient times and the world of martial arts. It's like a shining meteor across the endless sea of stars in the vast sea, fleeting. The heavens, God's domain continent, the present world. Haha, it's better to come back. Although the spiritual breath is weaker, it is so comfortable. As soon as Taoist cultivator landed on the ground, he stretched greatly. Not bad. Let's go back to Kunlun. In the broken spacetime channel behind him, Chu Yan strode out, accompanied by fragments of spacetime passages all over the sky. His aura erupted like a tide, and a shocking beam of light rushed from his body. But when he took the next step, the aura disappeared instantly, and all the aura belonged to him without any waves. That's impossible. Xiutian Daozu looked back at Chu Yan with a look of horror on his face. As I said before, when they went to the ancient times, the patriarch of the devouring clan said that they could not bring back anything, treasures, magical weapons, natural materials and earthly treasures, including the cultivation realm true qi obtained there, and so on. But now, Chu Yan, who appeared in front of Daozu Xiutian, is not invincible at all, but the ultimate supreme state. On God's domain continent, the first supreme powerhouse. Nothing is impossible. Let's go. Chu Yan's face was as usual, as if everything was reasonable. He jumped up and turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Taoist cultivator of heaven, who was in a sluggish state, exploded with true energy, felt it for a long time, and suddenly his face turned black into coke. Why? It's not fair. Gritting his teeth, Xiutian Daozu turned into a ray of light and chased after Chu Yan, but when he rushed to the sky, he found that Chu Yan had already disappeared. It's good to know the way. The Supreme Realm, the God's domain continent also has the Supreme Realm, ha ha ha. Accompanied by wild laughter, Xiutian Daozu flew towards the Kunlun Mountains. Chu Yan flew all the way. Originally, with his current cultivation level, the origin and world rules of this God's domain continent had no effect on him, so as long as he wanted to, he could teleport and appear anywhere. But after decades of not coming back, Chu Yan wanted to see if this world was still the original one. Sure enough, he didn't go far before he saw a huge heaven flag flying in the wind above a city in front of him. Sky. Chu Yan was startled, and his figure fell down sharply, appearing at the gate of the city. Your city belongs to that faction. Chu Yan looked at the two soldiers guarding the door, and after looking at them for a while, he asked suspiciously. According to Chu Yan's memory, this city clearly belonged to the forces of the Kunlun Mountains before, but now it hangs the Tianzi flag. The bumpkin here doesn't even know about our Tianzong's Tianzi banner. The soldier's cultivation base is not high, but according to the standards of Xinyu continent, he can also join some small sects, and he is an elder here to guard the city gate. Therefore, based on their cultivation level, they can't see through Chu Yan's cultivation level at all. They only think that he is a low-level cultivator, or simply an ordinary person. Tianzong. Chu Yan frowned slightly, with a premonition in his heart. Swish. The next moment, Chu Yan's figure disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at the city lord's mansion, and two horrified howls came from the direction of the city gate. Still looking for unlimited upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu direct search, reading novels is very simple. #C4193 City Lord. Text Chapter 4193 City Lord. In the city lord's mansion, the terrified city lord looked at the young man in black robe standing in front of him, completely dumbfounded. The real qi that exploded with a bang only rose for a while, and when the city lord of the God King realm saw the corner of Chu Yan's mouth lightly raised, he quickly restrained his real qi, and said with a charming smile. My lord is here in person, I don't know what I can do for you. The lord of the God King realm in a python robe can cultivate to this level, and of course he is not an idiot to be in charge of a city. In front of him, the young man in black robes completely ignored the defensive formation of the city lord's mansion, and he burst into the aura of a god king. The other party was completely unmoved, and even smiled, an expression of indifference at all. It's like saying, if you want, I'll take a look. The city lord's consciousness scanned the black-robed young man, and found that the other party had no aura at all. In this case, the other party was either an ordinary person and not a cultivator at all, or he had a very strong cultivation base, possibly a strong man in the Tsang Lord realm. Of course, it is impossible for an ordinary person without cultivation base to ignore the defensive formation of the city lord's mansion and appear directly in front of him, so there is only one answer. I ask, you answer. Chu Yan saw that the other party had a good attitude, so he accepted the soul-searching secret technique he had just prepared. After using the secret skill, the sea of consciousness of the city lord of the divine king realm will be crippled, and he will be like a crippled person from now on. Yes. My lord, please tell me, I know everything, and I can say everything. The city lord hurriedly bowed. What sect is Tianzong? When did it appear? Tell me about it. Chu Yan asked. Ah, my lord, you don't know. Yes, yes. Hearing this question, the city lord was stunned on the spot. There are still people who don't know about Tianzong, but just halfway through speaking, he looked up and saw the flashing spirit patterns in Chu Yan's eyes, and his face turned green with fright. However, because of this question, he also guessed that the young man in black robe in front of him must be an old monster who had retreated for thousands of years on the God's domain continent. This kind of thing rarely happens in the mainland, but it is not impossible. I didn't expect to make myself unlucky. If he was not careful, not to mention his head, even the whole city would be reduced to powder in an instant. My lord, the Tianzong was founded 60 years ago, and the suzerain is Lord Tian. A total of 15 top sect forces have joined, including all the top 10 ancient clans. In addition to the Kunlun Mountains and the current Xinyu continent, basically, they are all within the sphere of influence of Tianzong. Sky. Chu Yan was taken aback. He didn't expect Feng Bu'er to do it so quickly, the last injury healed so quickly. Moreover, they started 60 years ago, to unify the continent of God's domain. Those powerful ancient clans did not resist, and the Tianqian Digong, the #1 sect in the world, sat idly by. Could it be that it was also annexed? God, what cultivation level is it now? Chu Yan asked. Reporting to my lord, the current cultivation level of Sect Master Tian is said to be the highest level. When the city lord answered, he deliberately raised his voice, appearing full of confidence. These God King realms guarded one city and one domain for Tianzong, relying on Feng Bu'er's supreme realm cultivation base, the #1 powerhouse in the entire God's domain continent. Where is the Tianqian Digong? Chu Yan asked again. Reporting to my lord, the Tianqian Digong no longer exists. It is now renamed the Tiandi Chamber of Commerce. According to the request of the Heavenly Sect Master, all the elders and strong men have been dismissed, leaving only all the deacons. It can be regarded as completely withdrawing from martial arts and focusing on running the Chamber of Commerce. So that's it. What's the situation in Kunlun Mountain now? Chu Yan asked again. Kunlun Mountain was about to be breached at first, but suddenly a powerful monster appeared and guarded Kunlun Mountain with the power of a monster. Even the Heavenly Sect Master has been unsuccessful in several attacks. Now it is in a corner, and there is no big move. Big monster. Chu Yan was a little confused. When I left Kunlun Mountain, I just left the Tuanjin Mountain formation, and there were no big monsters. Okay. For the sake of your good answer, I won't kill you today. Swish. After one sentence fell, the void around Chu Yan fluctuated, and he disappeared instantly on the spot. Call. When Chu Yan's figure disappeared in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, the city lord suddenly let out a long breath, and his whole body collapsed on the ground, covered in sweat. No, reported immediately. The moment the city lord just took out the jade talisman, a bright light lit up in the void, shooting straight like a sharp arrow, blasting the messenger jade talisman and the city lord himself into powder. Above the city lord's mansion, Chu Yan snorted coldly and stood with his hands behind his back. Go to Feng Bu'er first, or go back to Kunlun first. Chu Yan looked to the north and south, frowning slightly. The current situation is completely different from when Chu Yan left. Even Chu Yan never thought that Feng Bu'er could do this in just a few decades. What's more, the supreme power who had never appeared in the history of God's domain continent actually appeared after he left. It seems that the space-time rules have been affected, or maybe Feng Bu'er has found what he left behind. Chu Yan pondered for a while, but decided to go directly to find Feng Bu'er. Even if he goes back to Kunlun now, it doesn't make much sense. In the end, he still has to fight Feng Bu'er, so it's better to go to him now. Just end the martial arts battle in the entire God's Domain continent, and then complete the secret of the great sage Tianzong. After all, the current situation in Xinyu continent and the situation in Kunlun mountain are all because of one seal. As long as he is solved, other problems will not be a problem. Moreover, now that Tianzong has unified the Xinyu continent, it has saved him a lot of things. As long as he takes over, it will be very convenient. After making up his mind, Chu Yan flew all the way and soon arrived at the extreme south. Tianzong. Among the continuous mountains in front, a tall main peak stands tall, and at this time, another tall main peak is stacked on top of this mountain, forming a majestic double peak. The Tianzong Palace complex is built on the two main peaks, and the entire Zongmen building seems to be in the clouds of the sky, like a fairyland. It's flashy, I really thought I was Tianzong. Chu Yan shook his head, and he was still somewhat expectant, but suddenly became cold. On the way here, Chu Yan still thought that after Feng Bu'er broke through to the Supreme Realm, he would be able to fight with himself. But now it seems that this Feng Bu'er should not have stepped into the Supreme Realm of the three talents of heaven, earth and man, but just an ordinary Supreme Realm, and with this as the end point, he gave up martial arts practice and began to enjoy the feeling of being king. This kind of sect building looks supercilious at first glance, thinking that he is invincible in the world, and can be compared to the immortal sect in the heaven. Feng Bu'er, come out. Chu Yan spoke softly, and his words were like thunder, shaking the whole world, and even the vast sea of spiritual clouds above the Tianzong building was blown away and disappeared without a trace. Still looking for unlimited upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu direct search, reading novels is very simple. #C4194 assemble. There was a rumbling sound, and the sky shook. The double peaks on the opposite side couldn't stand it at all. The upper peak began to shake, and the palace complex above shook like a boat in the sea. Bold. Who dares to go to the Tianzong to make trouble? Bastard, what a guts. Quick, just outside. Everyone assemble. The entire Tianzong exploded, and countless figures rushed out of the palaces above the main peak, like a flood. Chu Yan looked up, his eyes were slightly bright, and he shook his head. Feng Bu'er is not very courageous, but he is very smart. Almost all of the crowd of powerful people flying out from the Tianzong are above the prestige level. From this point of view, among the sect forces conquered by General Feng Bu'er, all the powerful people above the respect level have all gathered in Tianzong. If this is the case, it means that he holds the top batch of combat power in the Xinyu continent in his hands. And these people are also the most likely to go further on the martial Dao continent. If you put them all by your side, whoever can surpass him, and whoever has the hope of surpassing him, is in danger. This situation in front of him is also one of the situations that Feng Bu'er must guard against. You are Chu Yan. When the crowd came surging, all of them stood at a distance of 10,000 sticks opposite Chu Yan. Someone finally recognized this existence who had disappeared on the God's Domain continent for nearly 100 years. Back then, Chu Yan was also a legend in God's Domain continent. You're back. The crowd parted, and Feng Bu'er stood with his hands behind his back, striding forward, dressed in a white robe like a cloud, with spirit patterns shining in his eyes. Well, I'm back. Chu Yan looked at the sky and nodded slightly. When Feng Bu'er stood in front of him, his spiritual consciousness came out, and after he looked Chu Yan up and down, his face changed instantly. The eyes looking at Chu Yan were all strange, and his brows were tightly frowned. Can't see through. Can't see anything. It was as if the person standing in front of him was an ordinary person who had no cultivation at all, not a cultivator at all. There are only two possibilities for such a situation. One is that Chu Yan's cultivation base is completely destroyed, and the martial arts are completely destroyed. The other possibility is that Chu Yan's cultivation base has reached a level that he is completely incomparable to. There is no doubt at all, Chu Yan is now suspended above the void, standing still. Of course it is impossible to have no cultivation, so there is only the second possibility. Are you surrendering? Or are you going to fight? Chu Yan waited for a while, feeling that it was a waste of time, so he asked directly. When Feng Bu'er was looking at him just now, he also looked at Feng Bu'er. Unsurpassed cultivation base. That's right. Just as the mainland cultivators guessed, Feng Bu'er broke through the Supreme Realm cultivation base, eliminated Wu, Yuan Huang, and Yi Rongtian, and won the final victory in the Battle of the Four Great Masters. But so what? If it was Chu Yan before, if it was Chu Yan who returned to the original level after returning according to the rules of the Devouring Clan, he might still feel very troublesome. But now Chu Yan, facing an ordinary Supreme Realm, who has not even reached the Supreme Realm, has no interest at all. Among the heavens, I am afraid that he does not even have the qualifications to establish a sect. Among the great sects, he is just an ordinary elder. And what about Chu Yan? But now, the ultimate Supreme Realm. Among the heavens, the limit of martial arts, the most peak existence, even in the heavens, is invincible. What are you cultivating? Feng Bu'er's face was dark. After a long silence, he sighed and asked. In the past 100 years, even if he won the battle of the Four Great Masters and unified the Godland continent, he has never been happy or relaxed for a day. It is because of Chu Yan. Chu Yan disappeared. The Kunlun Mountains dormant, locked the door behind closed doors, and knocked on the door several times, but the ancient blue beast guarded the mountain gate with its own strength, so he had no choice. A great monster of the highest realm is somewhat stronger than his combat power. What Feng Bu'er couldn't understand was why a big Tsungu monster would help Chu Yan guard the gate, which was totally unreasonable. What's even more frightening is that if Chu Yan can control a big Tsungu monster, then his own strength. The most important thing is, why didn't Chu Yan come out? He went there. Same as you. After hearing this, Chu Yan smiled slightly and replied. This is the truth, the Supreme Realm is true, but there is no need to tell him about the three realms of heaven, earth and man. Because Chu Yan can now guess that after Feng Bu'er broke through to the Supreme Realm, he might have given up his practice, because he doesn't know how to practice at all. For him, the world of martial arts has reached its peak. Same. Feng Bu'er's face darkened even more, his eyes flickered. Obviously he didn't believe what Chu Yan said at all, but he couldn't explain it, he was completely confused. But no matter what, Feng Bu'er could feel that maybe today is the day when everything ends. Call. In the silent scene, after a long silence, there was a long exhalation from Feng Bu'er. I want to fight. This answer fell into Chu Yan's ears, and Chu Yan immediately laughed. Good. Sure enough, you did not disappoint me. It is reasonable for you to win the battle of the Four Great Kanges. Chu Yan nodded. At this time, Feng Bu'er on the opposite side probably already knew that he was not his opponent. However, when he proposes a battle now, he probably wants to know what is the difference between his Supreme Realm and his Supreme Realm. Martial arts have not reached the end in him. This is a kind of heart to explore martial arts, which is what a cultivator should possess. Therefore, Chu Yan is still satisfied with this. If Feng Bu'er directly proposed to submit, or rushed forward with a roar, Chu Yan would look down on him instead. Go ahead. Feel free. Chu Yan raised his hand and signaled with a smile on his face. Good. If it was in the past, Feng Bu'er might be very angry and disdainful when he heard Chu Yan's words, but now he is extremely dignified, and the true energy in his body explodes wildly. Since the end of the Battle of the Four Heavenly Lords, it has been a long time since Feng Bu'er has exploded like this, let alone exerted all his strength to the extreme. Facing Chu Yan this time, he once again raised all his strength to the peak state, ready to blast the strongest move. With such a realm and cultivation base, one move is enough for the battle of victory and defeat. Boom! Boom! An extremely tall phantom of a god appeared above the head, and the golden light released from a pair of eyes was like 2 rounds of scorching sun. Between the waving of the hands of the gods, large chaotic cracks in time and space appeared, and the cracks swelled extremely, turning into huge black holes one by one, swallowing everything in the world. The way of domination. The way of time and space. It really is these two. Chu Yan looked up and shook his head slightly. No matter how powerful the Tao is, it is extremely rare to cultivate 2 kinds at the same time in the God's domain continent, but after all, they are 2 completely unrelated Tao. #C4195 seal off the net. It is already commendable that Feng Buer can superimpose the 2 kinds of great powers and generate mutually increasing powers. Destroy the world. A terrifying roar exploded, and the phantom of the god behind Feng Buer punched out, and the black holes around him opened at the same time, like the mouths of giant void beasts. The rumbling sound was vibrating, and the violent attack came, and the whole sky was rumbling. The phantom of the god above Feng Buer's head was furious, and he raised his fist and punched out, as if he wanted to kill all living things. All wiped out, unleashing the most powerful wrath of the heavenly power. With this move, nearly half of the cultivators above the respectable realm behind Feng Buer were thrown away, and that was just an attack of momentum. Seal up. Destroy. Net. Just when the tide-like shaking of the sky broke out to the extreme, Chu Yan, who was standing still in the void, raised his hand and pointed out, drinking 3 times in a row. When the first word was uttered, the world shook and suddenly froze. After drinking the second word, all the smoke and clouds are scattered, and the wind is clear and the moon is bright. After drinking the third word, the heaven and earth are clear, the spiritual breath reunites, and there is no more fluctuation in the world, as if there is no battle between cultivators here at all, but a group of old friends meeting friends over tea, and the world is having fun. The whole world is quiet. Feng Buer stood there, maintaining the posture of throwing a punch, his pupils trembled sharply, and then his whole body trembled. How is this possible? Not only Feng Buer, but the tens of thousands of mainland top practitioners behind him were all stunned and completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chu Yan, who was standing in front of him with his hands behind his back. This is the strongest blow of the strongest in the mainland, the suzerain of Tianzong, and it's just cracked. What's more, the attack didn't even reach Chu Yan's body, and it was completely wiped out by. Isn't this God? In this world, on this continent, there really is a God. Are you convinced? Chu Yan looked at Feng Buer. After waiting 10 breaths, he asked. This soft question was like a thunderbolt exploding on Feng Buer's body, making his trembling body suddenly stiff, and his whole body was completely paralyzed like a deflated ball. Although he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't touch Chu Yan for a while when he really saw Chu Yan displaying strength 10 times or 100 times stronger than himself. What kind of power is this? Feng Buer raised his head, looked at Chu Yan with a pair of eyes, and asked. The ultimate supreme realm. The power of the source. Chu Yan replied. Although Feng Buer's strength made him very disappointed, even his brother Feng Buga's strength was not up to par, but after all he dared to fight and had the foundation of a cultivator, so Chu Yan still answered him. Ultimate supreme. In this world of martial arts, the strongest is not the supreme realm, but the talent realm, the square earth realm, the perfect heaven realm, and the ultimate realm. Before you broke through to the supreme realm, you didn't step into the realm of the will of the 3 talents of heaven, earth and man, so. Feng Buer's eyes were full of doubts. Even if you break through the supreme realm, you can't achieve the ultimate realm. Chu Yan thought for a while, and explained a little bit. After all, there are so many practitioners here, representing the top level of Godland continent. It is also time to upgrade the martial arts world of Godland continent and integrate the heavens. The cultivators present were all stunned when they heard Chu Yan's words. They had never heard of this information. After all, there has never been a supreme realm in the continent of God's domain, and even Feng Buer, the supreme realm, is the first, so the understanding of the supreme realm is almost blank. Now when I suddenly heard about the supreme realm, there is such a classification, and I was suddenly stupid. And Feng Buer, who was originally sluggish, instantly brightened his eyes, looking at Chu Yan full of expectation. After breaking through the supreme realm, it cannot be repaired. Chu Yan shook his head, and instantly wiped out all Feng Buer's hopes with one sentence. There is no way around this matter. At the beginning, King Ming, the young lord of myriad origins, Fairy Xian and others all reminded themselves that they must first reach the ultimate, and then break through the supreme state, because this cannot be recultivated. I am not reconciled. With a jerk, Feng Buer jumped up, clenched his fists, and shouted angrily, like a wounded tiger roaring. He was happy before. At least before Chu Yan came back, he would worry about Chu Yan going there at that time, and sometimes think about Kunlun Mountain, but at least he didn't know that his martial arts peak was fake. Now, the whole joy is gone. Really, the less you know, the happier you are. But now that he knew it, the heart of martial arts that had been dormant for 100 years had revived again. Although Chu Yan said that it was impossible to rebuild, he didn't believe it, and even thought of a last resort, reincarnation and rebirth again. Very good. You can try it too. Nothing in this world is absolute, just like someone told me before that I will change back to my original appearance when I come back, but it didn't. Having said that, Chu Yan looked at Feng Buer, smiled slightly, and said, "You said, miraculous is not miraculous." This smile immediately made Feng Buer's entire face twitch. Annoying. It's really a comparison of goods to throw away, and people are more popular than people. I choose to surrender. No matter how unwilling Feng Buer is, he is not stupid and knows how to choose now. With all his strength, he just raised his hand in front of Chu Yan. Such a comparison of strength, even if all the cultivators here fight together, it is impossible to win. Even if there are several piles of people, at least Chu Yan can kill himself first among the crowd. Moreover, if I want to rebuild martial arts and achieve the ultimate supreme state, now it is only possible to follow Chu Yan. Very good. Chu Yan nodded, raised his hand a little, and a rainbow light rushed out, obliterating the entire Tianzong Palace on the opposite mountain peak into nothingness in an instant. The Tianzong headquarters, which took decades to build, disappeared in an instant. Looking at the empty top of the main peak, the cultivators present all swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fortunately, I didn't do anything just now, otherwise the consequences would be terrible. Tianzong has no meaning to exist. From now on, there is only Kunlun in God's domain. You all come back to Kunlun with me, and set off for the heavens 3 days ago. After saying a word, Chu Yan's figure blurred and disappeared on the spot, turning into a meteor and flying towards the extreme south. Feng Buer was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand, and the crowd followed him like a dark cloud and flew towards Kunlun Mountain. God's domain continent, Kunlun Mountains. It's not good. It's not good. A terrifying roar resounded through the entire 9 layers of Kunlun Mountains. In an instant, one figure after another soared into the sky from all parts of Kunlun Mountain, heading towards the square of the main hall. The big thing is bad. Those guys from Tianzong have come to kill them, pouring out the power of the clan, covering the entire sky, and there is no limit at all. #C4196 Death Battle. On the rostrum, Emperor Jinhong looked at Chu Yan's back with a pair of eyes, and shouted. As a holy emperor, look down on the world. And this Chu Yan came to the scene but only saw his master, but didn't even look at himself. Could it be that he didn't know that when he first came, even the elders of the three major powers in the 10 directions starfield had to bow down to see him? However, after the loud shout, that Chu Yan still strode forward and walked steadily towards the middle of the square. It seems that for the Golden Rainbow Sage Emperor, this shout fell on deaf ears. You. Seeing that Chu Yan had no intention of stopping, the corners of Emperor Jinhong's eyes twitched violently. The smile that had always been on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant. Ignored by. A dignified holy emperor was actually ignored face to face by a small native of the outland continent. With a tang, Emperor Jinhong immediately stood up, opened his mouth and roared. Stop. Following this roar, the violent power of the Holy Emperor on the body of the Golden Hong Sage, like a huge wind and waves, picked up a huge wave of wind and crushed it in all directions. This Chu Yan was the first person he met who dared to ignore him, the Holy Emperor. If he doesn't teach him a good lesson, he won't know that the Holy Emperor is almost a godlike existence to an ordinary warrior like him. That is, at this moment, Jin Feng, who was in the distance in the square, waved his hand and said loudly. Sage Emperor Jinhong, don't get angry, leave this kind of rubbish to me to deal with, I guarantee you will be satisfied. He he he. Jin Feng's words sounded, and the blood in his eyes flashed. Yeah. That's fine too. Hearing Jin Feng's words, Emperor Jinhong nodded, glanced at Chu Yan's back from the corner of his eyes, sat down lightly, and said no more. On the square, the big bosses and disciples from the outland continent all around saw the Golden Hong Sage sitting down, and suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies relax, and the heart that raised the noise finally fell back. Horrible. Terrible. The power of the Holy Emperor, even a strong person in the Emperor Wu realm, cannot bear it. Just now the aura of the Golden Rainbow Sage rushed out, almost even their spirits were frozen, and the true energy in their bodies was completely frozen. However, when everyone turned their heads and looked at Chu Yan, they found that not only was Chu Yan not affected at all, but the sword energy and killing intent on his body became stronger and stronger. Step by step, without saying a word, looking directly at Jin Feng, he quickly walked up to him and stood still. It was you who hurt Mielian Unju and the others. After asking a word, Chu Yan's eyes turned red when he looked at Jin Feng. The anger in his heart and the fighting spirit in his blood can no longer be suppressed. Chu Yan never thought that so many things would happen because he was just a little late. Originally, it was just a simple celebration, but it was changed abruptly by the people of the 10 Directions Starfield. Good. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Jin Feng was full of complacency. Frowning, he glanced at Chu Yan with the corner of his eyes, and said with a joking smile. Hurry up and choose people. It doesn't matter whether you choose 10 people or 100 people. I just hope that you won't be more rubbish than them, and you can be more beating up, hee hee. As soon as Jin Feng's words sounded, all the geniuses in the Outland Continent's Emperor list laughed lightly. On the contrary, the bigwigs from the outer domain, including Ling Xuantian, Jiang Yuchuan and the High Priest, all frowned. After all, these bigwigs are different from the Emperor list geniuses. They have never seen with their own eyes how Chu Yan swept the audience at Wangxing Peak. Just hearing the final result, Chu Yan took the first place, so when they heard Jin Feng's words, they couldn't help but looked back. Long Tianyao and the others lying on the side couldn't help feeling a little more. He was very worried, and his face was full of seriousness. Jin Feng. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan spoke. Today, everything you have done here, I will return it to you 10 times and 100 times soon. When the words fell to the ground, Jin Feng was taken aback, unable to react. However, at the next moment, Chu Yan raised his hand, stretched his right index finger flat, turned his body slightly, but slowly pointed to the distance. All the disciples of the 3 major forces said. And you. The sound is not loud, but it can be heard by the audience. I, Chu Yan, on behalf of Outland Continent, hereby write a letter of war to challenge all of you, everyone. This battle, including this rubbish, no matter how many geniuses come up from your 10 directions starfield, I will take over all of them. The sound of drinking was like thunder, like a thunderbolt, resounding through the audience. Amid such a voice, all the disciples in the 10 directions starfield, like Jin Feng, were all taken aback. Besides, the thunder in the air was still buzzing, but Chu Yan spoke again. This battle is a battle of life and death. As soon as a word fell to the ground, thunderclouds billowed in the sky. In an instant, the entire Lingyun Square fell into dead silence. In the world of martial spirits, the life and death battle is the highest level battle between warriors. After the appointment, unless one side admits defeat or loses, the battle will continue. The bosses and geniuses from all directions were all dumbfounded. He never imagined that Chu Yan would set a life and death battle with Jin Feng and even the geniuses of the 10-star fields. This is tantamount to a situation of immortality. However, one person can deal with all the geniuses in the 10 directions starfield. Among them, there are also geniuses like Jin Feng who are on the star list. What's the difference between this and courting death? Chu Yan, are you crazy? Ah, boss, good job. Just when everyone stood there stunned in shock, the roar of the little white bear sounded like a blast of thunder on the side of the rostrum in the distance, waking everyone up. Immediately afterwards, there was a tsunami-like burst of laughter from the 3 major faction palaces in the 10 directions starfield. Ha ha ha, this guy, is he here to be funny? Ha ha ha, laughing, I'm laughing to death, a trash, challenge us all. Is he scared stupid? Already incoherent. This guy, you don't have to court death like this. Laughing. I'm dying of laughter. The people in Lingyun Pavilion are all pigs. Send this kind of fool out. The 3 major forces, after a moment of stupefaction, laughed at and disdained Chu Yan's words. Although they knew that the black-robed boy in front of them was number 1 in the Outland Continent's list of emperors. But so what? It's just that he is number 1 in Outland Continent. Doesn't he know that he is facing a star list genius? To deal with someone like him, just come to a star list within 1,000, and he can be destroyed with one hand. Moreover, there are 30 geniuses of the 3 major forces here, let alone a native of the outer continent. Even if he is a top 100 genius on the star list, he would not dare to boast like this, dare to challenge all of them at once. What's the point of such a challenge? Among other things, even if Jin Feng was alone in front of him, he might be blown to pieces with one move. #C4197 Vientiane returns. As the crowds on both sides slowly stopped, everyone's eyes focused on the little white bear and the black-robed youth. Chu Yan. Empress Xiantian, who had a murderous look on her face just now, was completely dumbfounded. That figure, that face, couldn't be more familiar. Although she hadn't seen him for 100 years, she recognized at a glance that the black-robed youth was Chu Yan. But, what's the matter? Why did Chu Yan lead the people of Tianzong? It's such a mess. Xiantian, long time no see. Chu Yan patted the little white bear on the head, looked at Empress Xiantian with a happy face, and said hello. Well. It's been a long time, you. The Empress Xiantian answered subconsciously, but what the next sentence was about to say was full of confusion, and the whole person was stunned. Although Empress Xiantian had not left Kunlun Mountain for a day in the past 100 years, and looked towards the mountain gate of Kunlun Mountain every day, she really suddenly saw Chu Yan, especially at this time, which made her completely unable to react for a while. You are really Chu Yan. Mad Saber-Tsang Lord looked stunned, and the pink face was full of stunned expressions. The aura feels a bit like it, isn't it fake? Duke Ming's eyes swept back and forth on Chu Yan, but the more he probed, the more he was not sure. This smell is totally wrong. How can I feel that I can't detect anything, like an ordinary person? Cultivation is exhausted. Well, it's Chu Yan, I can feel it. The source of Kunlun Mountain can't be wrong. Baoang rushed over from the back as soon as he received the news, just glanced at it, and nodded to confirm. Impossible. When Chu Yan left, he was clearly in the invincible realm. There was an elder from Kunlun Mountain who kept shaking his head, staring at the black-robed youth with disbelief. Senior Big Demon, be careful. That is the enemy. Maybe fake. Come back, Senior. The boss of the Kunlun Mountains began to try to communicate with the little white bear, and carefully summoned the road. Humph. Hearing this, the little white bear, suddenly reluctant, turned his head and glared at the man. His eyes were full of disdain. The meaning could not be more obvious. I'll admit it. Humph. This hum suddenly made everyone stunned. Here's to trouble. Before the war started, the Zhonggu Great Demon, the biggest trump card in Kunlun Mountains, had already taken refuge in Tianzong. Chu Yan. Brother Chu. Father. The appearance of Yu Linglong and Gong Ningyue broke the deadlock in an instant. With the two blood relatives, several relatives of Chu Yan rushed up and surrounded Chu Yan. All of them were surprised. Others don't know that Gong Ningyue knows Little White Bear, and in order to keep it secret, Little White Bear kept in touch with Gong Ningyue while he was in Kunlun Mountain. Originally, Little White Bear was preparing to take Chu Yan's guy and flee directly if he was defeated in this battle, but she did not expect that the enemy who came was Chu Yan. After the awakening of her bloodline, she searched for a full 20 years before she finally found Kunlun Mountain. Of course she would not leave, she just had to wait for Chu Yan to come back. The most important thing is that she is connected to Chu Yan's soul, so as long as she reaches a certain distance, even if Chu Yan turns into a monster, as long as the soul is still Chu Yan, she can recognize it for the first time. It's been a long time since we met again. Of course Little White Bear was very happy. Yeah. You are all right. Chu Yan has grown up, not bad, his cultivation is all right. Chu Yan greeted his family members one by one, with a smile on his face and heart. Little White Bear, how did you find this place? Chu Yan had just discovered that the demon cultivator of the Little White Bear had reached the Supreme Realm, and that after the demon clan reached the Supreme Realm, the strength was stronger than that of the human cultivator of the same level. It seemed that during his absence, the Zhonggu Great Demon who had been guarding the Kunlun Mountains should be the Little White Bear. The Little White Bear was his best friend after he stepped into the martial arts. He had gone through all the difficulties at the beginning of the martial arts, and no one could replace the relationship between the two. Ow, 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 ow. The Little White Bear stood up, screaming with eagerness, excitement, and excitedly talking to Chu Yan about what happened after they separated. Oh. That's the case. It seems that your bloodline is really not simple. After you beat that snake. Ow, ow, ow. This God's Domain continent is not as good as the 10 Directions Star territory, but we are going to the All-Heaven realm soon. Let's make do with it now, haha. By the way, you can't change shape before. Ow, 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 ow. One person and one bear talked very happily. Gong Ningyue and Yu Linglong surrounded Chu Yan with smiles all over their faces, and the whole atmosphere became extremely warm and joyful. This time, it was hard for the two sides of Kunlun Mountain and Tianzong to confront each other in such an embarrassing manner, with an extremely strange momentum. Okay. Don't be nervous. Chu Yan looked up and looked around, shook his head and said. I have conquered the Tianzong, and there will be no Tianzong from now on, only God's Domain Kunlun. A word sounded, like the thunder of 9 days, the rumbling spread, the void above the sky oscillated, and the hidden thunder sounded, as if the oracle of heaven, with Kunlun Mountain as the center, continuously spread to the 9 directions and 10 regions of the God's continent. God's domain Kunlun. God's domain Kunlun. God's domain Kunlun. After the scene was silent for a few breaths of time, there was cheers like a tsunami of mountains and tsunamis, and it was thunderous again for 9 nights. Chu Yan turned around, looked at the crowd of people in the original Tianzong, his eyes swept across the audience, and finally fell on Feng Bu'er, watching him quietly. From now on, there will be no Tianzong, only God's domain Kunlun. This subordinate is the best, see the Lord. Feng Bu'er visited the shrine, and all the members of the original Tianzong behind him paid homage together and swore an oath in unison. It is good. Chu Yan nodded and then led everyone back to Kunlun Mountain. After this battle, the unification of the Divine Realm continent was completed, and all the forces in the world should surrender and return to Kunlun in the Divine Realm. This time, when Chu Yan returned from the primordial era, with just one punch, he unified the entire Divine Realm continent, belonging to the continental historical records, and Kunlun Mountain became a holy place of martial arts. In the first year of Shenggu, in October, the Kunlun gods reorganized the Kunlun God Army. Based on all the powerful people in the realm of the Divine Realm, choose one of the 10, and reorganize the Kunlun Divine Army according to the mountain situation of the 9th peak of Kunlun. In the first year of Shenggu, in December, the Kunlun Divine Army sent troops to the land of Xuanhuan, and the soldiers were not bloody. The entire Kunlun sect moved to the land of Xuanhuan. In 10 years of Shenggu, the Empress Xiantian broke through the Supreme Realm, directly achieved the Supreme Realm of Yuan-Tian Realm, and completed the upper part of the Great 10,000 Elephant Jutsu. In the 19th year of Shenggu, Kunlun, the second supreme realm of the gods, was born. In the 36th year of Shenggu, the third supreme realm of Kunlun of God's domain was born. In the 193rd year of Shenggu, the 19th supreme realm of Kunlun was born. In the same year, Feng Bu'er was reincarnated, rebuilt the Yuanyuan Avenue, apprenticed to Chu Yan, and made the oath of heaven with the blood of the soul. In the 378th year of Shenggu, Kunlun, the gods, sent troops. The heavens. #C4198 New Age, Finale. In the 451st year of Shenggu, the heavens shook. At this time, Kunlun, the god domain, occupied more than 10% of the realm of the heavens, and officially became one of the 10 major sect forces in the heavens. And the representative of the Divine Realm continent, the Xiantian Empress, with the supreme cultivation of the Yuan-Tian realm, made the entire heavenly realm astonished. Her strength and comprehension were so strong that she was almost the strongest in the history of the heavenly realm. Regardless of any sect's cultivation techniques and secret skills, as long as it is in her hands, within 10 days, she will be able to cultivate to its peak state, even stronger than the original sect. A powerful source physique makes all the supreme realm powerhouses in the heaven realm fear. The strength of the Empress Xiantian has alarmed the heavens, and almost everyone regards her as the leader of Kunlun in the God realm. No one knows that the real first powerhouse of Kunlun in the God realm is currently retreating in the land of myriad sources. 500 years have passed, and Chu Yan's retreat is still continuing. This is Chu Yan's longest retreat since he practiced martial arts. In the 688th year of Shenggu, Chu Yan broke through, and his cultivation base almost disappeared. Because of Chu Yan's exit, all the high-level officials of Kunlun God's domain gathered in Kunlun Mountain to welcome Chu Yan's exit. Of course, the Kunlun Mountains at this time have been integrated with the Great Sanctuary, and the relics of the great sage Tianzong are used as the new site of Kunlun, the gods, to fight against the heavens. Your cultivation base. Empress Xiantian has thought many times about the scene when Chu Yan left the customs, but she never thought that it would be like this. The black-robed young man standing in front of her was completely an ordinary person, and even her divine sense sounded as if she was in a rock, which was obviously a sign that the other party had no cultivation. My current cultivation base, I call it. Yuan Jing. Chu Yan smiled lightly, looked at Empress Shantian and nodded, then raised his hand and waved. Immediately, the star sea, the sun and the moon appeared in the sky, and under Chu Yan's fingers, the stars and stars in the sun, moon, star sea, which were running regularly, would start running again with a new orbit. Your origin, integrated into the heavens. Seeing this scene, Empress Shantian was incomparably astonished, and said without speaking. Good. Chu Yan nodded, did not look back, and continued to move the stars, making them appear a brand new star-sea trend. Original realm. Primordial realm. Do you mean the unity of all phenomena? After thinking deeply for a moment, Empress Shantian asked. Chu Yan smiled, nodded lightly, and then flashed his figure, and immediately dropped all the Kunlun high-level officials of the God realm who had come to welcome him out of the customs, and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had already reached the depths of the land of myriad sources, and appeared in front of the Lord of myriad sources. You really did it. The Lord of myriad sources wore a green robe and carried a wooden sword on his back, looking at the silhouette flashing in front of him. Your idea is correct, it is possible to forget all martial arts. Chu Yan looked at the young master of the source whom he had not seen for many years, and smiled. It has to be said that the first genius of the entire all-heaven realm is not the Empress Shantian, nor his Chu Yan, but this young lord of myriad sources, whose thinking is always above the next level. Therefore, after his cultivation reached the supreme realm, he never stopped thinking about the next realm of cultivation, but he couldn't do it himself. Now, the appearance of Chu Yan is just based on his guesses. After 500 years of seclusion, he has really achieved the cultivation realm he imagined. After the Yuan realm, what realm is it? The face of the Lord of myriad sources was flushed, and his breathing became heavier. I don't know. But I can feel that martial arts. Unlimited martial arts. The Lord of myriad sources was shocked at the time. According to his guess, it would be good to have another cultivation realm after the supreme realm, but he did not expect it to be like this. Ha ha ha, okay, great. In this case, the days to come will not be lonely. The Lord of myriad sources laughed, as if something very happy happened. That's why you gave up the great sage heavenly sect. Chu Yan looked at him and asked with a smile. In the primordial era, Chu Yan and the young master of Xuanhuan passed through the great sage heavenly sect together. At that time, they discovered that the young master of Xuanhuan knew the great sage heavenly sect very well. I didn't think much about it at first, but when he retreated later, Chu Yan roughly speculated that this young master of Xuanhuan was probably the last master of the great sage heavenly sect. Flip over madman. Zoman or something is actually just a group to keep warm. A true cultivator dares to face the chaos of the heavens. The face of the Lord of myriad sources was full of solemn expressions, and that expression of righteous words almost moved Chu Yan. If you say that, you don't intend to take this piece of the Lord of myriad sources. That's just a place for me to practice. Chu Yan smiled. Dream. What you think is beautiful. Speaking of this, let's settle the account before. We agreed, you give me treasures, and I will bring the land of myriad sources to surrender. Now look at these treasures. With your imprint, I didn't notify you at all, it's not fair. The Lord of myriad sources was blown away at that time, and he started to dial the abacus with Chu Yan. 500 years, guarding a pile of treasures all day long, but none of them can be used, that pain. You are also the former suzerain of the great sage Qianzong, how can these little marks stump you? Chu Yan replied. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do you want to default on your debt? Let me tell you, don't even think about it, otherwise, I will never finish with you. The Lord of 10,000 Sources roared, and the whole person exploded. For him, everything is easy to talk about, but there is no talk about treasures. This has been something that can't be changed, since he was still the master of young Xuanhuan. All the heavens occupied by Kunlun in the God domain, you can choose any treasures in the future. With just one word from Chu Yan, the furious Lord of Myriad Sources instantly turned into a charming smile. Ha ha ha, let me just say, who is my eldest brother? That's the real boss of the heavens, the first origin realm powerhouse in the world. When these words came out, Chu Yan's face twitched on the spot. How many years has it been? I have traveled from the afterlife to the primordial era, but the young Lord of Myriad Sources has survived year after year, and I didn't expect it to be like this. It is no wonder that over the years in the land of myriad origin, only the secret realm of relics has appeared, and there has never been any top-level treasures. Only those few artifacts have always existed. I am afraid that the Lord of Myriad Origin will not be able to start, otherwise, he will not be able to escape him at all. Black Hand. So, come with me. Chu Yan stopped talking nonsense with him, and directly stated his intentions. Go there. Why? The smiling face of the Lord of Myriad Sources instantly stiffened, and a bad premonition flashed in his heart. Of course it's pacified. All heavens. As soon as the words landed, thousands of thunders exploded above Chu Yan's head, and countless dragons and tigers roared throughout the world. A single thought, arousing the power of heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, good, interesting. Then let's go, let me, the master of the undying great sage heavenly sect, accompany you to complete this secret. Swish. Two figures soared into the sky, rising towards the sky. One black and one green, and at the same time released a powerful breath. The power of the source burst out, just like 2 rounds of blazing sun rising. In the heavens, the old era is over, and the new era has finally arrived. End of the book. Thanks for reading. Thanks for your companionship along the way. Thank you. Brother is not handsome, but a little bad.